Futures trying to hold on to some key levels here from Fridays. We get the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index here for October at 8:30 there. Comes in a little bit lower than expected. Negative 4.6. Consensus with -7 on that print. So actually not as bad, but still to the negative side, October on that note. Fed's Harker coming up at 10:30 today. He'll also speak again. I saw, yeah, there it is, 4:30. So after the close, we'll get a double dose of some Fed speak today on a day that's, a Lulu kind of day. Huge pop to the upside here on an inclusion into the S&P 500. Lululemon set to replace ATVI after that Microsoft deal gets done back on Friday, as we were discussing. Yields back to the downside a little bit here this morning, so we're seeing a little bit of strength coming back into equities after a pretty ugly day to end the week on Friday. Specifically for tech, weakness right across the entire tech sector. If you remember back on what was Friday the 13th, it is Monday, October 16th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, just seeing a little bit of stabilization, I guess is a good word for the overall market here as we get going on brand new week, brand new Monday morning here with Fed's, I guess, Treasury Secretary Yellen. I'm so used to saying Fed's Yellen, making some comments here around 8:15, 8:20. Didn't seem to cause much of a reaction there. There was a little bit of a dip in the SPY back below that 433 area, but we are trying to hold that right now. Yeah, yields showing a little bit of weakness here to start the week, which could be a positive as we get going here. Big week to come. We got J&J, we get Netflix, we get Tesla on Wednesday. Lots to look forward to.
Oh, yeah, big tech earnings on deck, well, at least from the Tesla side. So we'll keep an eye on that. October 18th, make sure to mark your calendars. More headlines, though. Apple coming in with some more data with respect to iPhone sales in China. It looks like they're weaker than expected, as Brendo mentioned. Lulu joining, Rite Aid filing for bankruptcy protection in the United States. That's a big one. We'll talk more about that later, Brendo.
Well, yeah, it was a matter of time, I think, for RAD after many attempts to get some more support coming into that company have finally failed. So now to the OTC, it would look like for RAD. If you remember back on Friday, we were talking banks, obviously, JP Morgan with a couple of positive notes here after their report was, let's face it, pretty impressive on Friday. The overall market didn't really help. We still get Bank of America this week. We get Goldman Sachs coming up as well as far as the earnings train is concerned. Good to have Sean back in the building after a long weekend. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, and a good morning it is.
It's good to have me back. I like that.
Yeah, one day.
Never heard that before.
Oh my goodness.
It's great to be back. After one day. Man, I need to have a longer vacation.
What vacation?
Look at this guy, Randy.
You don't need vacation. Randy's already lingering.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we're gonna get a couple of walk-bys here. First things first, Randy, what are we doing? You might as well just get over here. Are we sticking with the Bears? He doesn't want to use
my Randy.
What are we doing with Tesla?
We're kind of close now.
Tesla this week, earnings. What are we doing?
We're going to see a little positive.
I think we're going to have a positive action on here, too.
I know, use the microphone.
Is it on? To turn on? Turn that
You got
bad
to turn
boy.
it on.
It's on.
Now tell me.
There's no better time than a Monday morning when we get a cameo from Randy
I'll get the glasses on.
Real early.
Oh, are we supposed to do this?
Yeah, we're all getting our glasses on now.
All right. Now we're good.
Oh my God, I can see so much clearer now. This is
I
like
can.
now the market, this is only winning trades.
Yeah, I think we got positive Tesla's numbers coming. We're going to see some more Cybertruck news.
Okay.
Are we worried about China at all because there's weaker iPhone sales here? Maybe possibly demand for Tesla as well?
No, I think Tesla with a new battery. Look at that.
Look at that. We're
That's
so
good.
stupid.
We're going to see some good numbers out of China, I think, on Tesla.
Hey, if we do a podcast, you want to come on as our automotive expert?
Absolutely.
It's too late. You're already penciled in.
Is that extra fee or that's all built into your salary?
We'll talk.
We'll talk. All right. Can we, it's nice. Thank you, Randy, for swinging by. I actually just got a coffee. Can we wait maybe 20 minutes?
Yeah, like
Let's do something around 9 o'clock. We
That's
do have Michael Noss coming through very soon,
Yes.
so that should be a lot of fun.
I can't do that.
As we go, it's always great to have Randy stopping by and providing some expert analysis.
You know what
Yeah,
though?
he said Cybertruck, and then he left.
Well, when they do have the earnings this week, I'm sure we'll have Randy back, and he'll have a better opinion. But at the end of the day, Tesla looks weak today.
Yeah.
So it looks pretty weak. Lululemon's an absolute beast. We're going to try to make sure we're a little bit patient with some of the moves because this is not a morning we have a million catalysts. We get earnings this week, but you don't have a lot of them. You don't have anything really today. So it's all going to be later on. You have the banks that are going to be in play. JP Morgan's trying to bounce off of that big 148. AMC will be in play as well. And a win is a win, no matter how ugly it looks. And you know I'm talking about my Bills.
Yeah, that was, we had them in our suicide pool, of course, and that was a very dangerous. I was up until the very last play, and I was like, please don't hand this off to Saquon. They didn't. There was pass interference not called, thank God.
What pass interference?
Yeah, there was. The guy was holding onto Waller. But hey, look, I'm happy with it. Secretly, I'm hoping to go 1-1 in our pool, so I was hoping that was a little Wandale, but I was torn. Because I was like, I don't
Come
want.
on, the pool.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I do not want that to happen. And I was like, let's get some Wandale Robinson action going on there. But shout out to another successful week for the Packers because it was a bye week. So pretty happy with that one. All right, your boys are tonight, Sharif. Let's go, man. It's Cowboys, Chargers. How confident are you over there, big guy?
Pretty confident. I think that the real sad part is putting New York and Buffalo on a primetime game. I mean, like, how many people watch that? 300,000, Brendan?
You're asking the wrong man. No clue, my friend. A little bit of a recap here for you to kick things off. If we go back to last week, actually, there were some green numbers. It was pretty ugly on Friday, obviously, into the close there. But these are weekly performances, just so everyone's on the right page. NASDAQ, a little bit negative on the week, down about 0.2. S&P ends the week positive. Second straight, in fact, weekly gain for the S&P 500. The Dow the same. The Russell, though, you were mentioning at the beginning of last week how it's been small caps that have been struggling the past little while. There's another 1.5% on the weekly side of things for the Russell 2000. So noteworthy here as well as we get going into a brand new week. Couple of things to keep in mind, as I mentioned. Harker coming up at 10:30. We'll get a double dose later on, 4:30 as well. Sean's wrapping up the recap this afternoon. We'll get more comments. NVAX, there's a whole bunch of COVID-related headlines. We got that note from Pfizer back on Friday as well, cutting their forecast based off of lagging COVID-19 vaccine sales, thank God. Tesla downside, we'll talk about why here. NVIDIA was down a little bit as well. Again, some more China headlines suggesting this AI thing is overdone a little bit.
Yeah, and it was interesting because last week we heard the Biden administration was actually, foregoing some of the restrictions that they had placed on NVIDIA, at least on a temporary basis. So that helped buoy the stock somewhat. We'll keep an eye on that. The other important thing to keep an eye on is what Brendo alluded to earlier, the Russell 2000. It's really been beat down this year, and it has really underperformed some of the other major indexes, and it's probably not going to get better because some of these small caps, when they go into the debt market to try to raise capital, they're going to have to raise at much higher rates, just given who they are. So it's a spiral where, their profits are diminishing for obvious reasons. And when they go into the market to try to raise more capital to try to get out of the funk that they're in, they're having to pay through the nose. So I see more trouble for the Russell going on the rest of the year.
Yeah, not many bright signs. I mean, Michael Noss was mentioning that back on Friday as well, signaling the fact that he's going to talk about that this morning as well, signaling the fact that there might be a little bit deeper of a pullback. I wanted to show this chart, though. It's kind of interesting. So this is the historic second year performances on a bull market. So we went back to the bull side of things, obviously last year. So into the second year, this is historic green performances for the S&P 500 going back to 12 months, essentially across the board. So if you go 12 months out from year number 2, 14-15% at the bottom there, 2009, and then 2020 was the last one. Coming off of 2022 was 21.6%. Obviously, we don't know, but I mean, this is a very positive looking chart as you get that momentum going into year number 2 here. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to have to keep an eye out, and it's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be an interesting week. Lots to look forward to. I'm happy that earnings season is back.
Yeah, lots to come on the earnings front, guys. As mentioned, J&J this week coming up. We'll get BAC, we'll get Netflix, we'll get Tesla. It's finally here for us.
Yes, it is. Ooh, see, there's that transition that we wanted.
Yep.
That's the one we were talking about last week, and I couldn't figure out what to call that thing. But I don't know. There's a TV show from way back in the day that did something like that, and it'll come to me at some point. But what's that? Zoom transition? Is that what we call it? Zoom? I don't know. It sounds like it needs a cooler name than that. But I like it. We got some earnings to deal with, and obviously we'll talk about them when we get there. But I want to start with like JP Morgan. I think that, first of all, that chart, the market goes up in the long run. That's what I gained from that chart. I think you always want to remember that fact. So let's not all get doom and gloom here. The market's pretty flat so far, but if you remember, JPM gave up everything of that breakout on Friday. So 148 was that local break, 50 periods sitting there as well. They beat across the board. Jamie Dimon did have some concerns in terms of that net interest margin holding up in the long term, or at least in the next couple of quarters. So that could be a little bit of cause for concern for some of the banks. But you look at that 148 where it broke from, and this stock, it closed at exactly $148.00. So a lot of times you look at a level, it's like, oh, that's the area. It broke out from here. Well, we came full circle. If we hold this level, I think you can be good to go to the upside. Again, it's also the 50-period simple moving average on the daily. I'm going to try to make sure I say that a few times here, because there was a question last week, and I didn't want to speak for you, Sean, because I wasn't sure. And they're asking about like the 50 and 200s that we have on our charts. Are you using simple or exponential? So I said I use the simple moving average on mine, and that's just the way I like it, but 148 JPM.
Yeah, simple. I use simple as well. So there isn't much difference when you're talking about a minute chart. There can be on a daily chart. Here's our coffee machine right now, the Giga times 8. Some nice responses here on this post this morning. This is what keeps, one more time, Fabian. Fabian, one more time. All right, one more. All right, good. There it is right there. So this is what Randy's talking about. Going to go fill us up right now. Here is the remnants of that. And we are getting locked and loaded. Cheers, Neil, to hopefully more coffee soon. Okay, sticky notes out right now. I don't even, I think it's going to be an interesting week. We saw Apple. Well, we didn't see Apple. This is a report here from Bloomberg talking about weaker iPhone sales. I'm negative on the market just because of this report, believe it or not. I want to see Apple take 180. If Apple takes 180, fine. I'll switch up my opinion here. But for right now, as long as Apple is leading us to the downside, and right now it's just getting a little bit of a bump back up to 178 and change. But if Apple's going to lead us down here, then I want to be down on this market. I'm not super nervous about the war or anything like that affecting the markets. It's been a weekend. We knew that it was going to be sort of a rough weekend as far as they were talking about Gaza and evacuating and all this kind of stuff. And again, not to get political, but the market seems to be shrugging all of this off. I mean, the ES is up 0.44, the NASDAQ's up 0.26. So my negative tune has changed a little bit here about the market, thinking that the Middle East was going to dramatically affect this. Oil seems to be somewhat calm here. So I want to go short. I want to go short specific names. I want to be short Apple here today. And I want to see, I wrote down in sticky notes now out 179. So let's see if we get back up there. But for now, I'm going to hold my opinion on the short side until Apple gets going. I just feel like it's going to be hard for the market to do anything without that name. And then again, with Tesla and a whole bunch of names coming through very, very soon. Let's just see where we go. The dollar moving around here as well. Here's the DXY. Okay, I pull it over there, loading it down. So we're down a little bit here today on the DXY, which does bode well for tech stocks moving back upside. So we'll take an eye on the US dollar. We'll figure out if the macro is going to play anything here today. But for right now, I'm going to go short. I'm going to go short specific names, and the first one on my list is Apple.
All right, as mentioned, we will get Mr. Noss in here to kick things off on Monday, whenever he's ready, guys. Just bring him in. He's going to make a little bit of a bear case here going forward into not only this week, but maybe the next couple of weeks. After Mr. Noss was doing a lot of homework on the weekend, he said he looked at 500 charts. So, Michael Noss, tell us if that is the entire S&P 500, or was it a mix?
It would have covered the S&P 500, but it's mainly ETFs, comparing ETFs to each other's sectors. I like that you said that it was a lot of homework because that's an average day for a CMT, I guess, or especially on the weekend. But yes, I am going to make a case that I hope I'm incredibly wrong in, and the failure that happened on Friday, I think, is really going to be the concern that I see there. So, looking bearish a little bit on the market. Just looking for
I mean, the
AI
Photoshop
to bearish
skills
little
are
chart
on
that
point.
happened in here. So we're going to start with the S&P 500. I think is the reason that we're gonna get going here on the next chart. And the main reason that got me thinking this way and looking in this direction and looking for confirmatory evidence here was the failure we've made. So we broke down that 435-ish area on the S&P 500 a couple weeks ago. I liked that pull into 420. I mentioned that on the show. I was buying things before 420, and I was hoping that this bounce would be a sustained bounce. And we got a little bit of a bounce, but then we failed. And when you fail from a breakdown area, that generally means that there's people who were wanting to sell in that area and maybe they missed it. Maybe the market moved a little bit too fast against them. And so as we bounce back up into that area, those sell orders are still there, and it takes that demand, a lot of accumulation in there. But that's the best case scenario, right? The SP 500 covers these big tech names that are really have been leading this surge for a long period of time. If we go into the next chart right here that's zoomed in a little bit, this is the MDY. So this is the S&P 500 mid cap being, I believe, about $2 to $10 billion in capitalization. So not these massive guys like your Teslas and Nvidias and Metas, but kind of the middle of the road type stocks. That wasn't even able to get close to retaking this area. And I know it's hard to see the candle, and then it's hard to see the candle because it's just a long upper shadow and there's absolutely no body to it at all. We opened and closed at the week right where we started, but we had this major attempt to try to reclaim the support and just failed miserably. And then the next chart is even worse, which is our IWM. So these are the small caps. So these are all the $2 billion-ish stock. No, sorry, I think this is 2 to 10 billion, and then mid cap is 2 or 10 billion on. And this is at the low of its range for about a year now. And the bull market in the S&P 500 is like turned a year old today, and the small caps just never got going that entire time. You can see this really defined range that if we break lower, I believe is worried. And just, we look at the S&P 500 because it has the largest cap names in it, but the IWM has 2,000 individual stocks, right? It's the Russell 2000. So now I'm starting to look under the hood, and let's go into some ETFs, starting here with utilities. So we did get a bounce last week, and we got a bounce in a lot of these utilities names. But if you look at this, it's not that significant of a bounce. This thing's been down a significant amount for about the last month. And then we had a relief bounce. And same with the next chart here, which is the XLRE, which is our real estate, where we had, again, just an oversold bounce. So I'm worried that this oversold bounce in these lesser known and smaller names, on top of the big guys holding up well, is leading to this. Now, how could I be wrong, right? I always want to look at how you can be wrong. And that starts with the next chart here, which is brought to you by our friends at All Star Charts. And this is the seasonality. So I showed this with Neil on Friday when I was chatting with him. And the blue line is the average pre-election year. So the year before the next U.S. presidential election is supposed to be messy, and it's supposed to be messy until December. So maybe the bear case is not right, but maybe the continued chop mess is right. So what am I looking for? So we have the last chart here. It's 420 on the SPY. It comes back to that because that continues to be the most important level on the SPY. If we hold that and start to move higher, then my thesis is completely wrong, and I'm happy because I'm still long some names, and I'm long in front of that 420 area. I really think that's kind of our line in the sand. If we start to see that getting threatened, for me, I will be selling most of my long positions, maybe putting on some defensive shorts or staying in cash. But that's my bear case. I hope I'm wrong, but I believe that we could be in for a choppy couple weeks.
And it's a great point to make in the sense that, and that chart highlights the fact that we're not necessarily trending down at this point, but just kind of stuck in that range. Yeah. When you get those types of conditions, is it, and I'm speaking of, more negative across the board, regardless of really where you're looking, when you get those types of conditions, is it a matter of letting the market show you first before executing new positions, or are you looking for significant levels to test the water a little bit?
So I'm a long short trader who is generally speaking going to be mostly long. And the reason for that is the market generally drifts up over time. So I want to be long. The question and what I'm always looking for is when do I start to apply defensive hedges? And when I'm looking at that, I want to look at the weakest sector. So I talked about how utilities and real estate are just these oversold bounces. That's kind of the area I'm going to look to start to add to my portfolio. And then if I'm wrong, those will get stopped out relatively quickly and my longs will look in. But I'm already to the point where I want to see today's trading. And if we don't get a really strong reversal green day, I'm going to be starting to add and starting to look for things on the short side to add into the portfolio.
Great stuff. Michael Knopf, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Good start to the week. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
As always, thank you, Michael. It was a pleasure on Friday. It always is, but one of the things to keep in mind with IWM, sort of the Russell, is, half of the Russell is really financials, real estate, and financials, industrials, and real estate. Like, it's just, that's the reason why it's so weak. So you look at it bouncing here. It's an interesting thing if it can make that bounce. Like, you just talked about the sectors that could have a chance to go. Obviously, the regional banks have been weighing this down a little bit too as well, so you got to keep that in mind. There was a name that I wanted to get to. It was Tisha in the chat. Tisha in the chat was mentioning this TAN-H. So on Friday, if you remember this thing, like $2 to $4, very quickly, just a small capper. Always a little bit wary when something does this and gives up the entire move in a small cap. And then I pulled up the daily and saw, look at the rejection. It just came from a buck and then just was trying to break out here. And a couple of really big rejections on it. 15's not working. So I don't know if I would want to be chasing something like this. It's one thing day one when it has some juice behind it, but this is trying to go after already giving up the entire move back. I almost feel as if it were to break two, I'd be looking for a fail at two. So, the daily chart's going to tell you that story. I think you were already concerned about that when you looked at it. For a small cap runner, often better times when it's going the first time through a level or giving a consolidation on a pullback. So this TAN-H is not on my long radar because of the way it failed on Friday.
I think it's always interesting. Michael's brought down you there a little bit of a bear case situation. So I feel like we don't talk sometimes enough about that heading into an election year to see what exactly is going on. You saw, a good report come through from JP Morgan and then get faded pretty much all Friday, creating, I thought that was going to halt my stock there. Creating just some good trading opportunities there, especially to the downside. If you're going to come out with a good report and hit the way they did and then get faded the rest of the afternoon, I don't think that bodes well for many of these big companies coming through to report right now. So let's wait to see how some of these tech names react to earnings. We got Tesla coming Wednesday night and then followed by some of the big guys that just looked Microsoft next week. And we'll see if those names can hold, because if they can't, then yeah, I do feel like the Russell, so on and so forth, do continue its march lower. There isn't much in the way stopping some of these names to the downside. The IWM is not, here's the IWM right here, is not looking overly healthy on that. We talked about, he mentioned utilities there. That was a sector that we talk about all the time on the market recap show, and just how expensive it's gotten right now because of, you can't really find value in holding these stocks because yield isn't worth anything anymore. The cost of capital is just so expensive. Here's the IWM right at these bottoms. If you like it, you like it, and it's might be worth picking something up right now if you're going to trade indexes. You're all the way back into where we were last year at this time. So, forget about all of last year. There's not going to get any dividends here with the ETF. So I think you might want to pick something up here. If you do think that we've had a nice little bearish run, maybe you are at some kind of bottoms. You can always let go of this at 164. It's 172 right now. Worth the risk to reward if you do think we're turning the corner on earnings. Personally, I still think we have a little ways to go on the downside.
There we go. Let's get some upgrades and downgrades to kick off the week. Adara has that over at the screen.
Upgrades, we have Wayfair getting an upgrade from Loop Capital. United Health Group got an upgrade from UBS. It actually reported its earnings on Friday. We also have Colgate Palmolive, getting an upgrade from Stifel, and Pfizer with an upgrade from Jefferies. For the downgrades, we have BioNTech from HSBC, Enphase with a downgrade from Oppenheimer, JD.com with another downgrade from Bernstein. You might remember this company already had a lot of downgrades from Friday. And last but not least, KB Home getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs.
I thought
I'm a little surprised that Pfizer would have gotten an upgrade today. Jefferies.
Pfizer's like a big name on my short.
What are you doing, Jefferies? Because I mean, Pfizer just revised their revenue outlook, and it was Quadunk Friday afternoon. Okay, well maybe they think this is as bad as it gets, and that's sort of maybe that's it. Maybe they think this is as bad as it gets, and it's that far down, so it's only could go up. I don't know. It's been an absolute dumpster fire. Look at the trend on Pfizer here. I mean, it just went green. So, like, maybe it's one of these dead cat bounces where shorts have to cover anybody that has been shorting this, and it's just making its turnaround. The worst of the news might possibly be in a situation like this. Yeah, that one's a little surprising. But, hey, I mean, above on my note this morning, what I was thinking about was look at that downward trend. After a move like that in the aftermarket with the revision, if it holds on to green at the open, which would simply be the $32 level, hey, bit of a relief rally. Like anybody that's short-term short this, that had been short this in the short term, can be looking for a possible bounce off that double bottom and looking to cover. So, yeah, I mean, if it holds 32, for a trade, it doesn't really look like that bad to the long side. And if you can see all this accumulation at 33, that's a bit of a ways to go. But I think that's the next level up. Like you look at the 33 to 33 quarter, I think there's room for long into that level, and then you short the 33. Surprised, very surprised that there was an upgrade there. But just one note there, PCTI is being bought for $7 in cash. So you will see me in and out of it. Not going to move a heck of a lot. If you see things on a gapper list that then barcode, it's probably just a company being bought.
Yes, sir. TTOO is reverse split on Friday, this coming Friday,
Yeah.
I guess, or it already did.
No, it already happened.
Oh, I already had it. Okay, so short TTO.
Dude, it was.
I'm not even gonna look at. I'm not even. I just saw the word reverse split, so I instantly think about short. We'll call it up during the show. If I'm right, I'm right. If we're wrong, we're wrong.
It was already.
It was already destroyed on Friday? Oh, yeah. See, I mean, that's the reverse split nonsense that keeps happening. Okay, so here we go. Enphase, man, nice move recently to the top side. We've been talking about this name a little bit. More talking about it on the recap show, not trading it here. The reason why it was very interesting because we came into these levels near the bottom of 115. We hit them, and then we bounced all the way to 130. So you got a nice little 15+%, even more than that. It looks like the bottom was about 110, 112. Upside all the way to 130, and then ran into some more areas of resistance up here at 132. So it looks like temporarily that's the top, which is great for us. Anybody that's long, I'm not long Enphase, but that's great. This is actually a great pullback because it gave you that top. So all you'd like to do now is see it try to hold this bottom. Then the next time we take the 50 period to end this 130, then the next level it has to test is 150-ish. So I really feel like, obviously, when you pull back, you don't like to see this because you bought up here 130, 131, something like that. If you did, that's the top for now. Nice little pullback of $10. You're definitely not going to be happy with this move. But if you can hold down here at 115, then I really like the retake there, especially this 50 period of 125.50. So let's see if Enphase can sort of hold off some of this downgrade action here. We'll do a little bit more work to figure out about it, but I really like this name. It was only 310, like, the thing about this name is just a year ago, this was triple where it is right now. So if this story can get all figured out here, Enphase definitely has some moves back up to the upside, but you have to respect this 110 bottom. Like, because if that breaks, then you could be seeing some issues down into here. We've been holding on to some weed names and some really crappy companies this whole way through. You may not want to do that with Enphase if you do break below that 110. So we're still in the pocket right now for that. But again, this could be down 4 or 5%, and then all of a sudden tomorrow you're looking at that level again. So watch out for Enphase, and I am surprised about Pfizer. Pfizer's on my kick list today, so I actually like the fact that it's heading to the upside right now, giving me more of an opportunity to short this thing. So let's watch out for Pfizer. For right now, I really like that 32.50 short, but not going to take it until the market opens up. We've been run over on calls like that before where it's like it should be going the other way and it's not. So we'll have to figure that out. right here on the imbalance locator. There's Pfizer as a sell. Pretty small though, not much else happening on here. Pretty even, I would say. I don't know what USA is on here, but that's one of those other names that's just a random one here. So pretty light on the imbalance locator to start with, but it's a Monday morning and we got a half hour before this thing opens up.
It's interesting. I was just seeing a note there on CNBC, even with that argument that Michael Nosh just made. I was just seeing major averages on track for a second straight positive month, even though on that higher time frame chart that he showed, we're just kind of chopping around going sideways. Yeah. So, I mean, still, it could be a lot worse, right? Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards 9 o'clock here. Shrieve's going to kick things off with a look at the market.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Brendo. October in trouble ever since that 30-year bond auction came in worse than expected. That came in on the 12th, and we've been making lower highs and lower lows ever since Friday's close. 43.57. This morning's low, 43.54. So we're holding that general area from Friday, bouncing into 43.82. If we get to 4,400, look for resistance. If we claim 4,400 and stay well above it, look for the long there. We'll see how we do.
Yeah, big names to come this week, obviously, with earnings. Hopefully will help out that case back to the upside. If you haven't done so yet, watchlists.tradertv.live, or you can use that QR code, scan it with your phone, enter your email address, then you get that in your inbox every single day for free. Apple, top of the list this morning. Back to the downside. A couple of things to note here. It was Bloomberg. So just there's that. It was Bloomberg that came out and said Apple iPhone 15 sales have been weaker than expected so far in China. There's also, I just saw a note from Morgan Stanley as well that was positive this morning on Apple as well. They did lower their price target, but I mean, suggesting it's still, Apple is Apple. But with this Bloomberg note this morning, we get this gap to the downside. I don't have the entire pre-market on this chart, but there was actually a spike down on that when it did come out, and it's just been kind of grinding back up since.
Yeah, tough look for Apple here. Down 4.5%, not the stock, the amount of sales after 17 days in China, kind of a random period with which to work. 4.5% after the first 17 days of sales compared to the iPhone 14. We've heard a lot about Huawei coming back onto the foray here with its Mate 60 Pro. It was able to use the photolithography machine from an older version to make these 5G chips. We're not really exactly sure how it's doing it. But to talk about the other side of the coin here, Brendo, U.S. sales are actually up in about nine days of sales, up over the 2022 sales that we had. So we'll keep an eye on Apple and see how they do.
Yeah, market back to highs here. So a little bit of relative strength story coming into play here. Obviously not the case for Apple session highs, but still negative on the day. There's this note. We'll hear from Goldman Sachs coming up here on the earnings side of things as well. This note suggesting that they're looking to opt out of consumer lending, including what could be the Apple credit card, guys.
Interesting there. Now, Apple, I don't know, these preliminary numbers, we'll see what it ends up being when the earnings come. We're just here to trade the price action. So, look, you did reject 180 on Friday. There's a daily chart for you. You're getting right back into the 50 period at 178, which is exactly what we're going to be battling with here today. So I look at that rejection of the 180 level as a bit of a starting point for myself. Like, we closed at 179. That puts every even dollar. Well, there's only two even dollars on the way to 180. So it's 180 and 179. I just think those are both fades. Like, you tried to break out. You had a nice little bounce on Thursday, and then you completely rejected that move on Friday. So I'm going to be liking the fades come in. This has more to do with it failing the 180 breakout than necessarily the story here. But at the end of the day, the trend is sort of your friend in the short term. And if you look at the last day and a half of the week, Apple was in a pretty decent trend into that downside. I want to respect that as long as we're underneath 180. If you bust 180 to the upside, I'd probably get away from it and say, okay, fine, fair enough. That's the level. If we're above it, then don't worry too much about it. You can find something else that's weaker, or maybe even look for some longs if the market can get that high. But 180 fail break on Friday, last week, and then you saw it resistance all afternoon on Friday. So I'll just go back to that well.
Yeah, I just wrote down here today that it's definitely something that we want to look at is going to be the Apple short. I mean, it's going to be my number one go-to here. Them and Pfizer, I want to fade both of these names. Until we get it all figured out, look at this 179.50 area. I really feel like that's going to be a good area. It's a nice little bump up. I like that. And again, China, I actually believe this story this time. China's come out here and talked about trying to boost their economy. They've talked about adding a stimulus package into their economy. So why would they be doing that if it wasn't necessary, right? I mean, as much as I distrust everything coming out of that region, I feel that this makes a little bit of sense. And then if there's going to be one company that gets hit, it probably would be Apple. The Huawei doesn't concern me so much. I mean, I know people will buy the iPhone, so that is what it is. But I think you get the Huawei, plus you get the negativity there in China, plus you get to talk about a weaker youth employment situation over there. That's not great for disposable income. I mean, obviously a lot of the youth would be the ones that are flooding to Apple for, the new AirPods, the new phone, whatever, this Vision Pro, or is that ever going to take off, right? And so I just look at Apple chart now, and I just think that, hey, we've had a very nice move off of 170 back to 182. Now let's pull back a little bit. Earnings coming, AAPL, November 2nd. So we still got two and a bit weeks to go before we get that number coming out. I don't think that's earnings days are important for Apple, but it's just going to give us a little bit of an idea of what the total sales are. We know that they are selling. Is it going to be a market? Has their TAM gone down? Probably not, but there is more. I mean, going into India, I think, is a huge step for Apple as well. And I think if they can get that community on board with, with their phones, maybe a little bit of a cheaper model to come. I don't know. They've just talked about their new releases. They came out with the phone, same price as before. I would like to see, just like Tesla's doing, back to a cheaper model, like an iPhone 15s again or something like that. But for right now, look at this. Starting to go back to the downside right now, Apple, as we talk about it. It's 9 o'clock. You still have a half hour. I want to fade strength in this name, but I feel like we might miss it. So it may not pop up. And if it doesn't do that, then I guess you're going to have to take 177. But I'd like to see a really weak market before we do that. NASDAQ up. Let's fade pops on Apple. That's going to be my number one play. Just have to wait for it to happen.
All right, let's go over to Tesla. 2 straight days in a row here of nothing but straight downside for Tesla going into the weekend. This is a 15-minute chart, FYI. So gap to the downside this morning as well. Reuters reporting that, once again, and I feel like we could probably go back in the archives and pull out the exact same news story the last time they reported, suggesting that margins are going to be lower once again. But we saw what happened with that earnings report last time. There was also this as well. Options trading, yeah, huge going into the weekend ahead of what is to come on Wednesday for Tesla.
Yeah, so Piper moving down their price target to 290. It's nothing we haven't talked about on this desk. Tightening margins with the price war that they're engaging with, whether it's with Chinese EV makers or the legacy auto here in North America, in the face of huge CapEx. We know that they're building a gigafactory in Mexico. They're also building another one, possibly in the south of Spain. They're looking at India for a possible one. So lots of money being spent here, tighter margins. They're going to have to win this war. Otherwise, it may not be the same Tesla. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he's noted this over and over and over again, that this is going to happen. It was just a matter of time. But that said, if you go to the daily chart, guys, we're just kind of working into this tight range here.
What is that, Tesla?
Yeah, we are, but we did break the 250 level over the weekend, obviously overnight. You closed at 251, you broke 250. Here's what it looks like on the daily. It just kind of like Apple, except on the other side of this, like that 250 level is the 50 period as well on the daily. I think that's your over-under today. I mean, if we're not busting the 251 close price, I think you're just short off that level. You bust up there and say, forget about it. Don't fight it. And there's a lot of room for this to have rejected, the 60s and be coming back in here if we were to have some kind of a flush this week. We talked about the low 200s being a support area. A couple of weeks ago, last month, you definitely had that 235. So I like the short as long as we're beneath 251 on Tesla. Thank you very much, Randy. Appreciate it. Where are you buying it?
It comes on the 18th, my friend. He's buying any dips. That's what we're doing.
There's going to be a couple of dips, but I think we're going to go back up.
Are you keeping it bears today?
For now.
Okay, we're keeping it bears today, so I guess we're going to all go long right now. Because Randy has been sort of the harbinger of the turn in the market. So when he says bear, it's bull. When he says bull, it's bear.
Wait on it.
Although he has made, so he has actually made, he called the bottom the other week.
He did. He called the bottom on Thursday.
On Thursday, he did call the bottom. So fair enough to that.
Called the bottom.
It was a call, kind of like the future Faraday call. Now, Faraday
I need
future.
some confidence in the calls.
I'm just saying, like the time he came by and was like, look at that stock for a buy, it went from like 25 cents to I think 36 in a week. Now, what happened to it after that? Let's not get into it, but at least for a couple of days, he was right.
I'm gonna fix my picture here. Okay, so Tesla, look, I mean, unfortunately, I have to say the same story for Tesla that I do for Apple, and I just feel that if there is come on, chart, if there is Chinese weakness, if there is weakness in that economy, then Tesla's not gonna work for now, right? We need to have better stories coming out of China for this name to work. You saw what it did on Friday, pretty disastrous day, never really got going. I mean, I wasn't here to trade it, but this 255 looked pretty good to me. So if you get a fade, I'm looking at this level, 252, 253. That could be a possible short as well. But if we're going to short names today, which I am going to do, I'm pretty sure that that's the level that I'm looking at. The market needs to not be doing this. So if the market keeps on going up, then we will wait for an ultimate time till we see it turn in one of these names. And if we do see it, then we'll hit it. But for now, you know, I guess you just keep on buying some dips here in Tesla. I mean, it's pulled back quite significantly off of that 270 level. I mean, we were just here at the middle of last week. It's pulled back nicely here. You have this bottom, and this is what this is what I was looking at when I charted earlier, looking at 245 breakdown. So I prefer Apple, but this could be a breakdown near that 245 area. So if you have to go all the way back to the beginning of October, that's so be it. It looks like that's going to be put into test here today. But not if the market continues to do this move to the upside. So I think Tesla, I mean, it's what we've got written on here. If Tesla and Apple continue to fade out, the NASDAQ's not going to hold. Forget about AMD, forget about NVIDIA and all of that. If these big names continue to hit us on China worries, then that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the big dogs falling, the Chinese economy, obviously second largest in the world. It's not going to be able to hold some of these big tech names. That's not going to be a good thing. The DXY here, as I continue to look at it, it's still pretty flat. Just again, this is not the best charting of it, but I'm looking at it up here. Still down 0.27. So forget about where we are for right now on the DXY. I'm just looking to see what kind of action we get here today. So not moving around yet here in the pre-market. With not too many economic numbers coming, I don't really know where we go here today, but I am certain that I want to short Tesla and I want to short Apple on any pops.
All right, Lulu in the middle of the list here today. Nice look for Lulu. Sharif and I were just talking about this. If you zoom out a bit, we're right back to the top end of the range here on the daily chart. I mean, great look, 6% plus on this note going into the S&P 500, replacing ATVI. We were wondering back on, I think it was Thursday, we were talking about it, what it was going to be. Here's Lulu.
Yeah, it's over 1 month highs right now, up over 20% year to date, flirting with that $50 billion market cap. Like Brendo said, it's going to replace Activision Blizzard as Microsoft closed that deal on Friday for $69 billion. Possible appeal yet to come. Lena Khan still going after that. But typically when you see companies join the S&P 500, Brendo and I were talking about this off camera, they get that huge bump. That's because actively managed positions are buying these, actively managed funds are buying these stocks and putting it in their portfolio as well. Should be noted, at a 32 analysts, the great majority have this rated as a buy.
Yeah, daily chart looks great, as we were saying as well. I mean, given what the market's been doing, yeah, we're kind of chopping around going sideways, but right back to the top end of the range here, guys, for Lulu.
Yeah, a couple of things here. One, have you all noticed that Sharif will find a way to work Lena Khan's name into almost every single day? ATVI is not even listed anymore. That it's gone. The deal's closed. I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. But yeah, I know what you want to say. I know what you want to say. But Lululemon, absolute beast. And it's not always the best day trading stock, but look at the weekly here. If this can hold about 400 and take out 407, okay, 407, 410 probably, let's be more realistic. Could just be gonzo. Great upward trend, holding both the 50 and the 200 period kind of recently. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it's fantastic. It's getting added to the S&P 500. Would I want to take a breakout on this at the open, $8 from where it is right now? Not necessarily as a day trade. So I think you'd almost need it trending above that price, or just look for a 410 break to have some continuation to it, maybe in an afternoon, maybe later on this week. I mean, I want to speak positively about the stock. If it holds on to 400 today, I think it has a chance to get to that 410. That's a pretty obvious thing for me to say. I'd be a little bit wary if this didn't hold on to 400. Like fighting this stock, if it doesn't hold on to 400, would kind of scare me a little bit, because I feel like there shouldn't be too much in its way here. It has been making a nice move to the upside. The breakout seems like it's next. I wouldn't be surprised if it saw 10% today, but getting into this outside of waiting for the opening range to play itself out, not my cup of tea. The spreads are usually big on this pre-market, and you want to wait for the open on Lululemon.
Look, as much as I love being here, I much more love being right here. So we had such a great weekend. Shout out to everybody that made Pink the Rink such a big success there. We came in 5th place, so not a huge ending, but Gia got her first goal, and it was amazing. She took it end to end, went around, back through. There she is right there. I just love this picture. We have so many great pictures as well, and honestly, man, there's only a few reasons why I do this, and this is one of those. So what a great weekend, and thanks to everybody with the Etobicoke Dolphins and everything. It was such a great one. Thanks to my wife for supporting that as well, and it was a fantastic weekend, and glad to be back. Oh no, we have this. Let me just edit. Oopsies, wrong thing. I'm going to edit this out. But when we talk about Lululemon, let's not forget about Nike. And I just got to edit this candle out because it just looks brutal right now. Can I even get on it? Yeah, it's a big fail right now. Hold on a second. Let me just get rid of that. There it is. 100. Let's just say 100 is the bottom, okay? Does that make it look better? Oh, a little bit. All right, so what I was getting at here with Nike was when I think about Lululemon does have a bigger spread. So it is a little bit harder to trade. And not that these companies are by any stretch of the imagination tied to each other, because Lulu's been performing well and Nike's down here in the dumps. But the one funny thing is, and we called this bottom, by the way, those of you that were watching the recap show as Nike was coming out, we talked about it the day before Nike was out. I said the risk here is back to the upside. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 now straight days of upside action for Nike, but all is not cheery in my opinion. You're running into this level right here, 103, 104. Nike's going to have to take this level out, and it need not be resistance. So let's see if we can hold the 50 period, calm down just a little bit, then hopefully catch an upgrade and try to chill out above this 104, 105 area. If we can get that would mean everything to the stock. Then you can get back to the 200, and then all is well with Nike Land. But again, because there's problems, and it's up nicely right now, but because there's problems in China, I can't say that I would recommend Nike for a long, but it's a really nice move back up to the upside. I don't think there was a short issue on Nike, because it's such a huge stock, but let's just double check it again. Nah, it's only 1.5%, so that's not the reason for the move up. They have gotten rid of, and we talked about it, they gotten rid of some of that inventory glut that they had, so a nice little move back up here for Nike. I'd take this long if we can get back in here into 99.50 or so on Nike, but again, let's be as patient as we can be, because the market's still heading to the north side right now. It looks like China matters, maybe not as much as I thought. NASDAQ to the upside, and Nike working on, again, a weaker than China economy. That's a surprise to me. Pfizer still at 32.50.
There was a bit of a move back down there for crude oil, I saw. Back to negative on the day, only 0.14, but a little bit volatile once again for oil. Worth noting, that's Bitcoin. Nice look here to start the brand new week, right back to 28,000. A couple days in a row in the 24-hour chart, positive. So as expected, most equities related to also getting that kind of a bump today.
Yeah, and ETH not far behind either, flirting with that 1,600 mark. We'll have to wait and see what happens. What we know for sure is the SEC missed their deadline to file an appeal for the win that GBTC got against them for the spot Bitcoin ETF. So now they're either going to have to reject it on new grounds, or they're actually going to have to consider this outright on the merits. We'll have to wait and see. Recall, ARK, Fidelity, BlackRock, some of the biggest heavyweights are also filing for a spot Bitcoin ETF. I can't wait to see what Gary Gensler is going to say this time around.
It was, you and I were just talking as well off camera there. It was surprising last week, the lack of headlines coming out of the Sam Bankman-Fried trial. Like, it just seems like it's been such a quiet, put in the back seat kind of thing. Interesting, though, to keep an eye on that as well. Trying to break here right now, guys, for BTC, day highs.
I'll give you guys an update on that SBF trial. He's going to jail. There you go. So Bitcoin making a little bit of a move. I mean, what else is there to say? Although there's been some entertainment. For anyone that's been following it, there has been a little bit of entertainment, I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing. Coinbase, 77.5. Like, that's the level I'm looking for. So when it failed $80, which was, Wednesday? It closed at 77.5. It then had Thursday, 77.5 with resistance. I usually don't like diddling in the middle with this stock, but if there is a push to the upside, then that's where I'm looking for. I mean, 80 is an obvious area, I would say, but 77.5 is the other spot where I'd be looking to fade this. So on strength, I'd rather look for a little bit of a short. Hurricane Ditka, Sweet Caroline, providing lots of memes. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I'm actually going to throw this out there. The coolest thing about the NFL games in London, this is very random, is the fact the fans out there singing Sweet Caroline, which I thought was like totally an American thing. I didn't realize they did that in other places of the world at sporting events. I think that's really cool. Short Coinbase at 77.5. If it breaks that and I lose, I short it again at 80. If it breaks away from that zone and I lose again, then I'll have to reassess my approach on coin.
Yeah, I was looking at, I've always taken into consideration one thing that, and we had Michael Noss on today as well. Oops, ARA. MARA. You got to slow down when you're typing it in there. Right now, this has a short float of 30%. So, there's been, and again, I'm not going to step on Michael's toes here because he already did this on the show one time, but the correlation between Mara and Bitcoin, if Bitcoin does begin to spike, we do know this name can go as well. Of course, Mara, Bitcoin miner. So you're coming right in again to levels where I think the risk to reward might be there. If you are bullish on Bitcoin, and I know this is up 5% today, which is real nice, but you break ahead of this $9 level, you could start to fly a little bit. You have right up here at 10 and 1050 where the 200 and the 50 period are. So I kind of like these levels. There's a little bit of a wick to $9. So I think today you're only at 815. You do have some nice opportunities to get back up to the upside. Why not try to support this $8 mark? Watch Coinbase, watch Bitcoin. I think Mara can work down here. And again, I know that there's all these, Chinese miners and this and that. And, regardless, Mara's an American company. It's just, I still am worried about all of that. So watch out for Mara to get a chance to go here. I like the name. Here we go. It's bumping up just a little bit as we talk about it right now as well. So nice little move off of $8. Watch it down here at 8 flat. I think it's worth taking in case you do get extended moves. You take this name, you risk, what do you want to risk? You want to risk 20 cents, 30 cents? I think it's well worth it. There's Friday's close down there at 770. So if you take an 8 bid, you can get out for 30 cents. I think you have way more upside than that, especially if it starts to go. So play the short float to your advantage there on Mara. It's near 30%.
Okay. Let's talk about JP Morgan. Nice look on Friday, if you remember. Kind of stole the headlines, really, as far as the banks that reported back on Friday. The initial move was faded as the overall market came back down. 150 here. Tried to hold on the initial move, but ends up giving that back. But 150, JPM kind of staring it in the face right now. A couple more positive notes here this morning from analysts on JP Morgan. Again, we got BAC this week, Goldman Sachs as well. So it was kind of quiet, let's be honest. The kickoff of earnings was kind of quiet on Friday.
Absolutely, it typically is with these banks. But guys, rising interest income through higher borrowing costs, in addition to their acquisition of First Republic Bank back in the spring, has really helped JPM buoy its stocks. Let's look at what the analysts are saying. BofA Global Research price target at 175 with a buy. Piper Sandler, overweight with a price target of 170. Evercore ISI outperformed Brendo with a price target of 171. So the analysts seem to be in consensus here that this one is a pretty good one to get on board with.
Definitely, as we said, they kind of stole the headlines back on Friday, guys. But the market didn't help too much heading into the weekend.
Boom market. What are we doing? You know, it's
Come on, market.
Yeah, JP Morgan, look, it was a great opportunity to have the breakout for like half an hour, or maybe it was like 45 minutes. But it's interesting, you have all of those price targets essentially are just the 2021 high. Like there it is, like 171. So like that's it. That's all anybody's doing is sort of picking that high to get to. If you're gonna get there, you got to retake the 150. So if you look at a couple of things today, 148 the close, that was Friday's breakout, and then the 150 level, that's what Obi liked for the break. Like both those breaks were good. I think that's where we're looking back to. I'd rather be playing the 148 level over taking a top end break in the market today. I just don't want to be taking breakouts at this open after you rejected this level once. But if you can hold on to 148, I think that's a good area for a dip buy. Urtish in the chat just now. You're right about people have asked about Rite Aid. Rite Aid is halted on that bankruptcy news. My guess is you're not going to see that again until it's on the OTC. That's typically the way it goes. If it's halted now, I doubt you're going to be able to trade that again. So if you own shares of that, then just check out the OTC probably tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be trading as early as today, but JPM 148, I like that. We get more bank earnings later on this week. We'll see how the investment banking side does with Goldman and Morgan Stanley. But for now, JPM's the focus.
Yeah, we had Charles Schwab come out right now as well, SCHW. Brendan's just sort of giving us those numbers right now. What do we see from Charles Schwab? 44% down in Q3 profit, ended the quarter 56 cents a share. Not bad right there. Net interest revenue down 24% right now. So the main problem with Charles Schwab is, of course, it's down almost 40% for the year. It doesn't look like we're going to get a huge move at all from Charles Schwab here this morning. Again, people thought that the regionals maybe were a little solved there. We saw what happened earlier on in the springtime with SIVB and First Republic coming through, and now it looks like Charles Schwab getting hit just a little bit right now, dragging down its net interest revenue 24%. That's not great, especially in a higher interest environment. You like to see that number being positive, not being dragged down. So watch out for a 50 possible break right now in Charles Schwab. Incoming today, I would say pretty easily right there. If this has anything to do like JP Morgan, then you saw that big fade in the afternoon. I still am worried about BAC coming through. I think this bank has been really beat up, but it's had some nice we were at 25, weren't we? Yeah, so down there at that 25 bottom, a nice little move back up to the upside again. So we're just going to have to wait. These guys are on tap tomorrow, so I just say you stay very, very patient. You always want to give banks a couple days to settle out. I would say JP Morgan faded off that earnings call. You may have had a bottom there at 147.50. Let's see if it holds. That's what we're looking at here today, 148 or so bottom for JP Morgan. So that's something to have a quick look at. Now that we are into the open in just 3 minutes, and I believe we are done. Yeah, JP Morgan, the last name on the board right there. Apple continues its sell. And the funny thing is, man, it's like it was the #1 name on the sticky note, and we were like talking about it when it was up here at 178. Right, 178.20. You're now down $1 from that spot. So I just feel like, into these imbalances, the only name that I'm really concerned about, #1 name on here, and I said I was just going to be looking for shorts in Pfizer and in Apple. Well, there goes Apple without us. And I couldn't, very, very hard to take this trade because there was nothing here. The pre-market was going to the upside. Apple was looking like it wanted to go, and unfortunately, it looks like that 178 was a pretty beauty short area there. As look at this, man, it is getting kicked right now, down to 176.50. Let's slap a big fail on this one, as there goes Apple. I just hope that you guys were following maybe in the pre-market here a little bit and sort of had the gumption to take it short when we were talking about it short, because right now, there it goes to the downside. It's Apple, and it's getting crushed, honestly. Bitcoin as well, 3 times down right now.
Up.
Oh, Bitcoin breaking up. Okay, so that's All right, I thought maybe the NASDAQ coming down might have been brought down with Bitcoin as well. But Neil just mentioned breaking up through 28,000.
It's going to take 29,000. Something's happening.
Okay, maybe there's a decision somewhere.
We had 90 seconds to go, but let me just get my chart up quickly. We broke 28,000. I say it broke 28,000. Load Binance chart.
Yeah, Mara's ripping right now.
Yeah, everything's all those names are ripping. I'm obviously not going to short coin into this because if you take 29,000, there might be some news here. We'll see if anything hits the wire. This is refusing to load. So Mara making a power move. There you go. Like that's the move just now. Big time mover. We got 1 minute to the open. Riot is doing decent, but Mara's up like 8.5. It looks like it just got to. It's almost up 10% on Mara. Remember the short float on these names. So you don't want to fight these. I mean, if this thing can get above 9, it's always been a big level. Brendo.
Just seeing a note here from Nikkei in China suggesting there's 2 firms that have filed for exchange licenses or investing in licenses in mainland China for Bitcoin. So this seems to be part of what is happening right now for BTC. Again, Nikkei reporting that, guys.
Good to note there. With 20 seconds to go until the open, Pfizer did touch that 33 level. Just want to remind everybody, they got the upgrade. The Refrain, their numbers were not good when they came out after market Friday. 33.25 is resistance. We got Adara on the bell to start this week. Big earnings coming, but so far today, the story is going to be Bitcoin. Little Pfizer action. Apple and Tesla in tap in 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
We're going to see if we can fade Pfizer just a little bit here, as well as Apple. Like we said that was going to be the play to begin with. So let's see if we can get it started off right now. Apple with a nice move back up to the upside again, off 177. Just letting these things settle down. We said that we make our worst trades here very first thing in the morning. So let's settle down and wait for that. Yeah, we forgot to mention AMC. That is true. Pfizer, AMD, Apple on my mind, Brendo.
Also seeing now, guys, a few people mentioning this, that looks like BlackRock's spot Bitcoin ETF, I should say, has been approved. So a few people, again, this is not confirmed. So BlackRock, again, apparently not confirmed, but their ETF, Bitcoin ETF approved.
1,000 on Bitcoin. So, I mean, that's all it took. Now it's gone. I mean, Mara's near that $9 mark. As I said, obviously, I am not going to be shorting coin into this at the open when you have something like that. Just going over to Tesla, which wasn't the plan for a short off these levels. It's kind of holding the 250. 251 is where it closed. If it breaks that, I think I have to look somewhere else or look for a failure at that price. We want to be very, very patient with these levels. AMC is the one we forgot about. So it was a Huadong sell the news event on Friday. It just tagged $9 for an SSR bounce at the open. If you're not on the bid for that kind of a bounce, when it happens, good luck. That's all I got to say, because it happens in like a couple of seconds there. This could be a bit of a relief rally. It's short sell restricted today.
Yeah, I was just trying to look at some of these Bitcoins as well. Absolutely going insane right now.
What a time to
look at GBTC. I mean, this name is going hard. I'm not in it right now, but it's a nice little move up from 21 up to $23. As there we go right now. Just trying to get you a chart here for Bitcoin. As you can see, it's kind of starting to get going, man. 29, 30,000 coming into play right now. Up $3,000 right now is Bitcoin, and absolutely running right here. So congratulations, anybody that hit that long and sort of played off the news, right? Sometimes you got to know what's happening in other markets, and that there goes crypto. So bye Bitcoin, and I think it's helping a little bit here into what we're seeing with Apple. So 177. Let's start a little bit of a short now. Again, getting involved a little bit early. Let's see if we take that pre-market level of 178 and change right now. So that's going to be a level definitely of concern as we start our short right here for BTC. So we're in it. Sorry, for Apple, my bad. We're in Apple short right now. We're short at 67. We'll take a bid there at 55 to start the winning trades off right now, but watch out for 178. A break of that and we can get out of this one. What's up, Brennan?
Now seeing, guys, iShares as well. So a few people mentioning, again, none of this confirmed, but just keep that in mind. So iShares also approved for a spot Bitcoin ETF. A lot of people mentioning BlackRock as well.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what's obviously driving things. We just pull back off 30,000. Sorry, Bitcoin just pulled back off 30,000. I gotta stop saying we. But yeah, that's, oh my goodness, it's gonna be frustrating because it looks as if Coinbase failed 79. I'm gonna let these things calm down. I'm gonna get over to Pfizer in a second. probably not worth it to jump in too early on those. A lot of times you can be prepared for something and then the news comes in and you want to back off. But 33.25 is where Pfizer looks like it wants to get to. That's last week's resistance. If it gets into that price, then I'm going to be short. I already have some at the 4s, kind of wet the beak in there. But Tesla broke 51 and it is gonzo. Apple's getting real darn close to that 78 level, and AMC right back into $9. This could be a double tap of the $9 on AMC. If it does that, I'd be looking for the bounce. Did miss it the first time through, but I want to respect it the second time. If you're looking at any of these crypto names, they are starting to pull back here a little bit. There might be a chance at a consolidation or a bounce play. I just want them to calm down before we start jumping all over the place on that flash news.
Okay, so we're the same way right now on everything, man. We've got a couple different positions on board. We got a new one right now. I mean, first of all, it looks like Apple's about to break us back up to the upside, so we're getting ready to break that one. And we do have this Pfizer. Whoops, I keep on putting out the wrong keys there. We do have oh, my number lock must be on. Here's Pfizer. That's what I'm trying to show you guys. My bad, everybody. Okay, so Pfizer's coming back in just a little bit here. Let's see if we can get it. Our stop on this one's 33.50. So anything greater than that, we will get stopped out on Pfizer. But for right now, it is pulling back a little bit. So let's make sure that we do take something out here. And then we do have Apple, which looks like it's getting carried away. There it is. So we get stopped out. That slap a fail on the early take there for Pfizer, but it's a win on, sorry, early loss on Apple, early win there on Pfizer, as we'll just continue to take some out. Apple with a nice move up. Look at the NASDAQ. Really helping out here, obviously, is this BTC, guys. I mean, it's a huge move right now coming back upside there for Apple and for BTC. But here comes Pfizer pulling back in, man. Let's take some more out. And Apple's coming back in a little bit as well. So big mistake by getting out of that one. But we had our levels, and they did hit. So we'll try one more time. That top right there is 178.20 for Apple. A little bit of a mistake there by getting out, but hey, we had our levels like we just said, so we'll fade it one more time through 178. But there goes Pfizer, nice move to the downside, and we're back into the short on Apple. It's too bad we did get stopped on that, but hey, that's what it is right here. So
wow,
there we go. We'll watch out for Pfizer.
Riot's actually, I was looking at Riot and Mar. Riot just broke back beneath $10, so got to $10.50. It's now pulling back in. I'm going to look for a chance to get in on this news. If it broke out from 75, I can't imagine it going lower than that. So let's go back to Brendan. He's got more news for us, but looking at Riot and Mar.
Yeah, late note on CART. Brokerages multiple initiating coverage this morning on CART with a buy, so I just saw that pop up. There's also this one, guys, Snap. I haven't seen anything on this yet, but Snap, almost 7% at the highs there.
Snapchat?
Yeah, well, they got into Bitcoin mining.
Yeah, but still.
No, they didn't. I don't know if they did. So I'm just taking, that's kind of a joke.
I took a little bit of a,
funny.
Go ahead.
Apparently. No, go ahead. I just took more Apple, and I'm just trying to get out of my Pfizer. I am now out of 2/3 of Pfizer, as it has come down into 33, so.
Yeah, there's a stacked buyer at 33.02. I'm in Pfizer as well, and there's a bit of a buyer at 33.02. Took this Riot, looking like it was gonna maybe make a move into 975. It ended up bottoming out here at 985, and then right back to 995. So just grabbed along into it. I want to respect this 1025 area. So look if we can't get something out in front of it, and see if we can't ring the register, let it run a little bit further. Tesla, wow. Oh goodness, thank goodness that didn't actually. If that had put a curl at 51, I'd be in this short. But it didn't. It just went straight through to the upside, so thankfully I'm not in the short on that one. It's absolutely out of hand, the stock, straight to the upside. I wonder if this Bitcoin news probably getting some of the markets to the upside and helping it. So Apple, it's not quite at Friday's close, which was 178.85. That's where I think the fade can be. AMC's right at $9. So it bounced once at the open, bit of an SSR bounce. It's trying to hold $9 again. Wow, I'm looking for the fail break. The first time you took it, it was just an easy 40 cents. The second time, it has to be a fail break. It's got to take 9, hold 9, and then I want to try to get into it. MNTS, I know that one's moving here, but while I'm in Riot, going to have to focus on that. I know there's other small caps moving, but when that news hits, it's hard not to jump over to some of the crypto names there and try to make a play.
Yeah, Again, we were short biased to begin with here today. It doesn't look like it wants to print out too much for us, but we do have a new position again, and it's off of our sticky note, and it's AMD. We are short up now side at 107. It was a play that we liked. We talked a little bit about that. Now, I don't know what this crypto news really does mean for these miners. Well, we know about it for Mara, but what I was getting at, sorry, was these chip names like an AMD, like an NVIDIA. We've seen them move before on crypto news, but again, this doesn't necessarily mean it's more exciting to mine crypto or anything like that. Nice move upside for AMD or for NVIDIA. As long as NVIDIA holds 450, I do like it. But here we go back into the money now on this Apple short. Let's take some more out here if we can, as we get this huge move up in the NASDAQ, man, up to 15,260. Hopefully this can fade out as we got some big shorts on right now, and we need to get them filled up here to the downside before this market really gets too excited and continues higher here. So nice bounce off 15.2, that is for sure, as this market continues higher. We've been dead wrong on Apple today, man. Normally I sort of refute some of these reports. I'm just not feeling good about China right now. So we'll hold on to these shorts. MNTS, you guys are right. I'm sure you guys talked about this on Friday. This was a big mover.
Yeah,
when we were here, when I was here all last week. But there goes MNTS, just in case it's on your guys' minds. There goes Apple.
And here comes the, hopefully it's the SSR bounce on AMC. I don't know if it's going to be one of those kind of days, but it can still make that bounce after being short sell restricted. We got the bounce off of 9 here, so it took out 9. We look for it to hold underneath, which is exactly what it does. Takes them out 10s, takes them out 15s. You can probably figure if it gets to the quarters, going to be on the offer there as well. So pay yourself out. Make sure you grab that profit. I don't necessarily think fundamentally it's that great. Riot, we got the 10-15 level. Going to try to hold on. If it breaks this local bottom, I'm out of Riot. We're just catching a couple of nice bids in here on, quite frankly, just a couple of high-flying names. And not really in anything big cap tech except Pfizer. Pfizer's not big cap tech. Big cap other than Pfizer. Brennan.
Yeah, just be aware, guys. Senior Bloomberg crypto analyst just tweeting that this is ahead of schedule. So they are still trying to confirm everything. So just basically saying, everyone, take a breath. Trying to confirm. So still not confirmed, guys.
On the crypto? Yes. Okay. Wow. All right.
Okay.
Wow.
That's I'm out instantly.
That changes everything.
It changes literally everything.
All right. So we'll do chicken dinner winner. We got out of AMD, but AMD did fall back in, which was nice, and then we just took it out on the top side again right there. So AMD, good trade turned bad real quick right there, as it for some reason just popped up. But holy crap, man, we are now Bank City on Apple, short 178.30, coming back in now, 70 cents in the money. I still like this AMD short. I just wonder if, that's Pfizer. I just wonder if we got stopped out there on that little top wick. Let's try one more time. Small though, 98's now short, AMD. As Apple, everything's starting to wick up a little bit now. Good thing we took something out as this market's wild. Nice little move back up to the upside. Watch out for these shorts now. They definitely just held that 15.2 again, and now you're looking to take out the top side. So, wow, man, Apple, we were just 70 cents in the money on Apple. Now we're back to flat here, guys.
Yeah, so just very quickly, obviously I got out of Riot. My stop was in play. So on that news, I would have punched out manually when I heard Brendan say that, even if I didn't have a stop. Grab the profits while you can, but don't try to fight it too far. AMC's still holding pretty good. MNTS, the tap is 464. So that's pretty much where it closed. It obviously halted to the upside at 59. Currently, the tap is basically flat. Looking over here in Chipland, AMD 108-ish. Is a pretty good level. If we get up there, just remember this is around where it faded. 107.5 to 108 was the fade on Friday in the afternoon. So if it gets up to that price, I mean, that would be the first resistance level for me. I just reloaded on Pfizer as well.
What a reload.
Off of 33.30. And my goodness, coin, that's what happens when it's just a rumor. Nasty. $3 reversal on Coinbase. It's actually still up 3.5%.
Guys, look at this. I know Neil was just me and Neil talking about AMD right here, but look at this. Holy crap, is that a big enough one there, Randy? Look at that, 107 reloaded there. Look at this reload on Apple, 178.20, now giving us 60 cents back in again. So we were like watching that and like, oh my gosh, what exactly is going on? we are getting the turn as the market nears the highs. Randy turning it over right
That's
now.
interesting.
Look at Apple. Nice move to the downside right here. Yeah, Randy's making the calls. You didn't like our coffee there, Randy? You went and just killed that Tim Hortons?
Cat did a coffee run.
Oh, Cat did a coffee run. Thanks for asking, Cat. That was great. Come over to the side here.
Ouch.
Let's see the size of this coffee here, Randy. There we go. That's just a large or extra large? Jeez, you're not messing around.
That's a little. That's just going to
Pringles
get cold.
can, yeah. All right, no, you got to drink it quickly there. There goes Apple, man. We are, yeah, chug it, yeah. Chug, chug, chug. Bill's Mafia right there. Okay, let's go to the downside here. Let's go Apple. Nice little move here. Let's see if we can put this into the dollar club. Let's hold some of these shorts as finally we're starting to pay off to the downside. We did it again, man. We're back. We take a day off. That don't matter. We're still back with some energy. We're back flying around here. Let's go Apple. Let's get to the damn downside. It's a green morning, and we'll ring the Reggie at some point on some of these trades. Pfizer's the most disappointing to me here, Neil.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing, but it is what it is. It's at that key level. If it takes out 50s, that was last week's resistance point. AMC's now busted through the 20s, looking like it wants to make a run at these highs. It closed at 950. If it fails 950, I want to get out. It's just an SSR bounce. So I'm going to have a trailing stop second we tag that 950 level. Obviously, that Bitcoin story is going to be the biggest news. There's no question about it. It rallied the market up, and then it took it in to said downside. That MNTS... You don't trust it, Stano? I think it's a little bit scary off this one. And remember, it is a reverse split runner to the upside trade. It just failed $5. A lot of times he's trying to fill in the gap. The next gap is 7, technically. Brenda, what up?
Another senior analyst here saying BlackRock has just confirmed to me that this is false. Their application is still under review.
Okay, well, I mean, you're seeing the action right now coming off some of these names. Hold on, I just want to talk about Apple here because we are printing early on Apple off the sticky note right now as it continues to go down. And yeah, Neil, I mean, that is the problem. As we, sorry guys, I have to do this. I don't know if probably this was happening on Friday, maybe not. There goes the dollar club, and I'm hoping the same thing can happen for us here with Pfizer as well and AMD. But it's Apple right now that is a dollar club, and I was just tweeting it out. If anybody was on the sticky note today, we said we're fading pops. We have one trade on our damn mind, and it's Apple. And to the bank goes Apple right now. Like Tim Duncan, the bank is open here this morning on a Monday.
Oh, it's going to be real easy twice in a row on AMC. It is what it is. I'm out of the stock. I'm always going to take the money and run, but if you can quickly bag 3-4% in 3 minutes or 10 minutes, you're going to take it every single time. So the SSR bounce play, pretty clean off the $9 level. I'm in, I'm out, not going to fight it. I said if it curled at 950, that's where it closed. We're just going to get out, so that's what we're going to do with it here. MNTS is in a down halt, so I don't trust it either. I just think the way that traded, look, those reverse splits, I'm usually looking in the other direction of them. So I wanted to calm down and maybe get to 7 before I shorted it, but I didn't want to chase that long. You get long at the bottom, that's one thing. This is now nasty. I mean, coin's still up on the day because it had gapped up, but 75 is just sitting here on the bid. That is absolutely disgusting. Anyways, let's not get into the whole story aspect of it because it is what it is. You guys know rumors can bust you. I'm now out of Pfizer. It did give you one push back in to get some profit at 33, but it's now breaking out. So regardless of what you think of it, it is now absolutely running to that upside. Coin, just going back to that 75. I forgot to mention ARM and 50. If you were there on Friday, you know what happened at 50. It's pulling back in as well. I'm on the bid at 50, and I will be pretty much until that level breaks. It was basically free money for the entirety of the afternoon.
Oh, man. Okay, guys. We're still in the same stuff as we've been going on, man. Take more coin. Okay, I'll look at coin quickly here as I see people in the chat looking at this name as it's made a huge move up, huge move down, was up there to $80. Brendan's brought the story over and over and over to us here today as it is moving parts right now. This is GBTC. I don't have any positions or trades in this name here today, but what goes up must come down. So there it is, man. Looking at the paperwork is not becoming an acceptance. So right now we'll have to wait to see. The more ETFs in this, like I don't even know if it's good news, but we talked about the last time crypto did this. Once this show's over, like you had a monster move up there We also had a monster move up in Bitcoin, right? So here's Bitcoin right now, trying to fade out just a little bit more right now. Go into a 1 minute chart for BTC. So there's 30, back down to 28. So it actually gave the whole move back. I'm wrong. I didn't think it gave it all back. So it did give it all back. So nice move to the top side. So we have to watch out for that GBTC spot price right now. Where is it? Right there. 23.50 was the high. So if something happens and we get an acceptance or something like that, that would basically be the level to look at there, 23.50. But it's pulling back quite dramatically now. Good outs down there on Apple as we put the Dollar Club in our pocket. And again, if you're following me, please follow at Twitter for the sticky note. Every single day I'm here, we'll put that up. And so far we've had on here today, we talked about Apple short. That's been a good one. And then Pfizer short. The Pfizer short printed. We're up on Pfizer today. So that was good, but not up enough. As right there, Pfizer 33.60 looks like it's coming into play a little bit better. And we have one more Dollar Club member. So let's go one more time right there as 2 for 2 on Dollar Clubs. Now it's Apple, it's AMD, and it's Brendo.
All right, official confirmation here, guys, on news wires across the board. BlackRock saying, as I just mentioned, that was a Fox Business reporter who tweeted that initially, but confirmation now, BlackRock saying their application is still under review. Remember, there's still notes floating around suggesting iShares was also approved. Nothing on that yet.
Yeah, again, it's obviously, that's one of those stories, keep your ear to the ground, and you don't always have to trade flash news, but you definitely have to get out when something like that happens. I don't think holding on to those longs was like the worst thing you could possibly do in a situation like that once it's any chance at a rumor, and now it's just getting more and more confirmed. Meta is still relatively strong into the market, but look at the barcode happening at 319. I mean, this is a classic stair step right now on Meta. I look at this, and then also Amazon. Like, this is stair-stepping up, the other one's stair-stepping to the downside. So if this market is kind of any chance, I mean, Amazon looks okay to the upside. Meta looks relatively weak. Intel has my eye, if only because it's up 1.5% as the market's reversing, and you're seeing strength off the 36 level. It's hard for me, when you're seeing the market reverse this move, not to like a fade in Intel. We're getting pretty darn close to that 37 level that was so good for the shorts last week. Couple more pushes, and I'm going to start shorting the stock into that 37. I know it's strong, but the level is what matters to me over here on Intel. And one last one for you. We kind of forgot to mention Affirm because it wasn't really doing much off the open. It's holding on to the 18 level. If this doesn't hold 18, I think we see 17 today. It's been giving you dollars every time it fails to keep price.
All right. We have, I mean, both these trades right now are dollars, but we gotta look for other trades here because it's only 9.50 right now. So, like I've said this before, I said this last week, you can make one trade and be completely done with it. And if you have either one of these names here off the sticky note today, you're multiple dollars, right? So just chill out now. If you see something, great, but never ever force the issue. That's the one thing that I've learned in my wise old years, coming through right now, old age, I guess. Let's have a quick look at Meta. This was another name that we looked at, trying to fade out. 320 we wrote down. It got as high as 319. We are more infatuated, of course, with Apple as better levels, but that 319 looking like it's pretty sweet there as well. All right, we're pretty much out of everything right now, so we got to be pretty careful.
Snap is the one that's
Snap, yeah, what was?
We don't know.
Yeah, what was that story with Snap? Nice move back up there to the upside. Snapchat trying to go as well. 8.5%. Did you ever find anything more about this, Brendo? Because there goes Snapchat one more time. Okay, TPST right now, $4. So this was, again, a name from last week. And I always think that Neil and I, we do a good job, but maybe not the best job of like day two plays, day 3 plays. So thanks to people in the chat for mentioning this one. TPST seems like it's a day 10 play. Feels like this name has been really trying to go for a while, and it's only from the 10th. So again, just 3 or 4 days. Nice move up for Tempest. The bottom right there was about $253. Looks like it's trying to go again. So we just stopped. Is that a pre-market level? Yeah, at 8 o'clock, we stopped at 4:30. So again, we say it, man, zoom out. you know? And if you zoomed out there for 8 o'clock, you would have saw that 430 top right there. So that was huge. So baselining now at 380, 390 with a 430 top. You may just want to keep on rinsing and repeating that one until something does change. And then Neil and I talked about this in the pre-market just with each other that, you know, was AMC ever really going to remain up there? Nope. Taylor Swift was dancing in movie theaters. Everyone's turning movie theaters into concert halls. But how many times are you actually going to see that movie? Maybe once, maybe twice, 3 times sold. So we'll have to wait to see if AMC can keep on chucking with that momentum. And right now, you're bouncing off 9. So I like $9 there on AMC. And yeah, AMD, you're 100% right, man. That ain't done yet, FFTB. Not as long as I'm sitting here. I'm still going to be watching for an AMD break lower. We already took a buck on it.
Already to the upside, you had, I just mentioned Intel was pretty strong. Rivian's up 1.7%, $20 level incoming. This is not a level I thought was going to come into play. It didn't come into play on Friday, even though we liked it. It double topped at 1950. So if we get 20, that's the short area. If this breaks out from 20.25, lots of room to the upside. Until it happens, I still want to favor the other side of the trade. Intel's starting to get into the pocket as well for the south side play. It's now slowing down right at 36.5. It might not have to wait for 37. If it just checks up here, that can be a nice little short area. Just want to be patient. Do not want to force the action. It's going against right now. So you want to get, I usually want to get on the other side when it starts turning, join selling instead of making it. Obviously, Lululemon, anybody that's watching the stock can understand that it's having a good day. Checking up a bit at that 410. Not necessarily the best day trading stock, but 410 is a pretty big breakout on the daily and the weekly for Lulu. This one could be, I mean, it's up almost 10%. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw Lulu like 13, 14, 15% today. Wouldn't be too much of a shock.
Lulu's a great stock there, and of course now being included. So, I mean, I think that that's going to be definitely something to look out for. Oh, I left Pfizer a little bit here. I think we should go back to it and maybe continue to fade this. Anyone shorting MSTR, that's a dangerous play, especially with this news out there. I would not be shorting that stock right now. Of course, that's MicroStrategy. The fact that they are like all about Bitcoins makes me a little nervous, obviously heading into that 33.60. Oh, man. All right, so we just shorted Pfizer again right now. I mean, we're here to play this game. Let's give it to 33.65. We'll try another little bit here at 60 one more time. We shorted 55s. Pfizer again. I think it's a pretty dirty move, man. They came out, they dumped all that negativity. I felt like it was negativity. And again, good news is bad news, bad news is good news. You tell me that with Pfizer. Guided lower, talked about having to take back all these COVID-19 not just shots, but some of the boosters and some of the equipment and all that kind of stuff. I didn't like what Pfizer had to say. And I mean, here it is right here on our watch list coming through. Actually, hold on a second. Let me just pull that out because it's not in the right format right here. And I'll just pull it out right now and just to show you guys right now. So here it is. Pfizer, we talked about that. Here's some highlights. Charles Schwab, JP Morgan Chase, Tesla, Pfizer. I thought we had Pfizer on here. There it is, right here. It is, yeah. So reducing its full year revenue outlook after the market close, which is dirty. In my opinion, like, what are you, a sports team dropping news like this? Like, you know, it's like when the Jays, they had their press conference with Ross Atkins. Wasn't it on like Saturday?
It was genius.
No, it was a good move, but it's to divert the attention.
Exactly, so that no one would pay attention to the bad news.
So I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying, like, for Pfizer right there, well, we don't have to pay attention to it Friday, but we should be paying attention to it now. So full year 2023 outlook, 58 billion from 61, so that's lower. Look what they're expecting, 67 to 70. You got 58 to 61. It's not good, man. Revenue down by 9 billion initial projections. It's down, man. Citigroup cuts the price target as well. I thought there was a little more negativity coming in Pfizer than what we've seen today. So we'll take, well, actually we're up on all three. We're going 3 for 3. So let's face slap this one a little bit and not get too carried away. All three names we've traded today are all positive, but disappointment for me for Pfizer. So we'll take a little piece out here. Here it comes. Okay. We'll take a dime, and then we'll see if it gets a little bit lower than that. But disappointed in some of the reactions here on Pfizer so far today. And just again, guys, we have 5% left on AMD. We really got that out. When this came back into these pre-market levels, unfortunately, we'd wind up taking like 40, 50 cents on the majority of them. Then there's about 70 cents, and there's $1 as we continue to go lower right now. It's Apple that I want to try to hold on to.
Yeah, and speaking of Apple markets, the market is still holding the breakout of this range. So even on that crypto reversal, whatever you want to give it, whatever you want to call what just happened, you are still holding on the NASDAQ this little kind of consolidation breakout from 15.2. So that could be a little bit of a support level. If you do not break back underneath 15.2, shorts are going to be in a little bit of trouble. At least that's when big cap tech. But there is a bit of a drag down. Even Tesla just turned red, so you are getting a bit of a pullback. I do still want to. I mean, Rivian is in play. I like the fade off this after they raised money, but it's still kind of pressing 19.5. We have to wait for $20 on that. AMC, by the way, like it was a good rejection. Probably could have maybe shorted that 950 level. If it comes back into $9, there might be another chance to jump into that long again, but it's already bounced there twice. I'll have a quick look-see at it, but I don't think it's an obvious one. Why do we miss MicroStrategy? That's not a stock that I trade, MSTR, as a day trade. It's a very big spread. Coinbase is the one that I should be short. Like, this is the one that was missed. It gave you the 75 breakdown, hesitation a little bit, because I didn't want to be shorting the lows on this, but that would have been pretty golden. Shorting 75 looks pretty decent there. I am on the bid of ARM, but I don't think we're going to get that one. It feels as if we're done with this $50 level, and I might have to start thinking about the 51 on ARM, but I'll give it a chance. And Intel about to take out the high of the day. So Intel's still looking relatively strong. I waited till it looked like it was curling, got into the short, and give it to the high. Like, that's my strategy. Get in, get out. If it takes out the top, I'm only going to look at 37 next, or failing 36.5. So those are two areas I want to trade. Once I'm through one zone, I work to the next zone, and that's where this seems like it's going to be headed. 37 even is going to be the next short opportunity for me in that name. And yes, coin is Coinbase there in the chat. Fee rhymes with AMC.
Yeah, Coinbase. I don't know what that was all about.
Someone just said in the chat, coin is Coinbase.
Yes.
So
okay.
I just want, I mean, if someone didn't know that, I feel like
you know,
yeah,
most of the time we will refer to symbols by either, well, I mean, some of the names like NVIDIA, we don't say NVDA, but, Coinbase, pretty good name.
Sharif does sometimes.
Sharif says things, Sharif is unhinged with his names. Okay, so Pfizer, finally, guys, we finally get it right now. Let's go. Yeah, there's Brendo. All right, so we'll go Pfizer, finally coming back in a little bit. We just took a fill. Nicely done there on the downside of that one. Our best fill is 38, so it's right here, right now. We are going to wait for a little lower on that as Bitcoin's still hovering around right now, 28. I actually got here. This is because I don't know what's happened here today. I don't even want to see this. How do I see a order book, see a more trades? We only need this main chart right now, so we'll see what's going on here. I mean, this is not like this is my account. I'll just figure out how to get rid of that. Oh, there it is, order book. See ya. Right now, this is from Kraken right now, which I don't have an account. So, okay, so we'll see right here. There comes Bitcoin, just hovering around 28,000 now, trying to get going. We heard that big story this morning where we were just sitting here wondering, and we're like, oh my God, there goes Mara, there goes Coinbase, there goes Bitcoin. And again, ETF, I guess, postponed for now. We're going to wait, not postpone, but we didn't get the decision that we had thought. So we'll wait to see what happens right now, 28.6. Actually, what is this level where we just wicked to? 28,250. So I guess that's sort of what you're looking for if you're trading it. But again, if you're trading Bitcoin, we don't have a great offering for coins per se yet on this platform, but we do have all of the equity names that can easily be traded. So that would be a GBTC. Again, look at OTC. So you can trade this as if it was a lit market. Again, it is lit. You could use their ARCA gateway, which trades just like a NASDAQ or any of these other exchanges. And of course, OTCN, which we've had Jeff Mendel on here. Again, that's an automatic fill as well. If you see shares there, you are to get the fill. And if not, please please do not direct that towards me. You could also trade ETHE as well. So again, another liquid market. And then Mara coming in. This is going to be a big name. We talked about this. Remember we said like ripping up to $9? Well, that's exactly where it stopped. And again, news dependent here on Mara, now bouncing off $8. We're holding 3 names and all 3 in the money, which is a good time to go over to the big desk and check out happening now-ish.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll keep an eye out for anything further as far as these Bitcoin headlines that are floating around. Again, nothing confirmed yet on the iShares side. If you missed it, again, BlackRock has come out and said their spot Bitcoin ETF application is quote unquote still under review. So we get the move up to 30, right back down, as the guys were mentioning there, gives it all back for BTC. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of other individual names on watch this morning as well. Obviously, Tesla and Netflix to come this week as far as earnings is concerned. I saw this note on Apple this morning as well. I mean, there was suggestions about this iPhone 15 sales in China not being up to where they should be, but apparently there's going to be a new iPad, M2 iPad coming through this week at some point as well. So we'll keep an eye out for Apple. If you're with us pre-market this morning, we touched on, that report from Bloomberg, missing a G there, but Bloomberg. Tesla and JPM also on watch. Multiple positive notes for our JPM after earnings on Friday. Beat Snapchat back to the downside. Yeah, still looking, but nothing yet on Snap. Tesla as well, trying to hold on to where we ended the day on Friday, guys.
And that's one way to know that the story is fugazi, right? I mean, Bloomberg, we should have known from the beginning. Darn it. Obviously, that story is a bit of a mess, but you can see the price action that's now it's causing. Like, it's not just that these names are back. Like, this is like coins underneath its support level when it was looking strong this morning. I'm looking at that 75 level. There's 100,000 on the bid underneath 74, so 73.90 has a massive buyer. Every time it gets under 74, there's some buying accumulation underneath it. But until we break 75, I'm still looking short at the end of the day. What else we got here? Lululemon is absolutely, like, it just took out the 412, or it got to 412. This could be a chance to maybe buy the dip if it gets back into VWAP, but I want to be patient with it. AMC, maybe it's a reload at 9, as I said, but I want that to be at 9, not at 9.15. That's a little bit too far out in front of it. Want to make sure we get the level that we like. Eli Lilly's flying. That's not a stock we trade, but I am always happy when I see that one start to go. Mara, Riot, all of those. I prefer coin, but starting to level off at some of these bottoms and maybe calm down for whatever the next salvo might be. Again, they gave up everything and then some. It's almost as, whatever, it is what it is. Like, that was a nasty move. We still see nothing on Snapchat, but I am looking at this one. Even if there's no news on Snap, it's looking very, very strong. It just held a dip back into 9.15. The $9 level would be absolute gold if we could get it. And I'm not really looking at that at TPST just yet. Small caps are going to have to wait.
Yeah.
Unless it's AMC.
That Snapchat can really snap your neck if you don't know the news on that one. We're going to wait. I mean, I'm looking at Mara and debating this right now as I did take a small long right now on GBTC off of 2150 just to see if this holds. You don't see it on the board there, but we do have a little position here in GBTC as it's starting to go upside just a little bit now. We'll see if we can get something out here at 65. We're long at 55. I just bought it off this bottom. That's why I was looking at Mara, just to see if we did get some sort of extension play here in Mara. There we go. No, we didn't get out yet at 65 as we're on OTC markets. There it is. So good little trade there for us as we hold on to some of this crypto. But we've traded before on this exchange, and you need to get out when the market starts to turn on you, because it does become liquidity sparse a little bit here. So look at this move back down. You see what I mean? Like, we were just getting out at 68, and now you're looking at 57s and 60s and so on and so forth. So be careful with this, as right now Bitcoin, and look, I don't have a problem talking about it because we're in it now, but here we go again on BTC. So just still doing absolutely nothing. Let's zoom back in a little bit here. If we get around this 28,000, we'll see a much more dramatic move in one of these plays. And look, we were just talking about GBTC, and now look, Neil. Well, it doesn't matter. You're not looking at it, but it was just 50s, and now it's 75 right there. So it's wild here. But look what's happening right now. Spin it right here for back in. I don't know if you got back in, but Pfizer definitely. I think we got a little bit spooked there by it. So we'll put it back into our pocket right now again. As yeah, man, the money's coming in on some of these plays. AMD just made a move back up to 106.50, but still hovering around there. Hey, we're going to go 4 for 4 today, including now GBTC. So good day to be back in the office and a good day to trade so far, despite the market kind of hovering around.
It's strong. The market's up 0.75% and actually holding 15.2 pretty well. It's Amazon that's one of the big names that's strong here. Just looking at the relative strength and weakness, it's holding on to VWAP. You're going to see a nice little upward trend. I did like Meta 317. Apple's not at my price yet. When I say I like Meta 317, that was before it just took out VWAP. Like, this market is looking very, very strong in here to the upside, and Amazon's the one. It feels like this is where you want to join the trend if you're looking at big cap tech. So nice little gentle upward trend here on Amazon that I want to respect. You know, I've been short pretty much the entire market, but now I'm looking 15.2 hold. If it continues to do that, you have 100 points to the upside to Friday's high or Friday's resistance. That's 15.3. So Amazon, it made one bounce. Now it's starting to consolidate. I like the consolidation play here on Amazon. Just holding on to this trend line. If it breaks, I think it's an easy out at 131.4. AMC, by the way, that's also getting very, very close here to that $9 level. No, I don't like 906. I'm going to let it get tighter to $9. We got actually fills underneath $9 the first time. I don't know why I shouldn't just be patient enough to wait for right at $9 the second time through.
All right, I see what you're saying, Kian. There in the chat wants me to hold Pfizer the whole way, but I mean, you're back to the 50-period moving average. I said, okay, but let's just wait to see. Honestly, I like the trade. We talked about why we like it right now, so we could try to hold on for the top of the day. I'm already out of half, a little bit more than half of this reload, so just FYI on that one. We have about 15% or so left of Apple right now at this level, so I do like this trade, but again, you know, nice move back up. We'll have to wait to see if it does hold. And I'm just trying to watch out for the NASDAQ and look for other names. We talked about Nike earlier. I know Neil touched on Lulu there. Nike with a huge move, man, up to 102. We said, can it hold? And so far it is holding that 50-period moving average. So I do like that play as well. Right there now for Nike. A name that was on our watch for longs, a name that was on our watch list. Watch out for Tesla. Tesla, we always say this, man. It has a huge move every morning. I just got to try to figure out why it does this and which way it's going early. Look at the market. The market took off, so does Tesla. Now the market's trying to go back up to the upside. So why not just clear out some of these positions? So Apple's already coming back up, trying to touch down to 178. We were being very specific, waiting for 178.50 last time. I think we could do that again, but I am bidding something. Did I just get that, Phil? No, we're bidding 68. I just pushed bid enter. Hopefully we can get that, Phil. AMD still obviously a positive name, but that's looking to take this level out as well. So my stop for AMD was 107.10. It went all the way down to 106, giving us $1. So let's make sure that we do cash out a little bit here, as now you can see the market trying to get back up to the upside. So 106.61 will be a stop right now for this. So 106.61. Oh, there it is. It's already broken out. So I just push enter. We get stopped out there. So AMD, a good trade, but everything's starting to march back up, man, including our Pfizer, including our Apple. So was a good idea to get out. But for right now, I don't know if we want to get back in. The market's, well, we can. It's back up here to highs. Good thing we got out of some of those plays near the bottom there, but AMD would be the only one that I'm thinking about reloading here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a bounce. Let's see if, I mean, at least something strong like Amazon, I think, can get back to the highs. If we take out 15.25, I think we should get over 132. Amazon, double what the market is, or at least close enough to it, but going to start ringing the register on the way up to that high. One bounce off VWAP. Let's see if it can do it a second time. As mentioned, man, like Meta, it's crazy because before, like 10 minutes ago, Meta was obviously not as strong as Amazon, so it may just be playing catch-up. That's why you're getting a big, extreme move off that bottom. I think there's some 317 shorts that are trapped here. This looks pretty strong. I mean, the chip names are looking pretty strong. Obviously, Intel was a little bit early, I think, shorting this 36.5. But if I like a level or if I like a direction, sometimes on Intel, I'm going to take it at every $0.50. I wish I could tell you I wanted the long at 36. Didn't. 37 looks like it's the next stop. So I got to wait for it to go another 25 cents. I talked myself out of on the bid of AMC, and I'll slap to fail because you guys all saw it. I was literally bidding right here. I'm like, oh, no, I should be getting 9.9, not getting in at like 9.06. Canceled bid. It would have filled 06. It's already bouncing back into the upside. So sometimes you get a little bit too patient. It was dipping down pretty strong. I thought we were going to get a better price to go long. I should have just wet the beak exactly where it stood. So that was a bit of a mistake by me. It was a good trade the first time through. Obviously, it'd be better if I had it the second. 132 here on Amazon. I'm going to take some out as it's slowing down off 132. Don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth.
The market is
This market is now flying. I should have had at least a couple of other longs. You know, maybe I should have had Meta, but
wow.
Amazon was certainly a strong one, and we'll take it this time. TPST, look, Tempest is running, but it just failed $5. Let this thing calm down. It hasn't even halted today. This stock could halt on a dime if it were to break this $5 level. Remember, this rejected like a $10 move just last week. So it is a kind of a second salvo. I don't like chasing those, right? Because it already failed big once. So if it can't get through $5, I don't want any piece of this thing long. If anything, I'd be thinking about paying for some locates here. Bitcoin is...
What's it doing now?
No, I mean, Bitcoin is now holding support at the 28,000 level. So I'm looking back at this Coinbase idea, like shorting at 75. Because if we fail 28,000, Coinbase under 75 might in retrospect be a really easy short. It's like it just has to fail 75 if we're back under, but there's way too much strength off this 28,000 level. I just think I'm not going to trade those. Forget it. The big cap techs are giving you opportunities, left, right, and center. And speaking of which, we haven't even talked about Alphabet.
Nope.
And look, I'm in Amazon. I just showed you guys Meta. Look at Google. High a day. Trending up. Clean up trend. And if it gets to 140, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think 140, obviously, it was a short level for 2 days in a row. I think you faded at 140. Until you get there, it's all green on the 15-minute. There isn't a red candle.
Oh shit, man! We just did a nice little trade right here on on Meta. You're just talking about Alphabet. There goes Meta. We talked about 319 short that we wanted, and there we go. We got that 319 short out right there for a little bit of profit on that downside of 318.50 right now. So we're short at 318.90. Here it is. Wow, huge trade here actually, guys, for me on Meta. So again, a nice little fade down here. We'll take 50, 60 cents. We'll see if we get something at 318 period. And then you think we're done. We're never done. There's a little reload right there on Apple coming right back in. We talked about Apple. We wanted 178.50. So that reload came into play. And then we are out right now on Pfizer as that name continues to go to the upside. And again, good out for us down there. And this is, we put a video out, risk to reward ratios. Okay, we put that video out. You go find it at TraderTv.live. I think it's a YouTube short. It's also on Instagram. It's on Twitter. It's all over the damn place. But look at this, man. We take this short right here at 133.60, 33.57s. Our outs are 20s. That's 30 cents in the profit. Look where we're getting stopped out at 66, 10 cents the other way. So, 3-1 on some of them, out right there, keeping that in our pocket. And then look what's happening here on Meta as well. Short 318.90 with a stop just northbound of 319. Here we go. Can we get another Dollar Club member as there goes Meta right now back into the downside. So far so good. But while you were gone, we did get stopped out of AMD because it does take 107 and now fading in. But hey, man, it takes one trade. And there it is right there on Meta. Huge move to the downside. And there it is, another one as we get another Dollar Club right there. And this one we gave to you, man. This one was pretty good. We talked about if it does get back up to 319, what kind of damage we wanted to do on that one. Let's see if it continues to go to the downside right now. Let's punch a little bit out here on Apple, but there it is. We just got an 86 fill on there as well. So hopefully Apple can continue to march lower, as can Meta, as these are two new positions. It just sucks that AMD stopped us out, or else we'd really be cruising. We were about 8 cents off on that AMD trade, but down goes Meta and down goes Apple for now. So little bit there. we'll wait to see what's happening next.
Yeah, we're going to get back in only if I see a bounce off VWAP again. So, I look at Amazon here. It did the bounce nicely, kind of held that trend, but a lower high got put in. So you could be forming a wedge. You could also be putting in like a kind of like a flat bottom break setup here, 131.5. But I want to see it consolidate before we jump back to that one. The market is still holding pretty strong. The market's almost 1% right now, which is pretty nasty. If there's something that's getting,
Oh, man.
I know, like the Nasdaq's pretty strong here. Rivian's up 2%. It's almost at $20. I'm trying to be really patient with this because I know that $20 level was so gold last week for shorts. It's not quite there yet. You just want to be patient. A lot of times you get antsy and you want to jump into this. But if you short at 70 and you're holding it to 20, well, that's giving it way too much room on a stock like this. So I have to be very, very cautious with it. So much volume on TPST. I see it. As I said, I don't like chasing this thing. It's trying to break that $5. If it starts consolidating above 5, that gets a little bit more juicy. But this thing has already failed way too big one more time. And Microsoft, we talked about Google. Microsoft also ridiculously strong. This is one of the reasons. I mean, it's almost at 335 up here. If you're looking for some weakness, like find things that are not at the high of the day, right? If we're not bouncing above VWAP, that's what it's all about. And Coinbase, to me, when the market's doing this, it's above 75 for now. That's because Bitcoin's bouncing off 28. But man, if this fails VWAP, it's not hard not to want to be short this pattern that I'm seeing in some of these crypto names. But I'm trying to be patient, very, very patient. Crazy whipsaw action. A lot of people got caught off sides in both directions here. Now that I think it's settled down, I think you want to work the trend, and the trend is a bit of a stair-step action. Just keep an eye on 28,000 as well.
I'm just going to cancel my meta down there. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get any lower than this. Okay, so we're out of half of meta already. We talked a little bit about that. We got two fills down here at 318, one at 20, one at 17. We do have a reload here. We're going to get out very, very soon as this market continues to take highs. We actually just sat here and took this the first time as it came all the way back down. We are now reloaded, so let's wait to see. There we go. Now we're really starting to get going. There we go. I was going to say, where is my stop? But there it is right there at 319.25, right back into the high of the day as the NASDAQ just keeps on going. So let's stay away. We had the trade. It's going to be a green morning for us. Let's not get carried away and give everything back, continuously shorting everything. But Apple's been good. We did get this out on the way back down. Again, it's kind of fallen on its face a little bit. Our out on Apple is still 178.50, so this is right back into the pocket. We'll take some 24s, a little bit more down there at 24. We'll wait for the 30s. Then if it continues to blast higher, then we can easily, there we go. I mean, look at this. We just got 10 more cents back in. We always put something out for 10 cents and then put something out near the O's again. And if we come back in and fall, then so be it. But for right now, a little bit of a reload on Apple. Let's stay away from Microsoft. And again, if we're going to go short, Apple down 0.4, and, we get some comments like you guys want a little bit more training and things like that on why we're taking positions. I mean, Meta right now up 1.5. If this market continues to be strong, I do not want to short a name that is breaking out through levels and is already stronger than the market. So unlike Apple, as you can see, it just retraced 10 cents, gave us that dime that we needed. Meta doing the complete opposite and taking out highs as we speak. So, you got to sort of stay away from names that aren't making any sense and put more, love into names that are following a pattern that you believe to be true, as Meta's taken out highs and Apple just retraced back in. So I know we have something to throw to. Anything you're interested in here?
Palantir's a new one. Shout out to everyone in the chat bringing this one up. I love reversal patterns like this. We liquidity grab underneath support. That's 17. If you consolidate above and break out, this goes green at 17.36. If this market holds up and this thing goes green, I think Palantir can get to $18. It's just the way that it typically trades. So looking for it to go green. As we go to the desk for a small cap recap.
Yep, I think.
I just don't know who's doing it.
First 30 minutes of the show, as always, brought to you by, hey guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV, all capital letters, TTV, gets you 10% off. Adara has a look at small caps.
This first name was This first name was actually on our watch list this morning, Mario Biopharma. So in collaboration with Ultragenyx, it announced phase 2 data from its study for treatment for osteogenesis imperfecta. We also have Transcode Therapeutics. This one, as you can see with this green wick here, has actually been a trending name recently. RNAZ, this had an announcement of successful treatment for its preclinical melanoma tumors using its immunotherapy candidate. So that is also of note. Last but not least, this one continues to run, Tempest Therapeutics, TPST. You might remember this name from its giant run last week. So today it seems to be trading in sympathy with Maya Biotherapeutics, which is a name that had successful cancer treatment data. That name doesn't really seem to be trending up right now, but it looks like Tempest Therapeutics is making up for it, guys.
All right.
Tempest.
We wrote down, yeah, Tempest continues to be a pretty hot name there. We wrote down Meta at 320, so we're going to try it. We just took out of 20% there as it went right into the 60s immediately once we had this. We're short now at 80s, sorry, not 90s, and it looks like it does want to continue its march higher. We were just playing this off of 320, so there it is. We're going to give it a little bit more love. We don't ever get stopped out right away, but that was pretty darn close, and maybe we should have as it comes back in right now, down 10 cents right now on this meta trade as it's breaking 320. It's a hell of a lot stronger than I gave it credit for here against that 320. So we're out of a little piece right now. All right, Apple's getting going now. And again, if this takes 50, which it's looking like it wants to do, stat right now, then we got to get out of the way. We're only short Apple right now at 30s. It's a nice move back up. As you could see, it just took out some levels there back up to the upside. Let's get something out here at 41. And then just see where the pullback is on this name because, yikes, it is making moves now. Apple, nice move as the NASDAQ looking to take out 15.3 and go higher. So this is the last straw for me in these shorts. No more after this, man. If it continues to break higher, we do have our trigger out right now on both of these names, just at their support levels. So NASDAQ and Apple right here trying to go higher, taking out 15.3. So our stop is 50s here. So very, very close to that one. But look what's pulling back a little bit. Let's take some more profit on Meta. There it is. We just took some out at 60s again. I'm putting another bid. Hit that 65. Get some more out as we're just sort of teetering on the brink of breakouts now to the other way. For all these names. Meta trying to break through 320. We're in the short. We're 20 cents in the money. And let's just take out some profit because these shorts are looking pretty scary. As there goes Apple. Apple, we fail on that last little place there as it takes out 178.50 and starting to get going now, Apple.
Well, you'd be happy to see the Palantir is green today. Palantir failed 18, so it's you know what's going to be next. Palantir, if it fails one big dollar level, you're looking at the next dollar. You're going to trade it off of that level. So I took the breakout. Nice little fail break underneath that 17. 17 break upside would have been good, but we took the break of the local high. Going to get some out 40s, going to get some out 50s. Look for places to add on a consolidation dip. I mean, now you're looking at pretty clearly a green market. If there is some concern for the longs, I think one thing would be ES 44. That's where we dumped on Friday. 4,400, talking about the futures, and then this 15.35 zone, which is like the only line on my chart on the NASDAQ right now. So you got room for the NASDAQ to go higher. The ES is more or less at resistance right here, right now. I don't have any great short ideas in terms of what I like at these levels. It's outside of 37 Intel. Apple's not quite, it's not even at 179 yet. So I was looking at the previous close, 179-ish and 180 for Apple. Neither one of those have come in yet, so I'm not really looking short on those two names up there. Snapchat, by the way, remember we couldn't find anything on Snapchat? News-wise, why it's so strong? Didn't matter.
Damn you, Apple.
It's right back up at the highs. Super strong here in Snap. Should have just bought the dip, but then I don't like trading blind. But if you just bought the dip off of previous resistance and did it blind, all you did is win. So congratulations to anyone long Snapchat. I just have Amazon and Palantir here. Looking to see if this market rally can continue through on the NASDAQ. But if the ES rejects, then I think I'm looking Intel. Not that it matters in the S&P 500, but it is the one that's close to that $37 level. As a matter of fact, it tagged 90s.
Oh, man, I'm a little bit spooked now because Apple, we got stopped out there. Yeah, we've asked for, you know, I can hit up Randy again. See if Randy will bring us some more coffee here. Yeah, but Apple, we got stopped out. We'll hit a fail on that one. We got stopped out by 2 pennies and then it tanked again. So we're back. We didn't get stopped out of everything. We got stopped out of 75% of the trade back into the Apple short right there. But now we're only short at 34s, taking some profits here in the low 20s, sorry, 21, 22, as here it comes back in again into these levels. That sucks. We had some shares there for sure, but then got stopped out, so it's fine. Now we're 70 cents in the money on Meta, and just in case you were wondering, that came back in, and there's our last fill, 25s on Meta, so short 80s. Out at 25, good little 60-cent win there. We'll see if Meta can't continue to pull back, especially if the market maybe has seen its temporary high now. I don't know. Market not pulling back at all and Meta coming back in. So that's given me a little bit of a pause for concern here on that name. And look at Apple now hanging out up here, 25s. Let's put another bid at 25. Hopefully we get that fill. Looks like it's trying to go back up to the upside rate. Give me that. 25 as we continue to go short. Let's check in on AMD, another name that we got stopped out at right around here. It didn't really pull back too much. I think AMD is going to continue to be one of the strong ones. Yeah, you saw that Randy turn these things around, and it's been
hilarious.
Bullish since he did that. There we go. Now we're back into Apple, short at 40s, giving it to a 61 break, which was the high.
It's actually, it's getting a little bit uncanny. You should never take trades off of the 8-ball like we use sometimes as a bit of a joke, or off when Randy changes things. But he came by.
It's becoming...
And like we usually joke with like, oh, just take it the other direction of what he says. But he's now kind of called the turn. Like he changed it to bulls, and it's been upside. So it's like 2 in a row Randy is shooting for, and maybe we listen to him more. I'm just listening to the price action. The shorts I like. You know, there were some pullbacks that were pretty good, but now the market's trending up. We just took 14.4 on the ES, 4,400, sorry, not 14.4, 4,400 on the ES. Palantir back up to 17.40. So if I take a 30 long and it's going to double top at 40, going to get some out, stair stepping to the upside. I was looking to add in the quarter range. If this can hold trend, I think gives you 17.50 next. If the market actually goes much more than, if we go 1.5% on the NASDAQ, Palantir is the kind of stock that can get to $18 today. I know it sounds crazy, but that's just kind of how it trades. Amazon, on the other hand, just kind of chilling out here. So the market pushing highs, continuing higher, and Amazon's forming a bit of a wedge. That's not as good as it looked on the first bounce. Like this making lower highs into a strong market says don't reload. And if anything, if we get to resistance on the NASDAQ, this could be a flat bottom break at 131.50. That's why you're not seeing me roll back into this one for any kind of a long opportunity. It's not looking as strong as I would like. I think Alphabet is obviously a lot stronger. It's almost at the 140 level, but 140 for me is a short on Alphabet. I just look at what happened on Friday, and it's hard not to want the short right at the 140 level on Alphabet. Just be patient. When the market's this strong, let it come to you. The market's green, paying some out on the longs as we get into this resistance spot, which is only 50 points away on said NASDAQ. David Kyle saying Robinhood's up. I mean, is it though? Is it really up? Robinhood doesn't do anything anymore. There's one level I want to trade this stock at, when it gets to $10. And that's because when it breaks $10, it's an easy short. It gets to 10, look at the $10 level on Robinhood. If you sniff it, it's just worthy because you see it fail there over and over and over again. I don't think we're even going to get to it, but slightly up, that's not a very good looking stock for me unless I get the price I want to fade.
We've been getting some out here on Apple on a reloaded short. We're short at 45. We just got some in the mid 30s. But I mean, look at the NASDAQ right now. Like this is a 30-minute chart. It is just, you know, really wants to go up. So I mean, like we said, fighting the short has been a little bit of a problem here today. But where are we going to go? I mean, if we're going to have to let this thing settle down, there really isn't too many levels. We're taking the 50 period. We're starting to go back up to the upside. Everything's continuously moving here today upside. So despite the crypto news, we're going to have to wait to see where we go here as NASDAQ continuing to make higher highs. I don't really have a level until 15.5 or so for a short. So there goes Apple. Nice move back up to the upside, right back to day's high as we cleared out some of the shorts, but we're still back in it, still making higher moves here. Here we go, man. There goes Apple. We just got out. So let's see where we go now. Apple out of a little bit more as it continues to march higher. Let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Just to note as well that Fed's Harker is speaking right now, begin speaking at 10:30, so stay tuned for that. We have lots of crypto news to cover right now. So on Friday, after the market closed, it was reported that the SEC was not going to appeal its loss in the Grayscale case. So this already was kind of boosting the idea of a Bitcoin ETF. And then we did have all this reporting and these rumors this morning that Cointelegraph had basically tweeted there was going to be a BTC ETF that had been confirmed. Then BlackRock said it had not been confirmed yet, hadn't been approved yet. And so we get this really interesting action here on the BTC chart here on the daily. We do see this giant wick to the upside. This did hit 30,000. Now it's climbing back down. Generally, we do have crypto higher. BTC is still up on the day, up 5% above that 28,000 mark. ETH is also up about 2% below that 1,600 point. In general, we are seeing a lot of strength in a lot of these crypto names, up 2 or more % on the day. Yes.
That would have been.
I was just sort of mentioning to Sean, it's like with what happened with Rite Aid today, maybe it was low-hanging fruit to just sympathy short Walgreens, which is the market's strong, Walgreens down 2.5%. Walgreens failed $24 on Friday. Well, $24.50 Friday. And then look at this, like Rite Aid probably going to the OTC markets today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, as they file bankruptcy. And look at Walgreens, probably the easier short in the market today. Sometimes you just want to find that relative weakness name. You got to be able to file that. I'm gonna drop this on myself because we knew all about Rite Aid this morning and was looking for. Obviously, you would have liked to trade that stock itself, but you can't. This could have been an easy opportunity, short through 23, all those kinds of things. I don't know about right now because as the market's strong, maybe you wanted to get back up, make a curl at a 23 level, then fade it. Something along those lines makes some sense to me. Amazon wasn't looking strong. Now it looks like it could take out that top. We got in once off 131.5. That's previous support. If we bust out, I think 133 is a good target zone because when we get to 15.3.5, I'm thinking resistance. I'm thinking market will slow itself down at that level. Hasn't happened just yet. Tesla also, by the way. Ooh, Tesla's looking spicy. Double top on Tesla, 254. Let me just get rid of this 253 line. I don't even know why it's there. Get rid of that. VWAP holding, stair step upside. I only have 2 longs in here. And oddly enough, the next thing I'm thinking at 15.35 is short Intel at 37. Waited after getting the loss on it earlier for the 37 level. Well, we're here now. That's what patience is about. Allow it to get up to that level and then look for the fade.
Disney, eh? Some people want to talk about Disney. I'm still looking short Apple. Just need to let it go up a little bit. We take some 70s there. Wow. Okay, Disney. Yeah, nice little move right now for Disney. I don't know where this is going right now, but again. We've seen it here on the 20-minute. I still think you need to look at $86. So it's a nice move to the upside. We have faded off this $86 mark. We got as high as $85.80. It's been there's been some upgrades on this name recently, as far as I can remember. But it's a nice little move there on Disney, starting to go back up. Here comes Randy with the reload. We did realize that Rob was work from home today. So thank you. By the way, Randy.
Good call, Randy.
Look when you turned over the bulls, and this just been straight upside. So. We're trying to learn from you, and your market prognostication seems to be very, very accurate. Oh, shit, that's right. That was too good of a word. Yeah, I'm not, normally that's, so hey, I'm Sean. Normally I don't use words like that, but I'll take that.
Sean doesn't use school words.
No.
That's a school word.
What's up with that, man? I should have just said market prediction. Or
prognostication.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hey, mate, sometimes we put on our professor hat right here, and some of this is
You got to put the glasses on if you're going to say stuff like that.
Why is Sean looking to short everything? Yeah, valid point. I do not have a long yet today. I did take the long, though, in crypto. You saw that trade come through. And why are we short today? Yeah, I don't really know. The market's been very, very bullish as of late. But some of these names have just come in, right? And the thing is that I don't feel like we're shorting the market per se. We're just trying to short key levels. Like Meta's up 1.5% today, and we're $1 in the money, or 80 cents now in the money on this short. So sometimes you got to pick your poison, right? There's 320 just came into play. So we hit that, right? We hit that a couple times. We hit the 319 short, then we hit the 320 short. So it's a nice move back in for Meta right now. And now we're $1 in the money on this one. And unfortunately, we did get stopped out a little bit of our Apple trade, but we did reload that one back here in the 70s. So Apple, despite the market pulling back a little bit, is remaining relatively strong. So I do think that we could flip over into a strong position on Apple. It's going to turn green very soon, which ain't good for this guy. But we were going to try to give this one just a little north of 179.
Look where it turned.
If it goes, yeah, where did it turn?
Exactly at Friday's close. 178.85 was Friday's close on Apple. This is the zone I've been waiting for. 85 to 90. So 85 to that even $1.79 is where I like it. But I'm into Intel. I mean, sometimes you short things because they're at key levels. And you put the bigger picture in mind. Like I was just looking to see if it's going to fade, if it can't hold green. Underneath 180 also looks relatively weak. The other thing is look at the NASDAQ. Like we're at, it's 10:30. Like this is usually that time of day where you look for those curls, look for the market to bounce on a down day, for it to curl on a on a green day, and we're getting pretty darn close to that resistance level. So you ride the longs into it. Found a couple, probably way too late. Should have been a lot earlier to go into the long, but it is what it is. You move on to the next. I'm short Intel, and I'm looking at Apple at this 179. So waited all morning for it, and it's here now.
I don't have, so just to talk about where my bids are going to be here, I'm bidding some Meta at 318 flat or so, right ahead of view up, right at the 50 period. So if we do get a little bit of a move down, we will look at that. So let's look for some longs, right? I mean, that's what people want to talk about. So what might be at support? We can always check out something for oil. What is oil doing today right now? This is what oil looks like. Nice little downside move. Oil bouncing off support at 86 bucks right now as well. So that could be something to look at. Let's check out our friend XOM and see if there's anything on this name, as here comes Meta. Meta's $1 in the money right now, by the way. So that's good. Okay, so let's move that, and now let's see what's happening with XOM. So yeah, same kind of love down there for XOM. XOM at 109. Again, we'd like to be a little shorter on that one. Down there. We'd like to have this down a little bit more, down to 109-ish. So if we get some bounces back off to downside 109, I think that could be a decent long there for XOM. But until then, I think we can wait for it. 50 period up there at 110.70. As you can see, Meta working downside, guys. So first of all, Pfizer still flat. Pfizer is going to be a profitable name. We're up on Pfizer today, despite being stopped out twice. The stop outs were right where we were short, so able to catch something on that. And I'm getting a little bit nervous about Apple. It's not doing the movement that we expected. I didn't expect to be in the money on a nice short here on Meta and not being able to catch a bid on Apple. So, or catch an offer. We were bidding it right now. So let's see if this can continue to go down. TPST, I see everybody in the chat, man. They're all over this name, TPST, now breaking $5 on that one. So again, some nice upside move here on Tempest. Yeah, you got to watch out because $6, there's some levels there. But hey, if you go from 5 to 6, you shouldn't be crying about that one. Maybe 575, little top there on TPST. So get your orders out right now. I mean, if you put an offer right now at 560 and get filled, that's 10% from here. That's a good little level to look out for there on TPST as the market's trying to come back upside now. This Apple's peeing me off, but Meta's holding for it now at the bottom. And you are right, Will Evans. It is all about timing, and there's really nothing else, to be honest with you.
That is true. Price is, as a short-term trader, price is your friend. That's why you wait for key price levels. I mean, if you're taking a $5 break, just remember on Friday, this actually halted into a $5 break, and then it was a strong move into that 560, opened up exactly at $5, and then rejected that move. So it's a pretty key level for TPST. I'm now into Apple because it's that key level, and Intel, that's off the 37 level. Apple's really more off of yesterday's close. What is still, I don't want to call it still going, there was a sympathy aspect, I guess I suppose, with NVIDIA and the chips, that Bitcoin thing, but now it's just strong anyways. 452. I mean, I don't even understand. Like, sometimes I get frustrated by myself because I was looking at Intel and AMD, and then this 452 last week's support level on NVIDIA holds on an absolute dime on that last little pullback. If it gets back there again, I think I'll want to respect the strength. But I just doubt we're going to see it. If we see 465, that's a resistance zone on there. But as far as I'm concerned, when you get to this level on the futures, I was looking for pullbacks. I'm already 0 for 1 on Intel, but this was the other level we're waiting for. If we get to VWAP, we'll be pretty happy with that. Just looking for a turn back on the short-term trend. And again, on a 3-minute chart, you're like, why would you like it there? Not obvious on a 3, but that's not where I look for these levels. I'm always going to the 15 and the higher level. So when you get to that 37, this is where we liked it last week. This is where I want to short it again. So if it works, great. If it doesn't, I have an easy out at that $37 level here on Intel. Do you have the short float on TPST, JB says? I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to go to the crypto segment with Adara. I'll come back and check what TPST short float is. I'm pretty sure it's more about the actual float itself, not the short float. But let's go to the desk. Yeah, I don't.
Lots of green across the board right now. Finance is really strong. This is day 2 of earnings for a lot of these names. Charles Schwab actually just released his earnings. That one is going to be up almost 5% right now. Retail trade also very strong. Consumer non-durables, commercial services, consumer services, producer manufacturing. Lots of these names trending very positive right now. Health tech is a little bit more mixed. We do have some green names, including Pfizer, despite a lower guidance for the year. But technology services is really interesting. We're mostly green here, led by Microsoft, which just announced the Activision Blizzard acquisition coming to an end, being completed as of Friday. And then we have electronic tech, which is strong, with the exception, among other names, of Apple here, which is actually trending lower because the sales of the iPhone 15 in China have been lower compared to the iPhone 14. So yeah, mostly strength here, though. Not a lot of sectors that are really standing out as negative right now, guys.
I promised I would check, and I was kind of right about this. It's not about the short float. It's essentially nothing on Tempest. Like I see 0.3, 0.2, doesn't really matter. It's the actual float itself, which is either 8 million or 13. I mean, 8 million looks like it's the consensus here. Ameritrade has it at 13. Doesn't matter. It is the fact that the float is so small and then it can get soaked up very quickly. And when I say the float gets soaked up, I simply mean someone buys up a bunch of the available shares. Therefore, anybody that does short Tempest runs into the problem of nothing to cover because there's nothing available in the open market. So it's not necessarily a short float. It's just that there's a small float that can get bought up and then cause the stock to absolutely run to the upside when the small amount that a short get caught, and that's intraday traders. So we're almost into VWAP here. Hopefully go 1 for 2, but I need this to get to VWAP, and I'm talking about Intel in what is a strong market. So wait for your key levels. There's still not a red candle on my 15-minute chart on the NASDAQ. Like we're still looking at this, although I feel like the first one's going to come at this 15-3 wick, rejecting those Friday resistance levels. So this is working. Apple's starting to come back in as well. This is what it's all about. Just be patient, let it get to a key price level, and then work the trade. I'm going to be a little bit concerned about Palantir here because Palantir did not make a fresh high. Still consolidating here. Going to pull back off that bid. Like it got the first 10 cents, now doing absolutely nothing. If it can hold on to the quarters, I think this is still stair step to the upside. But as it's going red, a little bit of caution to any of your longs. I want it to hold that strength throughout lunchtime. That's what it's going to be all about here. Apple, I got to zoom in so you can see. There you go. Got to Friday's high, now starting to dip back in. I like this 178 quarter zone. If it can get there, I think that's a reasonable pullback. Take some profit, allow this one to actually work. I was trying to add at the actual 85 price, didn't even get it in terms of that upside, adding to this consolidation short. Might have to add something in the low 80s instead of the mid.
Yeah, we're scalping. Oh, first of all, we took $1.20 or $1.30 there on Meta as it came right to the 50 period. We said we were going to take something out at the 50 period, so we did that, 318.50. So there's the out on Meta, and we are short at 319.80. So far, so good there as we continue the march higher on that one. And then we took some out on Apple. It came into the 50s, so we took some out right there on that name as it continues to march higher and be a disappointment for me. AMD AMD, the same kind of a story. What else we want to talk about right now? We can look a little bit at JP Morgan coming in. It's only 1044, but there's the fade again off 150. So JP Morgan, very, very similar to what it did there on Friday, came back into that bottom again of 149.50. As you can see, the bottom on Friday appears to be the top there today. Now, it gave it up on Friday. We ended much lower, but you could watch out for that off of a fade of 149 and change right now, as Meta making its way back up. We're only 70 cents in the money, and Apple trying to fade out as well. Watch out for this trade. I don't mind this 149 there on JP Morgan. So we'll see if that can come back in. It's $1 away right now, and it looks like it wants to take down that bottom as BAC, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan, I think, is tomorrow.
Yeah, they dumped that. They dumped that at 49. It was
gonna say
like it was a pretty decent acceleration to the downside on Friday at that 149 level. So apparently this day is so strong. It's been. I knew this was true, so I know you guys are pointing it out to me, but I actually mentioned this just a couple of minutes ago on Twitter, that even BlackBerry's up today. I chuckle because every single strong day in the market, this has only gone down. And now that I see it getting into this, like $4 obvious, 380, 375, somewhat obvious as well. This is the first green day in, I don't know, like forever. I guess it had a green day at some point in the last month or so. It's somewhere in here, whatever. Like, what is that, like September 20-something? So it's been pretty bad. I always think short the pops on a crap stock or on a bad stock. So if we get into that 380 area, this is very different from shorting Apple at a key level. I think this is one of those allow it to get to a price, show some weakness, and then roll over. It doesn't even have a big short float anymore. It's not even that kind of a story. So it's not as if you're sitting there saying, hey, it's got 10% short. When it gets going, shorts are covering. Nope, they covered a long time ago because they've already won. Palantir, I did not get that reload. It's still trending to the upside. I thought we'd get a push into the quarters there. Now it's trending back in higher to 1750. I guess that 1730 is a decent zone for the reload. I'm just getting a little bit greedy as the market just continues to march higher here. I just got into Apple, and Intel was okay, but Apple might not be. We'll see. Like, it's still holding fort, holding those highs. If it breaks out and breaks 179, I'm out of Apple. I give up. We'll take a shot at that one level. If it doesn't hold that level to the short side, then we don't want to fight it. Intel might be bouncing off of VWAP here, but first step is it actually has to get down to VWAP. Like, it gave one indication that it was working, but that's without it breaking trend. So the trend is still pretty strong on Intel. I'm looking for that VWAP retrace to get the rest out of it. And Tempest.
Yeah, it's halted again or no? Watch out.
Well, a little weird that it hasn't halted. I actually expected this. I thought it was going to halt off that $5 break because it halted 5 on Friday and then turned. So my guess is if it breaks 6, it's probably going into a halt. Just in case it gets to 10, I think I'm going to go see what locates are on this because like 10 was so ridiculous on, was it on Wednesday? I think it was. It might be worth it to pay for some locates, just see how cheap they are anyways. And for anyone we get this question a lot, what do we mean by locates? You have to borrow, you have to borrow shares to be able to go short. Not every single stock out there is free for us to locate where the broker has them available for you. And if they're not, then we have the option here at Day Trade the World to pay for those locates. We get a quote, we decide whether it's too expensive or not. This will probably be too expensive because we'll see. It might not be. I'll just get a quote and then decide whether I want to pay it. And then I can go short that amount of shares for the rest of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So pretty simple explanation there. Yeah, so it's same with everybody. I know Sharif sometimes shows his interactive brokers. You go over there, it highlights green, different colors for the availability. So for us, it's the same way. We just got to go in there and have a quick look. We are going to be shorting Meta again at 320 if it does come in. And then, again, we're already pretty loaded up here on Apple. My next take was going to be 179, just ahead of 179 short. Didn't quite get there. We actually, it was very, very close, man. 84 was the high. We're waiting for 94s. Just a little bit ahead of that trade, if it can come in or not. Just a couple trades here on GBTC. We haven't really done too much. We've been trying to fade it off of this $22 mark. And again, just trying to watch out, where's my Bitcoin chart? Here it is right here again. And, zooming in, zooming out, it's not making a difference right now as Bitcoin's really not doing anything. I guess we're just waiting to get confirmation on the iShares ETF. I mean, if it goes through, great. If not, no. bad, I guess. But as you can see right now, the crypto world, I guess, just patiently waiting for some more news. And it wasn't doing really anything until we got that story that turns out to have not been accurate. But you could see, man, straight up 2,000 and straight down 2,000. So lots of opportunity if and when that news comes through on Bitcoin. But without any further ado, whether or not you're holding your money in fiat or in crypto, you always want to see what's happening with Money Talks.
USD DXY is down a little bit today around that 106.30 area, definitely dancing around that number. We do have some economic data coming up tomorrow that will definitely be of note, including retail sales, some industrial numbers, and some Fed speak. So stay tuned to see what that information we get tomorrow does with the USD. We also have the New Zealand dollar is actually gaining on USD right now after New Zealand had a strong PMI number. So here is the USD New Zealand chart. We are seeing this wick to the downside on the USD as the New Zealand dollar gains on it after those PMI numbers, guys.
And I promised I would take a look at that. Tempest is 1/3 of a cent for us to be able to short it. That is very, very cheap. For a name with a float that small, the fact that locates are that cheap is sometimes a bit of a trap, because what it usually indicates is that anybody that wants to short it, it's a day trader like ourselves, like the cost to do so, you can take multiple shots for a very, very cheap price, which can mean it's a crowded day trade short when it gets to levels like these. Now, it would have just worked if you shorted $6, but generally speaking, if it's too cheap, it throws up my spidey sense is like, I don't know about that. Like, I remember it was like Zila, or was it Zila?
What was the example?
It was one day where it was like 1/3 of a cent, and it was a crazy runner, and then everybody and their mother was trying to short this stock because it was free to short, and then you're just getting blown out all day if you didn't wait for the afternoon. And I'm getting that feeling on Tempest, so I'm going to back away from that. I did pay for the locates because they're basically free, but I want to see something extreme before I get into it. Apple's still challenging that top end of the zone. I have this crazy wick from Friday I can't get rid of. There you go. Still challenging the top end of the zone in this consolidation. So the area is right in terms of make a decision. The question will be, is it actually going to head to the downside? Amazon's holding up pretty decently, although not really breaking out. Palantir still holding the top end of its range. Yeah, you know what? Every single time I get on the bid here, I'm like, it just feels like I should have already made this reload. And if I didn't get it, then I don't want it now. This could be at VWAP in an absolute hurry. Intel is still working off that 37 level, and it might not get VWAP here, so I'm going to respect the fact that this pullback is not getting to VWAP. And if it's telling me that this is where you want to take profit, then this is where you got to take profit, because don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You're getting a pullback on a stock which has been screaming to the upside pretty much all morning. Just take the profit and run. Tesla, I have not traded this stock, and it is very choppy around this 53 level, which I thought I got rid of this line. Let me just get that out of the way. Kind of a chop fest here, which is trending to the upside on Tesla, but the double top at 254, I think, is where you want to look. And then that 250, 251 is that key price level we're going to respect. Come on, Apple. Get some kind of a breakdown here. It won't even fill the bottom end of this range, let alone pull back in, but it's at the resistance point. This is what we're looking for as we speak. And one last one before I throw you back to you, Sean. We talked about this. Not really a catalyst that I'm aware of for Snapchat. I saw a couple people in the chat say Snapchat always runs going into earnings, then sells off. Fair enough. Maybe that's it. But if this can hold VWAP, it's up 9% today. And I want to double check the short float on that just so we know it.
On Snapchat?
It's only 8% short float, but it is breaking out on the daily if you look at this. So it's got some room to rally. If it were to hold this 9-quarter zone, which would be the 50 period on the daily, I think it's got a lot of room to maybe get to that $10 level where I think it's a fade.
All right, I'm just trying to sit in here very, very patiently because honestly, man, this could be a good move coming to the south side. You're not... you're working off 15.3 right now. It's tried to go higher. So let's freaking go right now. We're $1.70 in the money right now for Meta as that continues to fade off. Again, a Stickino level of 3 bills 20 right now. That's starting to make a move down. So here goes Meta. Meta's actually my #1 stock today. And we're going to see if we can make that even bigger than this. Let's go. Here we go. Let's freaking go right now as the flush is on, baby. This is the move that we're waiting for. Let's see if we can get it now. Here comes Apple. Double your pleasure, double your fun. Took a couple fills down there, down to the downside right now of Apple. Now 20 cents into the money. And hey, when it comes up to a level, we're going to put shares on. So there it is. 178.40, a couple outs right there. Hopefully this will flush back and then we can get back into here. I mean, honestly, VWAP, we draw these lines for a reason. Hopefully we can come back into 178, 178.50 right now for a nice little mover back in. Meta is now $2 in the money, so this one is definitely one that we're talking about all day. Let's see if it can continue to cook up. I think we can get lower, man. Why can't we see the 200 period of 317? Why can't we see the day's low? I mean, the market right now had a huge move up. We have talked about potentially swing back into the downside right there. There's the top wick of 15,320. Let's see if it can hold. Like I said, we weren't really into anything right now. This could be a temporary push to the downside. So that's why we do empty the clip a little bit. We don't have too many shares left of Meta, but if anything's going to fade, I'd like this one to get back going back into the downside. But look what is strong. We can say whatever we want about Apple, but this is why. When you put on shares and it comes back in, you want to make sure that you take out something there on Apple on a move down because it's trying to go green right now. Tempest, by the way, it's hitting the level. There it is, halt. Halt right now on Tempest just now. It just hit the level. Oops, that's the wrong chart. It just hit the level that we were talking about right into here. $5.85, $6. We just broke through it right now. You have a lot of resistance up here at 650. It's hit it numerous times. I would say you watch out for that TPST as there's only 3 minutes left. So we will not get an open before it comes back to us. So watch out for that 650 level here if you are worried at all. Not worried. I mean, if you're in Tempest, nothing to worry about today, up 66%. And then JP Morgan hovering around VWAP. If you like the short, watch out for 148 flat right there coming through. But I'm still waiting for Apple, man. Let's see if Apple wants to make this dream come true to the downside. This name, though, not great today, AAPL. Shorts haven't printed, which is why we took some out. Last time it was down here at 178.45.
So Taz in the chat there says, you don't have to put the all caps. I'm getting to GameStop. I respect it. I love the fact that we have the best community out there. Didn't even notice this was flat bottom breaking, which is wild. On a day where the market is up, this is the one. I don't know the reason for this. Well, okay, like fundamentally, I know the reason why it's going down fundamentally. I just don't know why it's down today particularly. But look at the flat bottom break here in GameStop. 14 quarter about, I mean 14.5 would have been this flat bottom break. 14 quarter is the low of the day as we speak. And when I say flat bottom break, I just simply mean it's underneath multiple layers of support here on the daily chart and is one of the weakest, if not, I don't know, I'm sure there's something worse than this. Walgreens is having a bad day, but one of the worst names in terms of looking for any kind of a bounce. If it gets to 10% down, I don't mind SSR bounces on a stock like this because it has to break 14 even to go short sell restricted. So if it gets there, great, but worth noting, it's falling like a rock. I'll check to see if there's any news on it, and shout out to everyone for pointing out some of the names that we are missing. I respect the fact that Lulu is really strong. It's not necessarily a day trading stock. So while I think both of us like the 410 break, my experience is when you take a breakout on a stock like this, it can be really tricky to execute. Dip buying is usually the way to go. Lulu's up 10%, and it wouldn't surprise me necessarily if it were to go further. This is probably just a stock that you want in your long term sometimes, or to swing it, but not a heck of a lot on the way of the daily chart till you get to 420. 420 breaks. There's literally nothing standing between this and $480. Here comes Apple back up to that top. Was able to catch a fill in the bottom of that range, but it's right back up testing these highs. So we waited for it to get up here. It could take out the top, and then we get out. Looking for an opportunity to jump back into some longs, though. Palantir is an option. Amazon's still an option. But we're in a lot of a chop fest right here. You want to be very, very patient going into it. We got 1 minute till we go on over. Yes, TPST is halted. I am not even thinking about shorting this stock, even though I paid for locates, unless it goes to like $10. Has to do something stupid crazy before I want to short this bad boy as cheap as it was. So good luck if you're long this. No one ever went broke taking profit.
All right, Apple's trying to go back up. Pfizer, good thing we're away from that one. I can't believe we had, well, what did we wrote down here? We wrote down, yeah, I mean, it's ahead of 32 right now. But 34 for Pfizer, up 5 and a bit percent. I guess they like that a little bit more than I do. I hated that they released that on Friday, but guess what? All right, with only 15 seconds to go, what is for lunch today? Today is one of those days where you are a chicken dinner winner one more time. But the good thing about it is if you're not a big fan of chicken, today you get to mix it a little bit with rosé. So penne rosé with asparagus and chicken, roasted red peppers, and aged Parmesan.
That actually sounds delicious.
You'll get a little bit of a taste there to see what's going on with the chicken penne right here. There goes Micron. The market's trying to blast up. I was going to short Micron ahead of 70, so we are short right now as it looks like it's taken out 70. So a nice move up for this market, man. Hold on to these shorts as it's time for a ride right now. S&P now at the high of the day. So is the NASDAQ. Both up 1.3%. I mean, you think that this world, seems to be having all these problems, but not the stock market as it just continues to march higher and higher and higher. Sellers beware. The market is ripping right now. Micron coming back in, though.
Yeah, it is 11 o'clock. The tap on Tempest is 610. It's halted at 606. I'm now out of Apple. It just broke the even at 179, so we took our shot at it. It is going to be a swing and a miss. There were some profits to be had, but it is now flying with the rest of the overall market. As we're going down the line, let's get to the professor and Obi. Good luck, everybody.
Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Obi. I'm Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Count funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of their profits. And enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown. All new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader. Obi, how are you, my man?
I'm doing all right.
In the kitchen there, and it looks like you got to hibernate a little bit this week, huh?
Yeah. It was
Big bear that you are.
I was got some good rest. Hopefully everyone's doing well over the weekend, and we're back at it for another week of trading there. Not very well eventful for me, but not in a good way this morning, as kind of blew out my risk. Kind of coming in tired, not really with a plan. So yeah, maybe I do deserve some time to reflect on some of the gambling that happened with my trading this morning. Definitely not trading. Didn't really have a plan. I actually came in. I was a little tired this morning. I even debated on not coming in, and I was like, I probably shouldn't be trading today. And then I come in. First thing I do without a plan, go full on monkey mode and just start punching keys. And I'm like, well, yep, that's how it happens. You got to reassess, reevaluate, and come back in. But what did I do this morning? I kind of fought the short on Amazon a little bit. Amazon was distinctly stronger than some of the other names in the market. We were teetering in and around this 15.2, kind of a little bit of a decision area, it would seem, as we blasted right through it in the morning. But so I pretty much fought this action to the upside, short underneath 131. Short in and around 131 halves, and then just gave it to the 132 when it just holds and pushes to the upside. We saw that some of the other names as well, taking a look at Apple, is relatively strong. I was talking about that 176 in that pre-market, and we've held higher lows relative to that level, and we're pushing back to the upside there, just underneath that 180. But a little bit of reason to reflect and reassess some of my too aggressive bias this morning there, Sharif. Definitely on a day where a ticker wants to kind of be relatively strong, and you kind of fall into some of those bad habits. It's definitely not a good recipe for her. I don't know, to bake a cake.
Yeah, well, Apple was a bit of, it's a tough one. All right, let's talk here about Mr. Microsoft. Microsoft owned LinkedIn to lay off over 500 employees, second cut this year, says sources. You know, funny enough, I haven't used LinkedIn in let's just maybe almost 10 years, started using it again this year, and now it's going, they're cutting. So yeah, keep your eye on Mr. Softy. It's up 2% today. Usually these layoffs, these job cuts are met with more investor exuberance because of the balance sheet assessment. But we'll have to wait and see what Softy does at these levels. 336.14 today, HOD on Softy. All right, I want to talk about the NQ because the NQ is my main focus right now. We're doing that thing where we get into a main level and it looks like the sellers are winning, all right? And that's because these wicks above 15.3 are being met with some aggressive selling. 15.325 technically is the high of the day. Every time we stair step into 15.3, we were met with, like I just said, aggressive sellings. It looks like people are initiating shorts. We'll have to wait and see. 15.315 kind of was the area I was looking at. I had that charted. That takes us back to which day's close? I'll tell you in a second. Oh, I got to flip it to the other one. I don't mark it on this one. 15.315. What day's close with that? That is October 12th, so that's Thursday. So we're at Thursday's closing level, 15.315, looking to reject off that level right now. If we reject off this 15.3, we could have an aggressive move back down, possibly into 225, even 200. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not jumping into this one head first because it is a counter trend trade. We're up 1.25% on the NQ, but my observations are we're being met now with some aggressive selling and a consolidation sideways move here at 15.3. But let it pan out. I mean, I don't need to jump all over this one. So keeping my eye on the NQ. Not much has happened for me today, not anything. I see TPST, I see MNTS. We'll bring in the side charts and talk a little bit about those. We know Lulu's joining the S&P 500. It's a big 9.5%, 416.01 the high, retracing now into 414. We'll see if this one's just catching its breath for a second move up. It closed out on Friday at 377. So needless to say, the gap up was huge. Now, look, it's a great company. It's up over 20% on the year. It's at month's highs, right? The thing about this bad boy is its pricing power, okay? Anecdotally, when I go to the Lulu outlet, it's supposed to be cheaper. I'm talking about 15, 20% cheaper here. I mean, they're really not marking down products. They continue to have pricing power, and that gives them strength in margins. We saw the deal that they did with Peloton not too long ago, looking to expand their market there. They're going to get rid of the loser that is Mirror. It's not doing what they need to do. It's not selling. So, you know, they're quick to cut things that really aren't working. I like this company. I think the S&P 500 is a great addition. You're going to have a lot of actively managed funds absolutely piling into this one. So this could be a multi-day move for Lululemon. Shout out to the Canadian Athletica apparel maker, baby. CANADA, baby. All right, PRTA here. I was about to call you Proudly, but you're not Proudly. You are Obi. 21.65, baby. 21 2/3% on PRTA. Big move up from Friday's close. Obi, we closed out at $44 or so, gotten up to $55, $54.97. I have no idea what this company does. Prothena Corp. This is an Ireland-based late-stage biotech company. Does it have a headline? It's got a headline. It may explore its sale. What's the float on this bad boy? It's larger, about 51 million shares. I don't know what the buyout price is. I'm assuming it's somewhere around the mid-50s. Otherwise, it wouldn't be trading up here. We'll keep an eye on this one, but it's already halted on the day. PRTA, a big 21%, bit of a more expensive small cap gapper. And then how can we forget? How can we not talk about TPST? Multi-day runner. This has been very strong. Tempest Therapeutics. In case you're wondering, you need a memory refresh. About 13 million share float, 12.89 million. Let's see what it is on the short float. TPST. Negligible short float at 0.39. Very strong on the day. Let's go to the 1 minute. There you go. It's only a one halt this time, OB. It halted multiple times previously. Let's zoom out and figure out what the levels we need to concern ourselves with. Well, on the 11th, we got all the way up to 1150. Right on the 12th, best we could do right at that opening bell was 7. So I'm looking at 7 as an area of resistance that we may encounter quite soon because we have a 6 2/3 high right now. We've already broken above Friday's high. Friday, the best we could do is 5 2/3. Now we're looking at 7, which is Thursday's high. We did that in the pre-market, couldn't get there after the bell, mind you. So that is on lesser volume, but there's no question about the fact that we broke it during regular trading hours on the 11th. Again, we got up to that 1150 area, looking for resistance at 7. We'll see how we do on TPST. What a mover, man. This is one of those ones where you just hold for a while. Last but not least, MNTS had another good day Friday. It's a multi-day runner. Good day Thursday, good day Friday, and it's running again. We are above the Thursday highs. Thursday highs was 4 1/3. We've cleared that decidedly, got up to 5, but it was that Christmas tree retracement down with a V-shaped retracement. Look at that, all the way back down. Now we're trading at about 382, sub 4 and sub VWAP, so not in my good books here for the long. We'll have to wait and see if this can claim above 4 and set up for a long move here. But MNTS should be on watch. Lulu, PRTA, TPST, and I've got RAD over here, Rite Aid, in case it does open. But I think Neil might be right. The next time we see this bad boy trading, it might be on the OTC markets as they now have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Kind of sad to see because it's one of those ones where, yeah, there was a lot of stuff that my family and we adopted from their style into our stores, but we'll have to wait and see how they do. They've been having trouble lately, Mr. Kenobi, and they got a new CEO, kicked out the other one, and they gave the CEO a new board spot. So we'll see if he can turn the company around. Yeah, maybe find its way back to the NASDAQ.
So it's always curious to see whether or not, I mean, I don't know who the new CEO is, right? But like new management kind of carries forward that company there.
Right.
So again, I just want to reiterate, we were shut down in the morning, so I am trading on TMS for today, just trying to get those reps back in, trying to get that mojo kind of back in and start off the week on a decent foot there. So getting short a little bit of Tesla here. Kind of we're seeing it kind of consolidate above this VWAP area, a bit of a price compression as well underneath this 254, 252-ish area. We know that there were sellers, quite strong sellers last week across the board actually, and we're kind of retracing some of the move back up. We can see how strong both the ES and the NQ are, kind of pushing straight up out the open. No real relief. I know because I was trying to fight this on the short side earlier in the morning on Amazon. But you know what? It is what it is. I read the chat. Yeah, no excuses. Absolutely no excuses. I got to go back and reassess how we can fortify the system so mistakes like today don't happen again. Right? So it's like when you're coming in tired, you recognize that you're tired from the time you kind of like wake up. Even though I told Sharif I was well rested throughout the weekend, maybe too much sleep as well. Too much sleep can definitely not be the best thing either. But yeah, so kind of trying to be self-aware and not really punch keys like a monkey as soon as I walk into the office there. But you know what? It is what it is. We kind of have to assess the system and move forward. So yeah, no excuses for sure. Definitely my fault 100%. I'm not going to blame the market for something, for my own degenerate, I guess, habits. So we got a little short here right underneath this consolidation. Like I said, a bit of a pullback there on Apple as well, 179 kind of coming in. We're getting a little bit of a pullback as well, kind of sideways on the ES and the NQ. My question again, like always, is how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to kind of print? We got about a minute left, and it seems like we're about to be printing the first red candle on both the NQ and the ES on the 15-minute chart. Sure, you had a little bit of a consolidation on the way up, but for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, if you want to call it that, candles, we've been just raging to the upside there, so maybe a little bit of a pullback as the market kind of slows down, and we're getting this price compression there on Tesla as well. Let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. I know a lot of you guys are have eyes on TPST. We know that Tempest was definitely in the limelight last week with the crazy move that it had. TPST. Yeah, I think it was funny. They were talking about like, oh, this is the largest squeezer or runner since SPI, and I was like, oh, SPI. That brings back some memories. As I don't know if you remember SPI, kind of intraday squeeze all the way up into double digits into the 80s, and then comes right back in. I personally, in my personal account, I got blown out. That was one of the tickers that I got blown out on.
Really?
At home, trying to short the front side of a move, and you know, we learned some solid lessons on tape reading and a little bit of position management.
For that.
Trade Zero.
Oh, okay. They have really good shorts.
Oh yeah. They have great borrows, and at the time they were offering some competitive pricing structure as well relative to other brokers. But you know, that was a while back. But yeah, definitely. I don't know if you guys remember SPI. Definitely a wild one for the books, for the history books. But yeah, I learned some strong lessons on that one about what a squeeze is. And what it means when you tell yourself, oh, how much further can it go? It can't go any further. This is ridiculous. And then it slaps you in the face, and the market really shows you, humbles you as to what can really actually happen when players are truly offside. So you know, you don't want to get caught being on the wrong side of that move right there. So Tesla kind of popping back up into the high of the consolidation range. So keeping that on watch as well. Going to try to keep as good risk management as possible right there, kind of just risking off of some of the structure that we're seeing. We're seeing that both the ES and the NQ do look a little bit weaker relative to before. Let's see if that comes into fruition and it kind of follows through. Maybe we're looking for some lick grabs as well to kind of come in here on the Tesla.
Yeah, I think I'm really getting ready for a short here on the NQ. How many times are we going to get up into this 15.3 area and reject? So that's what I'm looking at here, especially with respect to that 15.315. I've been looking at that as well. That, again, is Thursday's close. If I had to give this one a certain amount of risk, obviously I'd give it to about 25 points or so. It's a 15.325, 75. That is the high a day. It's just, you know, I'm not a huge fan of taking these counter trend trades, especially when you're up 1% plus on both the indexes, on the NQ and on the ES. Taking a short here, despite the fact that it is showing me what I like at that 100 level.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I was just like, damn, I got lost in the sauce there. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Right? There's no big deal.
Continue.
Yeah,
we're selling off. I was like, oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, if you're short-minded at the moment, yeah, it's just I'm not really that kind of that trader. I don't like taking these counter trend trades. I'm also more long bias and I am short bias for whatever reason. So I'm finding a little bit of a hesitancy getting into this trade here at 15.3. But if you're going to do this, I would definitely give it to the high a day and look for a high a day break. But I think that you might have a nice move down. But look, it was a weak number on Thursday, or it wasn't even the Thursday number. It was the auction, that kind of the 30-year auction that really started this whole move to the downside. And then we had a weekday Friday as well, continuing Thursday's weakness. But it was a good week until that point, and you could even make the argument it started in the week prior. So October was in full force until the last few days. We'll have to see if that kind of continues or ends off today. But this is the trade that I've been looking at all day, TPST. I mean, but when I sat down on my computer here, I had a dip trade at 5. It had cleared 5. If you're able to come to the chart, please. It was actually at 5. Got up to about 550. I said, okay, look, this might be one of those ones where it retraces into a key level. To me, the key level was $5 because of the the amount of times we tried to break through it with no avail. I said, sure, this is going to come back into 5. So I put and even a more aggressive offer at bid at 505 and 510. And look how far this just blew past 7 OB. 744 the high again. I just want to check real quick here. There's no short float with which to speak, at least not yet anyway. Now we know the short float is delayed about 14 days or so. The numbers that we have are not always the most accurate, so there could be shorts that have piled on at these levels since that time, and it could be quite a large percentage of the float. We won't really know because by the time it gets reported, those shorts may have been squeezed out. So we'll never really know who was there, how many people were there, what price they were at, what percentage of short float that they were at, because they get squeezed out intraday and they never have to report it. So that's the toughie on that one, but it looks fantastic. I have no idea what. Ooh, October.
Okay, I like that. All right.
I need the ticker for that for the stream deck. Fabian killing it as he usually does. The Chilean, I need something like samba related, something like that. The Chilean something. We got to give the man some love over there. We got to give him a nickname. Fabian yet to receive a nickname from my part. You got Obi-Wan Kenobi. You got Obi-Wan's twice and thrice. You got a whole bunch, but Fabian still. We're gonna get one for him though.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna go with this one right there. As Neil likes to say, when you are in the money, you don't wanna look a gift horse in the mouth. So I don't know. I pulled up the stream deck. I was like, all right, let me use some of these animations there. So I guess so right there we looked at that consolidation on Tesla. We were like, okay, we're looking for that lick grab. We saw the confirmation of the market kind of turning, and I was like, okay, price is kind of compressing in and around on top of VWAP. So we take our first cover right there on top of VWAP. We added into this short right there. We saw the lick grab. We went even harder, and we're looking for that kind of a turn. Exactly. If the market is going to be turning now and catching a little bit of a relief after some crazy strength to the upside, can't stop, won't stop, but now it looks like it's taking a little bit of a break here, and if it does, let's see whether or not Tesla can violate some of this VWAP, this initial consolidation range over here off of the morning pop down here at that 250-50-ish area. But no, definitely that VWAP going to be interesting as it kind of comes into this VWAP. Let's see if it holds as support. The market tailwind on our side definitely is going to give us a little bit of a help to the downside there if that comes into fruition. But Tesla, again, we talked about how it was kind of price compressing, and then if we can get a market move that can give us some tailwind, that'll set us off in the right direction here as we push below this 252. Let's see where we can get to. 251 is kind of like that next level I have right here, this consolidation low. We've made relatively higher lows to that 251, but as of right now, we kind of broke a short-term trend, but the thing is, we are still holding above VWAP, so I do want to keep that in consideration. All right, so what's another name that we can be potentially looking at here? I'm going to take a look at what the top volume gainers on the day are to kind of give us some ideas as well. I also kind of want to take a little bit of this on top of 252 real quick. We can just take a piece on top of there if it'll give it to us. But let's get back to this. Okay, right, Mara, Riot, MSTR, BTBT. A lot of the crypto names got a crazy pop out the open there in the morning off of that the Fugazi news of the ETF being ready, and we saw how crazy of a move Bitcoin kind of made. Bitcoin 28, 27s, gets the news, slaps all the way right up. Sharif, take a look at this. To the T, on the whole, right on 30, right there. So the highest print you can see right there was 0 zeros on the 30 thou print. So
should we just be buying here then?
What do you mean?
In the long term?
I have no idea what we should be doing relative to this action, but like if I saw this happen, like I think the shorts definitely on board.
News wasn't Fugazi. We don't retrace. Or do we?
Well, here's the thing. We already retraced the move, right?
I got it. But if the news on the spot Bitcoin ETF was not BS.
Was not BS. Okay, so then maybe we. So here's the thing. I don't know what we would have done because like I have no idea. But if I were to take a guess, I would think that we would not have retraced the full move back.
I tend to
right?
agree.
So it's like this pressure, this buying pressure came in due to a given catalyst, and then said catalyst was absolutely nothing, and then price retraces the whole move. So if you saw that and you were like, okay, well, I missed the initial move off the breaking news, and then you see the news that the news is not really like it's not solid or it's fugazi or whatever you want to call it, and then you can get in on the short off of that off that 30,000 because people are definitely going to be holding on to this and be oh, I don't know, and then it's like you're hoping and you're holding and hoping pretty much at the point, and you want to deny the factual information coming in, which is the reason for the move is now absolutely gone. Right?
Here's what I wanted to make the point was. Number one, the market reaction to the approval. I know it retraced. We don't know what it would have done had it not come out as BS, but the market reaction was positive. That I think we all could have probably agreed would have happened.
Of course.
Here's the other thing, though. These ETFs are going to have to buy heavily, whatever their positions are going to be, depending obviously on how much they're going to carry. These actively managed ETFs are actually going to have to buy the security that it's all about. So we're going to have big players: ARK, Fidelity, BlackRock, and Grayscale. We know those four for certain probably will have. I'm willing to theorize or posit that there's going to be more. And if those guys are buying, they're going to actually have to hold it. That's going to bring the price of the security up. So at this point, what are we afraid of? We almost know for, not certain, but we know that there's a big chance, a really good chance that this spot Bitcoin gets approved. Whether it's because Gary Gensler gets kicked out, or whether because he ends up acquiescing and goes with it because the court forces him on it. So it's like almost, why am I not buying this? I'm just thinking out loud. And if anybody has a contrary opinion in the chat, I would love to hear it. Maybe I'm simplifying this way too much. In any event, let's talk a little bit about this MNTS trade here, Obi, because this was strong earlier on, and then it got on my S list because it broke down south of VWAP, and lo and behold, baby, it is right north there again, and it's flirting with that 4.5, reclaimed VWAP, reclaimed the whole dollar level at 4, moving back up into about 40%, give or take. Let's talk a little bit about the details of MNTS. I'm talking about the specifics of the float, et cetera. 2.6 million share float, short float. I'm pretty sure I checked last week and it was quite negligible. MNTS. No, it's not negligible. 4.86% last time it was reported, says Trade Ideas. So good trade, but good stock, I mean, to trade here. But keep your eye out for the immediate rejection and retracement, the Christmas tree retracement, the V-shaped move back down off the break of VWAP. Otherwise, look for a possible VWAP bounce. I'm not going to jump into this one too quickly. I want to see what people in the chat are saying here. MNTS, Ganesh says, I just looked at that. BTC isn't a security? Sure, it's a security. Absolutely it is. Anyway, I'm not going to get into little semantics or anything like that. You understand what I'm talking about. Taking care of business. Yeah, if only were that easy. Sure. I mean, why not? That's just a nice response, reliable. Do you have anything to add to that other than just if it was only that easy? Have you already bought, taking care of business says, have they already bought is the question. There are secret whales, good point. And it was shown that Robinhood had accumulated about $4 billion in BTC over the last 2 months, probably going for the big guys. Yeah, that's an interesting look there. So we'll have to wait and see. In any event, I mean, these semantics, barefoot, whatever your name is, that's not really the point. The point, answer the crux of my argument here. Taking care of business brings up a good point. If people have already bought and are holding in the side and then they're going to funnel it to their ETF, we're not going to have the big move up. But what I'm concerned about here is that, we don't get the market exuberance when these guys come out because everything is already priced in. The market already sees this getting approved down the road, and this is already discounted into the price. If that's the case, we're not going to get a big move up. So
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
I see that, was it, I think it was NF saying that something about they don't know who created Bitcoin, so that's kind of what's preventing them to, oh, right here, who made Bitcoin, no one knows his real name, that's what keeps me from buying it. His name is Satoshi Nakamoto. Right? That's well, yeah, that's his alias right there. But yeah, nobody knows his real name, and I think that's I don't know if that's a good enough reason not to buy it, but clearly it's being widely adapted. The banks are trying to get all over it. Governments are trying to get all over it because they see the potential use or potential dangers of it. Regardless, definitely there is a strong interest by some of the biggest players of money management in the world when it comes to some of these larger crypto assets, and they've seen over the past couple of years what can happen in terms of a disruption to the system. And I think a good thing about Bitcoin is kind of like that is kind of its purpose, right? Kind of a decentralized type of currency to come in and make some waves. So I think it's doing its job well, and has the people it wants to sweating. So I like it.
Very good. All right, back over 15.3 we go. So looking for a possible short to initiate at 15.3, maybe not such a good idea today, as the market looks really poised here to continue, but we haven't cleared it by any major amount. So we'll keep an eye at 15.3. This is what I'm kind of looking at today, the future, see what kind of continuation we get. Not really mentally prepared to take on any equity trades today. I had more things to take care of in the morning, so I'm just sitting down to trade now. Keeping my eye on 15.3, and we'll see how we do. We're getting above it again, baby. The NQ doesn't look as strong at the moment, even though it is above 4,400 and up almost the same amount as the NQ. I'm talking about the ES, sorry. 1.18 versus 1.22. We'll keep an eye on both these bad boys. I'm also keeping an eye on Lulu here, involved in a trade on this one, looking for that continuation above 415, but it looks like it's stagnating at that 415 area. If it breaks 412, I'll get out of this one. Dad Trader, what's your opinion on Man U? Yeah, I heard about Sheikh Jassim completely getting out of the possibility of buying. He offered 100% to buy 100% of the company or the club. I wouldn't want to own 10% of that club. I was going to say other bad words, but I held myself. So we'll see how this one does. Now I heard about Ratcliffe's stake. He's reporting that he might want to buy about, 25% or so. He's denying the buyout from what I'm seeing here on the side chart. So I really have nothing to add about Manchester United at the moment, other than they suck, right? So that's really all I have to say about that. No, I wouldn't.
I'm not like the Cowboys, but I wouldn't mind owning.
That's up to you.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah. All right, so I saw what JPM is kind of up to. I did have it on my radar, kind of a second day earnings play right there on JPM, and take a look at what we've done. We had some key levels kind of come in on Friday. That 150 was nice. Kind of that pre-market, kind of that weekly consolidation area right there at 147 was nice as well. And then we're coming back in. We're kind of getting that continuation to the downside. We broke Friday's kind of intraday low and today's consolidation low as well. This initial reaction out the open, and then we're trading below VWAP as well, kind of VWAP looking a little heavy there. So I want to see what we do in and around this 147, which was support last week, and we got that crazy move off of earnings. as well. So let's see what JPM is going to do right here. I did get short off of the break of this initial reaction, kind of consolidation low right there, out the open. We kind of we try to push towards 150. We can't really get there. We step down to 149, and then we step below VWAP as well, kind of breaking that initial reaction, initial opening range right there as well, and also breaking through Friday's earnings day one lows as well. So here's a couple levels I have kind of interest to me. Off of that earnings reaction, we got that nice little wick right underneath that 144 as well. So I'm not going to say that I'm expecting JPM to come all the way down to that 144, but I think that all these prices are well within range if we do break which we have some of these levels that we've experienced on Friday as well. Vintage band saying gold miners are acting funny. I don't know any gold mining tickers off the top of my head, but yeah, no, I'm more than willing to take a look at some of the gold miners if you guys post them up in the chat right there. We can take a look at gold itself and see what that's up to. Now, Sharif, I don't know. I don't necessarily look at gold very often.
But reclaimed 1900 on the weekend.
Yeah,
war, right?
It has been on the news. Definitely take a look at that volume, kind of pushing it back towards through that 19. Yes, yeah. So over the weekend, Sharif's right. We did kind of push back through that 19. Nice little dip into 18s. But yeah, gold name's definitely going to be moving today and this week if we've had this kind of a move over the weekend for sure. People saying GDX. Yeah, Van Eck gold miners. Yeah, of course. GDX and GDXJ. Definitely some tickers that play off of gold there. And let's see if, is this getting any RVOL? That's what I'm curious to know right here. Right there it is. So there's our RVOL, our trusty RVOL indicator right there. Let's see what RVOL is going on the Van Eck gold miners today. Definitely on Friday, Sharif, we got a nice nice scoop up of price right there, that 28 into the 29.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, we had some significant RVOL in the pre-market, but it doesn't seem like that really carried through into the open market. But it definitely moving, breaking through are these 52-week highs? But no, not really. But October highs for sure, monthly highs, kind of retesting some of these prices that we were at in September as well. That $30 area looking left seems to be a resistance right away, as you can see on the chart right there. So we're still kind of short here on JPM, still short on Tesla. Now again, reminding you guys, I am just taking reps in TMS today. So that's something to be noted there, but definitely gonna try to take reps as if, like, you know, we're actually trading, trying to build good habits. Again, we talked about coming in this morning, I didn't have the right kind of habits, not the right kind of mindset. So this is a good practice, hopping into TMS and getting those reps in, and trying to push for the right mentality and getting that mojo back in, and then continuing on tomorrow and going on further into the rest of the week there. But it seems, Sharif, that Tesla keeps defending this VWAP right there. That VWAP, kind of a strong defense. This is a 5-minute chart, so we get 1, 2, 3, 4. So about almost 20 minutes now, we've been kind of defending that VWAP as support. As the market does look like, or it has been kind of bleeding off, that momentum from the morning session, definitely stepping off a little bit as of right now. As we pull off of this 15.3, kind of having some trouble into this 15.3. We did push off about 200 points off the open right there, kind of this pre-market consolidation lows. You can see that we've made relatively higher lows off of this, underneath this 15.1, and then you break through that consolidation and through the 15.2 as well, about a 200-point move there on the NQs. And then the similar story there with the ES, kind of interacting with that 44, kind of a key area from the past couple of weeks as well, if you guys remember. So yeah, let's see where we go from here. This consolidation looks a little weak to me, as we've attempted to push multiple times, and then we kind of come back onto VWAP. Now VWAP can very well hold. We talked about how price is kind of compressing, and it is showing us that it's going to hold this compression for now. But if the markets do pull back, we get a little bit of a maybe a 30% retracement, 30 to 50% retracement on this 200-point move. I think we're well poised to kind of come back in and maybe reach towards this 15.2 as well in the move if that's what we want to do today. But again, I'm just an observer, just a rider along on for the ride on this crazy momentum that we've been experiencing over the past few weeks there, for sure. But crazy strength, a bit of a pullback. Let's see how far we can pull back.
Yeah, I'm going to get into this, or got into this MNQ short. The amount of times we get into 15.3 and we bounce back down, we're going to have to give this some room because there's obviously a lot of consolidative volume here. Left, right, up, down. It's quite tough to gauge. I'm going to give this to 15.325 because we could have a big move down here if we really fail this level. But every time we're getting to 15.3, I'm seeing that there are sellers. So we'll have to see how this one does. Going to try to be a little bit patient with it. I don't like taking these type of trades because I'm not really a counter trader. But it's not enough. I mean, we need to see more. This got to get into the 50s really here to convince me that we're going to sell off. We'll see. This is the 5-minute chart on the MNQ, but I would have liked that a better price, maybe around 15.3 instead of the 80s. But we'll wait for this one. The other one that I'm probably going to have to cut because now I'm not going to take the market short and Lulu long. Lulu obviously is secular, but I don't like to take, you know, a long and a short unless it's a small cap, right? Which, I mean, I know that really has nothing to do with the market. We'll see. We'll see what this Lulu. Already got a piece out here on Lulu at 416 at the highs, but it's making higher lows. That's the thing, right? We haven't really made the higher high quite yet. We're going to have to get above 416 for that. We're going to try to exercise some patience here with Lulu. Getting up to that higher end of the range in terms of percentage up on the day, 10%. We'll see. I looked to see where the actual technical resistance level was. We're not close to it. So we'll have to exercise some patience on this Lulu trade and this futures trade. The futures trade is the one that I'm most concerned with because it is more of the counter trend trade. But that 15.3, how many times are we going to get in there and reject that 15.3? So, yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see how this one does. If we do make it down, look for support at 15.237. That's kind of where we closed out at on that big crest before moving back down into 15.2 and then making our eventual move back up. But it is October, baby, and maybe I should have just stuck with that. We'll see if we can get that support, or sorry, resistance at 15.3 or what the deal is going to be. We're going to have to exercise some patience. Lulu back into 415. MNTS also holding above 4. This one definitely marches to the beat of its own drum at that $4 level. We'll see if it can hold 4 in VWAP and possibly get another move up into this one. 5 obviously is a level with which we have to concern ourselves with. That is the high of the day. At the moment, not much else for me other than to look at these small cappers and Lulu as well. TPST, I should probably mention, OB got into that 745 area and now is fighting its way all the way back down into 6. Some support came in here at 6 on this trough and then wasn't really able to reclaim 7 again. So you get a lower high. Do we get a lower low with a decided break of 580? We're going to have to be patient to see what happens there, but it looks like I'm printing for the moment here on my short on the MNQ, so what our beak there, but looking for rejection of 15.3, and now we have a lower low. So we broke, and the Katina man, I think he's short something or another because he's getting excited. So we'll see. We'll see if we get continuation, but again, I don't like these counter trend trades. I'm not a counter trend trader, so I'm displeased and uncomfortable at the moment.
I'm liking my, on the contrary, I'm liking my short, this counter trend trade that we kind of had.
You are a counter trend trader. You're a mean reversion trader too. Which
I mean, here's the thing. I don't like to call myself like a one type of trader versus another type of trader. I'm trying to move away from that. I'm just like, okay, if the bid drops, I want to get short. If the ask pops, I want to get long. type of thing. So yeah, let's see. Don't want to necessarily I guess limit my range by calling myself a certain type of trader. I'm just a trader, if anything. Or trying to be at least. But yeah, we're getting this kind of a pullback there. A nice little short on Tesla's working out. We did break below VWAP there. We talked about this VWAP kind of hold. Yeah, we'll get you give it a few pennies on each side to really confirm. But if the market kind of gives us that tailwind, we talked about the market giving us that tailwind and kind of blessing us with the pressure on Tesla right there. And we did kind of get that 15.3 kind of a pullback. We talked about the first red candle on the 15 after some crazy bid up, after almost an hour worth of a bid up, maybe even more. If you want to count before the open as well, we have been steadily kind of cruising to the upside. So as we approach that lunchtime hour, we are getting a little bit of a pullback back through that trend. Like I said, 30% retracement to 50% retracement would be nice, and we're starting to get some of that come into fruition here. So we did cover some of our short here from the 253 area, kind of high of consolidation. We saw kind of that the liquidity grabs kind of come in, and we liked the position even more, so we got even more, and we did break through that VWAP. Some covers on top of 252, 251 and a half. And then I'm sitting at that 251 as well with a little bit. Let's see if we can even get to this 250, kind of breaking through this morning consolidation. But I think the ES and the NQ would have to kind of give us a little bit more tailwind for that to come into fruition as well. I am watching some of these other names in lockstep with the market kind of right now, pulling a little bit of a curl. We see that Apple wasn't necessarily able to get through its Friday consolidation, end of day consolidation highs right here at the 1795, and you couldn't even get through that 179. So that was a decent reason to kind of look for the sells there. And then Softy as well. Softy, look at that distinct kind of a pullback, an interesting level that we held in the pre-market and on Friday as well. You guys have seen this 327 level multiple times. I've pointed it out over the past week. We've had that 329-ish area kind of a support. You failed to follow through it, and then today you're getting a bit of some strength back through off of using that level as support. Amazon, what are you up to? All right, so Amazon, we saw, again, I was aggressive. I was way too aggressive on the short. Again, if the pressure is that strong, I gotta give up the ego, give up the
Ghost?
Give up the ghost, I guess, yeah, as Sharif likes to say. But no, definitely got to be respecting the tape and the chart. You can see that end of day consolidation, kind of this 130.70, 130.80 area. As soon as it kind of gets back above that and starts to hold, you definitely don't want to stay short. And I did indeed short through all of that, kind of disrespecting what the chart was telling me, what the tape was telling me. I got to be a better listener there, Sharif. Got to be working on that as well. But it seems like we're listening a little bit better than we were in the morning, as the market kind of looks to pull back quite distinctly off of some of these levels, that 15.3, and then we just broke that 44 as well. I'm curious to know whether or not Tesla can catch a bit of a sell through that 251, kind of in step with the market. We're still short this JPM here. JPM kind of struggling on top of that 147 as of right now. Let's see how far we can get. We did kind of punch short low of daybreak, so that's not always the best kind of place to indulge in my opinion. But yeah, if it's going to be weak, I did kind of piece into it here, holding some. I guess I want to take some right here on top of this 147, and then kind of see where the rest take the rest through the level if it can give that to us here. Definitely, we're going to get a bit of a tailwind there from the market if we do continue to sell off. I'm watching this 44 as well. If we can make it below this 44 there, Sharif, it would be pretty decent. Monty G, is that a new subscriber there? Is that the new subscriber alert? Okay, yeah, welcome.
Thank you for being a member. Appreciate that. Welcome, Monty G. The OG Monty G. Ryan, I'm just joking, by the way. You can call them whatever you want. Free speech around this, unless you're bullying somebody. But you can't really bully a whole team, right? Especially if they don't even know you're saying. Ryan called my Cowboys today. He called them the Cowgirls.
Damn.
On the morning show there. He didn't think that I saw it, but I saw it in the chat. All right, couple of outs here so far on the Q short, letting this one run. We'll see how this one does. The other one here, Lulu nicely almost, yeah, we're nicely in the money on this one, about 80 pennies in the money or so. A couple of outs at that 416. Now we're set up with another profit taker just south of 417. New high a day, by the way, on Lulu at 416.09. It continues to trend, you know, it's trending up. Now we're getting at the high end of the range here. And I'm not saying that on a technical level, just 10% on the name, you know, is kind of a stretch for a name like Lulu on the day. But how many times do you get added to the S&P 500, right? Yeah, once. It's not going to be OB twice or thrice, but we'll keep an eye on that. The other one that I'm concerned about here, we got a couple of outs on the future, but again, it's a counter trend trade, and looks like we're getting bought up at the moment. So concern all around. That's typically what I do around here, get concerned. 416.35 now, OB Lulu running towards a high, and looks like the future is moving back up to, let's get to some tags here in the chat. Jay Lee says, I'm still short Boyle from 70 last week. It hit 64 this morning. That's a 6-banger, right? Just shouting out a nice win from a member. Happy for you, my man. I get rinsed and you print. That's exactly what I want to, you know, see every day. Shout out to Taking Care of Business. Tell them not to microwave fish in the staff room. I really don't know what to say to that. Dirty? Is that like a dirty joke or something? All right, guys. Taking another profit taker there on Lulu, as this one, we're $1 in the money plus almost $1.30 in the money on this one now. It's running high, 416.75. It continues to make that big move up now, 10.25% on LU. Wetting our beak with some profits there. Renata asking, what does S-list mean? It means bad word list, okay? That's what it does. D-Loaf, long coin own here. Is Lulu added today or to be added? To be added. So it's not added quite yet. I can find out the exact day for you when I send it back to the Kenobi, but it is replacing Activision Blizzard, which now has been acquired for $69 billion by Microsoft. And I'm gonna make Neil happy here. I'm gonna mention Lena Khan because she has promised to continue the fight against that acquisition. So, I mean, I don't know what that means. It says the deal was closed on Friday for $69 billion. Does she get an ex post facto liquidation? All right, we're gonna take another piece out here on Lulu as there's a new high up day. 417.32. Lulu is the gift that keeps on giving, and they make a hell of a shirt. You know that pink shirt? Well, not this one, obviously. I have like this salmon. That's not even salmon. I don't even know what color it is, but it's a hell of a shirt, nonetheless. And I like it.
Yeah, no.
Can you tell I'm tired?
Yo, trust me, I'm pretty. I'm feeling
out
that
of
as
my
well.
mouth, man.
A little
Like,
tiring.
You know that
day.
shirt of that color that I had? You know that one?
Yeah,
It's
of course.
a hell of a shirt.
That one,
It's a
right?
hell of a
Yeah. I
shirt.
know that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, definitely a good brand. I totally forgot that Lulu had this kind of news today. It was kind of on my radar, and as you can see, take a look at this RVOL that doing in the pre-market, over 100x RVOL pushing through that 400 break. Take a look at the open there, Sharif. There's no relief of any sort of selling as it blasts straight right out the open.
Wow.
400 push, 410. 412, yeah, a lot of dollars there between the 400 and the 410, and it rips right through all of them there, pushing that 416.
highway?
Very very, very strong.
400 and the 410.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are two highways we have around here.
Yeah,
I mean,
so speeding on all the highways right there through the 400s. Lululemon, pretty strong on the day. But yeah, no, I definitely missed out on that trade. Strong reason to buy for sure, right? No, you not only are you going to have people that are interested in playing the catalyst of the addition to the ETF. But you're also going to have larger players kind of positioning in for that move as well, and you get that nice buying pressure kind of solidified with that clean, heavy, unusual R-vol pushing up into the open there. Nice continuation move on Lulu. Where will it stop? I have no idea, but Sharif, we're awfully close to that 420 there.
Fantastic if it hit 420 today.
Okay, so you know what? If
Not that
JPM
they're really known for that either, though.
Yeah, exactly. I think they have decent products now. I'm not really familiar with too many products of their product line, but I know for sure my sisters for sure are definitely avid customers from Lulu, for sure. Yeah, I think they talk about the quality of products definitely being up there. So I guess it kind of makes sense that they're
known
priced
for
like that as well.
their pricing power, Obi. They can maintain margins like you wouldn't believe, bro. I mean, they had a glut of inventory going into last year during that 2022 period when everything was taking a hit, and they didn't actually have to mark down the majority of the products to move it. Wow. Remember when there was a supply chain issue, so a lot of these retailers, they over-ordered to make sure that they had inventory because we were having trouble with that. We didn't have inventory at one point during the pandemic. And so they found themselves with all this supply issue that they couldn't move. Everybody else, Nike had to take markdowns. Target had to make huge markdowns and take hits on margins, except this bad boy. And anecdotally, when you go to their outlet, there's one, you know where the Great Canadian whatever outlet?
Superstore?
No.
The
outlet
yeah.
401 West?
It's on the west side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell we're both tired? Yeah, the west side. No, it's on the 401 West. You go there, they got a Lulu outlet. And let me tell you, it's like 15% markdowns, which is nothing for an outlet.
Yeah,
right?
you're like saving tax.
Right. Essentially, that's it. You're a couple of dollars here and there. It's not much to be spoken of. So their pricing power, their margins, they maintain those plenty. So, I mean, if you're an investor, that's what you're looking for, right? You don't want them to get hit on huge margins anyway. We're printed nicely on this one, almost $2 in the money on Lulu as it flirts with that 417.5. We're long 415.38. We'll give that one time and try to exercise some patience. The other one here, the Fuge, continuing to head down off that 15.3 rejection. We haven't broken 15.260. That is where the lower wick there comes down to, but we're printing lower highs. There's no question about that. Off that 15.325, every subsequent high has been lower. So despite the fact that you're not getting an aggressive move down, we are getting a series of lower highs. So I don't want to paper hand this trade. I want to exercise some patience on this bad boy and see if we can get a nice print. And if I'm talking a little bit of funny, it's because my teeth are moving around now that I'm wearing this Invisalign. Initially, I didn't really feel it. But now, like, my teeth are actually moving around. They're going to move around more because I replace the Invisalign, the new tray, every Tuesday night. So get ready for more funny speak.
How's that going for you? It's like
good. It's just I can't.
Are you getting used to the Invisaligns, like the feeling of the Invisaligns, or are they still uncomfortable?
Is not an issue. Okay. It's just you cannot snack. Because then it's a whole process. You got to take them off, clean them, brush your teeth, floss, and then you can put them back on. So it's a whole thing, man. I hate adjusting my lifestyle.
Yeah, I have been noticing you're brushing your teeth a lot more often.
I have to walk around with a toothbrush like a psycho.
Yeah, it's very.
Right? What can I do, right?
I've been picking up on that a little bit. Yes.
Yeah, Max and Breckles looked at me the other day. They were back there. I'm sitting here brushing my teeth on the desk. They're like, "You all right, bro? Like, what's going on?"
Yeah. No, you definitely gotta be taking care of those the pearly whites for sure.
Ramin just said that I'm testing her every day when I'm brushing my teeth, and I'm sitting here so she can get me on camera, and she wants to out me. But she's so sweet and she's kind. She wouldn't do that, right, Ramin? I'm kidding. All right, Jay. No, I'm not.
Do it.
She's nice, but Jay Lee. Men in Lulu seems okay. Look, I'm not gonna read that part. At least in my humble opinion, I'm a stick with the baggy shorts. Do you, Jay Lee? As long as you are happy and satisfied, I cannot contradict you. Taking care of business, you need to hit up the American outlets. And there are outlets not aired items, stitching problems and things like that. Okay, so maybe it looks like they're getting, they're a little bit cheaper in the American outlets, Mr. Kenobi. I used to live at the Buffalo outlets 2012, 2013 when the dollar was like 1.2. Those were the good old days. You go out there.
Yeah,
the
I've been there a couple
dollar
of
was
times.
stronger than the American dollar. Not anymore, and then probably not for a while anyway, Mr. Kenobi. All right, just looking at some of the inputs here in the chat. Nothing going on there. All right, let's talk about the trades. Here we go. We're back into 15,270, making a possible newer low, lower high for sure. Patience, patience, patience. I think we were rejecting 15.3 at least for now. By how much? Your guess is as good as mine. All right, back to Lulu. We're coming back into 416 and change here. So we've taken out more than half the position. I think, you know, this is the one where, like, I have to ask myself, am I going to let any part of this go against me? Because if I, you know, it's just, we're extended. We're well over 10%. You know, we had a big move down at around 11:20. You had this candle right here. Looks, on the 5-minute chart, it definitely looks bullish because it's a bit of a hammer candle. Let me show you what I mean by that real quick. That's a hammer candle. That's usually a bullish candle, but yeah, if we're going to get a move down in the market, I don't know if I really trust Lulu continuing to rise, even though it is secular on the day, Kenobi. So I think I might cut this one soon, but the futures position printing here as now we are down in the 60s, Mr. Kenobi. So nice 20-point winner or so right now. Let's be patient.
Yeah, for sure. I just pulled up again. We're looking at some of the top volume gainers now. I don't know if you're aware of anything, but it seems like I don't see anything right away. But Snapchat, do they have? Do you know if they have news?
I think Sean had their chart up earlier
or something. It's like it's doing some crazy price action there. I can't really see some news off the top.
Oh, yeah.
But take a look at some of this RVOL that it's doing. Some crazy 5x, 6x RVOL out the open there on what seems to be like news I'm unaware of. Clearly, this name is trading some significant volume off of something. So just something I'm not seeing potentially here. But take a look at this. Very distinctly different from some of these other names across the board, as it holding its highs and holding above VWAP as well. Take a look at that clean VWAP hold. Kind of tries to push into VWAP, fails to follow through below it, and now we're pushing through the high of day there. Let's take a quick look left and see what levels we might have to deal with on Snapchat if we are looking to get involved. Okay, so right there, that 980-ish area, 975, about 10 pennies away from there, but a little bit higher where these sellers kind of started to get aggressive right here underneath this 1050. So going into this 1050, give or take about 50 pennies. I think that's where this selling pressure has shown itself right there in the past, right there, the first week of September. It would seem that selling pressure kind of came in, and as of today, right now, we did break kind of these multi-week highs through this 930, and we're pushing back up towards that $10 area. So that's very interesting to me. Now, I guess I'll have to go and find out what the potential catalyst on this might have been. But yeah, Sharif, kind of a pullback there. That 4,400 also held. We didn't get too far past this 15.3, but yeah, it seems like Tesla's also kind of holding in and around its VWAP, so I might be done with this sooner than I think.
I was trying to respond to D-Loaf. This thing doesn't let me type in more than 200 characters. So I had to put my response in 2 messages. So shout out to D-Loaf. Essentially, he had a very great question. He's like, look, man, Palantir might, be gap compliant. If they are, they may be added to the S&P. If they do, what's the move here? Do we jump in early, or do we have to wait for the move subsequent, like we are on Lulu? Like today, you get in at $400 in the pre-market, and you're up $17 a share. We'll talk about that and plenty of more, Mr. Kenobi. But you want to sign off before we
sure.
send it
We'll
over?
see you guys tomorrow. Happy trading, and yeah, best of luck with the rest of your day.
All right, Neil's at the big desk with lunch money.
Welcome to Lunch Money on this Monday. It's hard to ignore what happened this morning in crypto land. All those rumors, BTC ETF, ETFs out there ended up being false. We're going to have to start off with the most obvious thing out there, which was the huge reversal that we saw in basically every single name. You were breaking 28,000 on GBTC, on Bitcoin. GBTC obviously moving as well. You broke 28, you broke 29, you got 230, and then a massive pullback right in. So when I look at things that have a chance to move, I'm going to start right off by looking at a crypto name. One in particular, obviously, I like trading some Coinbase, and if you're looking at some of the Riots and Maras of the world, I think you always just want to stick to the equity that you're the most comfortable with, and that's what leads me back into Coinbase. But here's what I want to highlight. The daily chart, not going to show me what I want today. So we're going to stick with a shorter time frame because I want to keep this relatively simple when it comes to Coinbase. On Friday, you were breaking down 74.5. There's your breakdown. It broke morning support, took it to the downside, and then we ended up closing right here at 73.70ish, right in this range. And then look at the bottom that we're putting in. So essentially, Coinbase is holding on the red to green, or the green to red story, where it's trying to stay positive on the session, and that's what's the support that you're getting into. So as we look at the 1-minute chart here, that's all you're bouncing off of. Like, this is basically just trying to hold green. And the market has been relatively strong and is starting to pull back. So what had been a pullback all the way down into lows in all the crypto names, and the market has been holding some highs. So if we were to break back VWAP and start retesting market lows, I think these names going red could spark a big time sell-off. So you look at this 73.5 on coin. That looks like a decent setup. Now I already gave my thoughts on 75 during the morning show, so were this to pop, I do like that 75 level for a fade as well. But the whole green to red story on Coinbase can't be ignored. It's a huge support level, and it's bouncing over and over and over again off of this level. I don't think it's like ARM where you just automatically go along the even because there's no even dollar level there. But Coinbase, hard to ignore the price action that you're seeing, and these are the types of levels we like at lunchtime. Big consolidation levels, gives you some awesome trades off of it. If they break down in the afternoon, you can then play the trend into the downside, hopefully following the market at that point, because you do want to have the market with you if you're taking a breakdown trade. If you're looking for a flat bottom break like coin, I would rather the NASDAQ be going with me. Speaking about the NASDAQ going with you, Tesla on the break as we speak, and it looks like Tesla waits for no one. We get earnings for them this week, in the middle of the week on Wednesday, but until then, the story is going to be on the daily, bouncing off this 50 period. So 250 psychological, 251 is where we close. So that price area has been good support all day, exactly where you would want to see it. You ended up breaking out early and then bouncing off that 51, the previous close, and you're stair-stepping upside. You're not getting back to 51 the latest pullback. We actually just broke out a local zone here. Tesla looks like it should be in the strong bucket, especially the longer it holds on above that 251. So this is a nice upward trend. You've got plenty of room to 254, which is a double top. So the 251 area, anything underneath 52, like those are the money fills on Tesla. Been super, super strong off the open, and then off of that 51. I just like the fact that you're making the higher lows here. And I do want to jump from this to another name, because every single time I see Tesla, I want to mention Rivian. Same sort of deal. Only in some ways Rivian's been stronger. Now, it would be easy to say, hey, look for the longs on Rivian, but you probably know what I'm going to say here. They did the raise, 1 billy, and the stock got tanked. The stock tanked. It broke a 20 flat bottom support, made a bit of a bid, and look at it on that daily chart, rejecting that same 20 level over and over. So while I like Tesla as a long going into that offer, that top, I look at Rivian and say, the resistance up at 20, that's a short I want to wait for. So much like this morning, I think you got to be very patient when you short something. It never even got to the 20 level. You got a 1975, 1980 as your top. I think as it gets into the 20, you might even allow it to fail above 20, like break 20, fail above it, then look for the short trade on Rivian. So I like Tesla off that previous close. I like Tesla on the trend. Rivian's more about look at what happened when they did that raise and look where the stock already rejected 1 through 20. If it clears out 2025, I think that short notion's probably gone and you were looking for breakouts to fill in the gap on Rivian. Pretty strong as we speak, but it's getting into the level that I was waiting around for all morning long, and absolutely nothing has changed for me when it comes to Rivian. Gonna pivot from that to, hey, sometimes you see something move, you don't know if there's a catalyst or not. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Snapchat does report next week. I know a few people in the chat have said, hey, this is just Snapchat making a move going into earnings. They report next week tomorrow, October 24th, after the market. So maybe it's a little bit of that. I don't know. It's got a decent short flow. It's not huge. 8% isn't bad, but it's not double digits. It's not 25%. This ain't beyond meat, but it is a strong upward trend. And sometimes you just want to respect that trend. Like allow it to get into some big levels. So what are the big levels on Snapchat? On the daily, like you have a little bit of a mini gap fill if it gets to 975. We've already gone there essentially today. This is an over $10 story in terms of next resistance on Snap. So if this has room to get to $10 and then overfills even $10.50 before it breaks out, I think you want to give it a chance if that's where it's trying to run to going into those earnings. Now, the way I like to play these, I'm going to look at the 15-minute chart here for you guys, because if you look at the consolidation off this 15-minute, it is pretty sweet technically, right? You go previous, you get that high from last week on Friday, right in there. On the breakout, that ends up being the consolidation support, and then you go break out the next level. If it were to dip, yes, you got some wicks above that 950, but really, most of the body of that resistance was at the 950 level. So this can hang on. Any dip in a 950 looks pretty darn good. If there's room to 1025, I think you just want to try, give it a shot to join that trend. You have that previous high underneath there, that 935 level for support. So you have this notion to be able to get like if you can get 50s to 55s, 935 can be an out, and then you run into the $10 level. That looks pretty solid. Keep the ear to the ground to see if there's any reason for this. Because, look, obviously, when something moves and you're not sure what the catalyst might be, you never want to rule out that news could get dropped or something that you were unaware of is going to come out later and could fundamentally change your opinion on it if it ends up being bunk news. So it is a good-looking trend to the upside. I do like that 50 dip, 35, nice little out there you can have. And if it gets above $10, I think the money feels short or above that 10 going into the 10 half. I don't think we get there today, but you never really know. You never want to write those things off, because next thing you know, one big push to the upside, some shorts covering, and you're at 1050, and you want to make sure you're ready for it. Speaking of shorts covering, probably some shorts have covered on AMC. I'm going to guess, and they probably did okay. Let's be honest about it. So you had the Taylor Swift concert, fantastic numbers, break-in records, all that good stuff, right? It's going to probably beat overall, it's going to beat what the record, I think it's like Michael Jackson, This Is It, did like $250 million like a million years ago, and this will probably crush that. But at the end of the day, this is what's going on in AMC. Now, this is not necessarily a great-looking chart, but you have been making a bounce on the daily. So it was bouncing on the daily. You got right into the penultimate or day going into this big release, and it started selling off on Friday. They didn't even wait for the weekend. Big sell-off on Friday, and then today trying to catch a little bit of a bid. So that's the context of where we are on AMC. The reality, however, is today, with that big sell-off on Friday, you were SSR. And it bounced once off 9. It's now double bottomed higher low 905 as it's forming a bit of a wedge. So you're right back in looking at that $9 level square in the face for an afternoon dead cat bounce one more time. If it cannot hold on to 9, this could get nasty. I think 895 breaks. You might see 850. But until that happens, AMC's caught itself a little bit of a bid. So the SSR helps. The fact that it was down well over 10% on Friday gives you that bounce zone. I think you always want to give it a chance throughout that day because with the short float, with the SSR, that's when you can get pretty strong moves to the upside as long as you have an out. And when you have that $9 level behind you, it's a lot easier to have that kind of an out. Now, I was going to throw GameStop on there. I'll quickly go over it because this morning, you had people in the chat talking about how crazy GameStop was going to the downside. And I did have a notion for this trade that I think was setting up a little bit better when I sat down. So if you looked at the morning range on GameStop, like this is at 1450. Look at the breakdown just before we came off air. Now, it was looking like a rejection off of that price level. And I was going to say, hey, look, it comes right back into that morning bottom, shows a consolidation. If it fails this top, just look for the short in here if it fails at 14.5. Now it's kind of trending above the 14.5, gliding a little bit higher. I don't want to give up on the notion of the short. It's just that the setup that was there 15 minutes ago now requires a much more patient one. There was no rollover down here to get an entry short there, right? So I've thrown that one out the window unless it gets back down into the 14.5, and then you can try that area. Until then, I look right back to where the real acceleration started, and that was off the 1460. If it gets back up to that price, I think you patiently wait for it. It's still a decent short float, 21%, but there hasn't been enough volume that it's really going to scare you all that much to taking a short entry on GameStop. Speaking of short entries, I guess the thing with Pfizer, they got an upgrade today by Jefferies. Now, on Friday after market, they plunged because they updated some revenue numbers and looked pretty bad. So a lot of times, you know, you can say, well, nothing looks good about this. The daily chart's pretty nasty. Like, where do you see the positive when you have the numbers come out as bad as they do? And a lot of times it's just, you can't try to make sense of it. Maybe the stock had been trending down so far that anything that could give you an indication of a bottom was going to cause it to bounce. So maybe that was it today. I don't know, but I do know that it's a very strong bounce off this double bottom on the daily. So it was a bit of a flat bottom breaker that just caught a bid on that daily chart. And what it looks like on the 15-minute is actually a little bit more impressive. It was a huge liquidity grab under what was a flat bottom break. And what can you say? Like, this was after market. It flat bottom broke this and then just spent the rest of the time recovering. So it's a liquidity grab, flat bottom break, which then broke out back above that previous price. I'll be frustrated with myself for not going into the long here, and I'll show you exactly why. Sometimes you can't zoom out far enough, and that was around 32.25. And you know, this is more of a learning example for, I almost say like for myself here, because I often will look at a weekly chart when I'm setting things up, and I did not necessarily zoom back far enough to have a quick look-see at how significant this 32 level was on the weekly. You zoom way back and go to 2020, this was the higher low in 2020. So it's bouncing off of, I mean, there's only one level below this, and I should know it because I was buying Pfizer on that low in my personal account. So that 32, it just seems as if it was bad news, what could signal the bottom, and this is as bad as it can get because I've already done the poor guide for you and updated those numbers, and now you just get a bounce off a major level, shorts covering, all that good stuff, maybe some people coming in seeing some value on Pfizer. Whatever it might be, that hold at 32 gets pretty darn bullish in my book, and you just got to be able to adjust to it when it happens. So now that that has happened, I think if it gets back down to that 32 level, I'd probably look for support. Until then, it does seem to have a bit of a level off here at that 34 level. The even 34 level isn't that bad on the daily as well. But you know, the lesson to be learned here. Sometimes I know it's lunch money to look for opportunities in the afternoon, but I always find you got to try to learn from the mistakes as well. And if I had zoomed out, if I just looked at a weekly chart, it's not to say that I wouldn't have tried the short in the morning, but I certainly would have been trying to flip to the long once it was breaking out that 32.30, 32 quarter area. And you got to be able to get better every single time. So when you see setups like that, when it clears out bottoms and then regains that bid, regains positivity, gets back above that monster level. It was a liquidity grab under a huge level on the weekly, on bad news on Friday, Jeffrey's upgrade. Probably doesn't matter too much, but at the end of the day, that's one I have to be able to learn from. And one which, okay, I'm going to end with a small cap for you guys. Can't not talk about Tempest, can I? Have to talk about Tempest. So I'm a little surprised that Tempest is holding up as well as it is. I'm going to get that one out of the way. But did note that the locates on this are basically free. It's 1/3 of 1 cent here at Day Trade the World. And a lot of times when that's the case, what can happen is you get like crowded short opportunities. Right, so when something which already has the ability to go parabolic starts going up and everyone looks at a good level, like the 5 level, the 6 level, if it were to get to 10, it gets really crowded because it's basically free for day traders to get those locates, put on that short, look for it to come back down like usually these will do. And when it's that cheap, a lot of people can get themselves into trouble. So that could be a reason why it's strong. Another reason I think is just how good this was technically, possibly. Now, I'm looking at the 15. When it dipped this morning, the fact that it held like that wick top, that 575, and then wicked under, and then immediately responded to that 6, it's now just strong above 6. Now, what I would say is if it holds on to this $6 level, it has every chance to make a run at that high. However, if you get a 6 long, or a long in front of 6, stop like 570 area to me is where I would have a stop. I don't mind losing 30 cents and having a bad out because I like to find risk to reward on these that make sense, and you have to take your out if risk to reward is going to mean anything. If you get this and it goes to 750, at that point, you're risking 30 to 40 pennies off the 6 long. I'm taking something out in front of 7, 7.5. It just makes sense to me. You can hold on to a piece. For me, I hold on to a piece just in case, like 10, 15% if it's going to break that top. But this is a run to try and buy a dip in something which gives you the good R&R. Now, that trade is against the grain on a pullback. And if it breaks to the downside, fair enough, you're going to take a hit. But if you're 3 to 1, 2.5 to 1, 2 to 1 in that range, you don't actually have to win more than 50% of the time. It can be a coin flip in those situations if you take your profit, if you adhere to your stop. Now, if it clears out the high, my locates are paid for in case it gets to $10. I think you cross that bridge when you get there. For now, I'll admit, it's having a great day. Should have looked for a long earlier. Didn't really give it that much credit. Now I'm willing to do so, but only on the terms that I like, which is find that consolidation long and do not take breakouts at the high of the day on these things. There always seem to be bamboozlement. That's not the kind of thing that's worked anymore. I feel like that breakout on these small caps is something that was more of a 2 years ago kind of thing. And now you want to try the consolidation longs where you get a little bit better risk to reward. Speaking of risk to reward, that's something I know on the desk they're going to be all over because it's all about that trade management. So this was lunch money for you. Let's go right back to Sharif, joined now by Derek.
That's fantastic, Neil. Thank you very much for that. I couldn't agree more about the state of the market and the breakouts for small caps. I have to wholeheartedly agree with what Neil just said there, as I was just expressing to you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi,
How
are
was
you?
the weekend?
It was good. Overslept a little bit this morning, so I'm a little tired, but we're here. How are you? How was your weekend?
Good. I mean,
Awesome.
I saw you killing it today with the watch list.
Thank you.
On your lonesome too, might I add?
Yeah, it's you know, getting used to it, especially on days when the market it's a little bit spottier for like news stories as we kind of had this morning. So it's lots of good practice. Thank you. Appreciate the shout out.
All right. So you and I were just talking about AMC and Tesla.
Yes.
Take us through
Let's talk about Tesla first, because this was kind of a discussion at the end of the day on Friday with kind of me delving into scalp trading a little bit. This has been a good strategy for me. Literally, that's just kind of what we've been doing all morning, and we had one loss, and it was on Tesla, and then we made up for it. So I would like to kind of walk through what happened here. So basically what I've been kind of doing is I was kind of watching levels. Obviously, this candle, then this kind of when the market dropped around 11. We picked it right back up. Basically, why I find this kind of strategy good for me is because I know it's going to be short term, so I don't worry about getting out of a trade too early because I know I'm going to get out of a trade earlier, right? So I think for like my type of risk, maybe aversion is not the right word. I'm a little cautious, so I think like with having a plan in mind has been really helpful for me. So yeah, set the stops ahead of time. If the stock is taking off more or less, you can kind of adjust that. But yeah, so I like to take out, half my position at one point, half of my position at another point. We did this again, and this is kind of the one where we did lose, because this is when the whole market kind of had that giant flush to the downside, that giant swoop down, if you will. So yeah, took out half here, took out the rest here. But then other than that, like we had some solid trades, right? Just getting in, getting out really quickly, planning where we get in and out. I'm keeping an eye on Tesla because it does look like we have a little bit of momentum here. But I think for me, I find this kind of trading to be less stressful than when I'm in a trade for like a longer time, right? When I don't have a hard game plan. I also want to look at Lulu, which is I know that you're also in. Yeah. So my strategy with Lulu was like I said, a little bit more short term. So basically we got in, I think, just above 414. And this is one where honestly, this was a winning trade. We didn't lose anything in this trade. We actually did quite well in this trade. But I'm going to look at it because I want to reflect on how I could have done better. So basically, I could have gotten more out of Lulu because I didn't spend enough time looking at the book and seeing how quickly this one can move. So I think we got in around 414.20. We got out, we set half our position to leave at 414.50. Had I seen how much this can move when it picks up, I probably would have set that for higher. We got out the rest at 415 even, but then right before, after I took it out, it went up to 415.20. So we could have had a full dollar trade with the rest of those shares, right? So I think like this has taught me definitely, as much as I am happy with the trade, we didn't lose anything on the trade. Next time I'm going to be watching the book more carefully to kind of get a sense of that movement before I set my positions, and then have more faith in how high something like this could potentially go, especially something that does tend to move a little and then a lot. Yeah.
I like it.
Thank you.
I like it. And you got in a good price too. I kind of envy your price, Adira, because
you got
I'm
in
a little bit higher. But we printed on it quite nicely. I heard
you talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the best trade. We were up about $2 a share on it, retracing a little bit back now, about $1 a share. As we move back into 416, we've been definitely having trouble with that 417 and a half, or that general area has been the top, but it's been, I don't know, tough, much tougher to short this than to long it, no question about it, even though you could have had a nice little move there off the rejection at 416 earlier on at, say, around 10:55, 11 or so. It retraced and broke that 412 area, coming down into 411 and 2/3. All right. Not much left on this position, about 1/3 of the position so far. The one that I have to concern myself about here is the fuge. We're getting another bounce back right now, even though we haven't made any newer highs really on the NQ December contract. Let's see what we do here, because we were knocking on the door of that 50 area, 15.25 and change, and now we're bouncing right back up into the 80s. So I got to keep my eye on this. We're short 87s. I don't like these type of trades, despite the fact that I'm in it, because I do find them to be a bit counter market, and that really is not my modus operandi. I'd like to go with the trend, even though we got multiple rejections at 15.3, and that was the whole thinking here, was to take the consolidation dance that we'd been doing in that 15.3 vicinity, and then take it short. I have to also tell you that we're at an important level on the ES, because we're right at 4,400, and we've been doing the 4,400 dance for quite some time, maybe an equal amount of time as the 15.3 dance. Here's the 4,400 dance. I gotta tell you, this looks like the opposite of the 15.3 dance. The fact that you get just south of 4,400 and you're met with immediate buying. So this kind of looks actually bullish to me at 4,400, in the exact opposite way that 15.3 looked bearish to me. So we'll have to wait and see how the ES does here. We definitely have made a newer low. And we have, this area here, this 43.90, 43.87-ish area where we broke out from. We had a little bit of a cresting out there, and then we got the breakout at 10.10 or so. Looks good. I got to tell you, the ES looks good, which makes me wonder, does the NQ start curling up here? We're only 8 points or so in the money, but I feel like we may find a second wind, no question, for the NQ. If this touches my entry, I'm gone. I'm already at 2/3 of the position. So I'm not going to let this part go against me, and I don't feel that great about the trade anyway. So this comes into my entry. That will be the end of that. Kind of a random thing to do here, but I'm kind of basing my NQ trade on the ES trade, not something that I typically do, just because of the way that 4,400 is holding here on the ES. Right, and that's kind of my thinking out there. So we'll have to wait and see how they do. 8 points or so closer to my entry than we have been. We're at 15,280 at the moment. Let's check what Lulu is doing. Lulu retraced south of 416, then immediately shot back up above 416 again. I'm more hesitant to want to cut this one early just because this one is in the direction of the trend. The only concern that I really have with it is we are extended a little bit on the day. 10.25% for a big cap name. And this now, I want to just tell you, this morning it was about almost 50 billion. It is now $52.7 billion market cap. We were like at 46 and change or 47 and change. I had to round up when I was talking at the big desk today to say that this was almost a $50 billion market cap. It's just, I mean, there's a lot that this company does right. And I don't think too many people can do it how they do it, not even Nike. And I know that Nike is a bit more diversified and their client base a little bit different, but Lulu, what a company, what a company. I'm not saying that just because they're Canadian, but I'm very impressed by Lulu and how they're able to hold on to their margins. Having a great day. Let's see if we can print some more at them. I've got a beak wetter there up at 417.25. We'll see how that does. Looks like we're moving down a little bit here on the NQ again, but I'm closely watching 4,400 on the ES, because if that one holds, I think we might hold on the NQ. Now, quickly, before I send it back to Adara, MNTS has kind of reclaimed all the hype that it had earlier today. We talked about this one reclaiming VWAP and the $4 level. It did it in spades. And then that $5 level that we weren't able to break earlier on at around 945 or so, that's done. That's come and gone. Now the high of day is 550 on the dot, and we're trading at 520-ish and change right now, up 70%. This one is really flying up there. And then the last but not least, PRTA, a bit of a slower mover, buyout rumors. We closed out $44 on Friday. We just broke $55 right now. $11 move on a $44 name, $55.50 HOD. It is a little spready, 20 pennies most of the time, but the directional move in this one has been absolutely aces. I hope you're printing on this one because I haven't been trading any small caps today. Probably should, given how good they're acting right now. And how could I forget TPST? It's waking back from the dead here, reclaiming $6 and looking to take out that 650 top here, Adara.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely seems like a small cap day. Like when I was doing the small cap recap this morning, I was shocked by TPST being a runner again. Like this name does not want to die. And I'm seeing a lot of mention of it in the chat as well, so that's been interesting. Yeah, I want to talk about our old friend AMC, and like I'm looking at this around VWAP to kind of see what it does. We're obviously down on the day. This clearly did not react to the Swift movie the way I thought it would, and it is interesting. I was actually reading a CNBC article yesterday saying that kind of what I've been saying this whole time too, that the whole hype around this movie made investors Swifties, because yeah, like I think there was leading up, like AMC, I'm going to change to the daily, was actually very strong, and then it's the day it was kind of became a sell the news event the day that it hit. Yeah, you're seeing like all of this growth up, and then Friday hit the day the movie came out. We like flew below VWAP. We're continuing to trend lower. But yeah, I mean, for like a short-term intraday trade, I am curious about that VWAP area for our friend AMC, but I don't really know how this will like go. I also want to look at Meta, because I was chatting with Reliable Rudy in the chat about Meta. I've seen some people in the chat talking about Meta shorts. So Meta is, I think Meta, the high of day was 320.33 last time I checked. Now we're at 320.34, so slightly broke. It seems like, you know, I was talking to Shreve. Shreve was telling me last week about looking at these candle wicks upwards. So if you have like this kind of movement in either direction, it's maybe like a struggle. It's showing that it's struggling to hold that level, right? So it looks like maybe going upward is a bit of a challenge for Meta right now. Depending on what we do around that like 320, 319.50 area, I might do this as like a teeny tiny baby trade, like an in and out type situation. But yeah, right now, like I would like to see a bit better sense of its momentum because it does seem to be struggling with the highs right now. And yeah, thanks again for telling me about the wick thing, because I feel like that was because when I see like these struggles to kind of continue upward, to wick upward, I get a little bit nervous about the long-term momentum.
Can I also point something else
okay,
out
please do.
here?
Yeah.
So, in addition to the wicks up, what do you notice about the bottom end of those candles? If you had to look and say to yourself, no, zoom back out. So you had the right thing, look right there. What do you see there?
With like this kind of action?
With respect to the bottom end of the range. So forget about the top, because your observation on the top is very good.
Okay.
But now with respect to the bottoms, do you notice there the lower higher low trend?
Higher lows, I would say,
Higher lows.
Yeah.
So typically, if you had to interpret that, if I said, Adara, look, there are higher lows coming in, what does that mean to you? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay.
I think a lot of people are going to benefit from this.
Yeah, I'm going to try, right?
Yeah.
I think it could mean that it's struggling to hold the lower levels and it's trying to make its way up.
Well, it's not struggling. It's benefiting.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's right. Yeah, it's like it's not able to hold the lower. It's like trying to go higher. Yeah,
exactly.
I worded that poorly.
So, yeah, you're absolutely, I knew that you understood what I said because you answered it correctly. So every time you make a higher low, the buyers are overwhelming sellers in terms of demand. The equilibrium keeps moving up because buyers are more enthusiastic than sellers, therefore not allowing the price to come back into that low, and that's why it's a higher low.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no, for sure. Can you go back to her chart if you're able to, guys, for a second? What I see here is, you have a trough in and around there, but then look what it was met with, an immediate buy-up. Right? It was a V-shaped or almost a U-shaped retracement. And then when you look subsequent to that, every move back down is higher than the previous one. So this looks to me like what my friend Neil would call a flat top breakout, in the exact opposite of a flat bottom. Why?
You're going to go to the upside.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason being, you have a very defined top, as you can see that.
Oh, yeah.
Like you just put the line right there. It's basically almost going through. But you have higher lows. It's exactly the opposite of a flat bottom breakdown where you have lower highs and a flat bottom, right?
Okay.
So I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but if I was chart reading that's what it'd be. And I like the fact that you're on the 5, you get a much cleaner picture than the one with the noise that comes on the 1. So I really like how you've done that.
Yeah, no.
That's just what I see.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, I find I was using the 1 minute a lot earlier, and thanks to conversations, like overhearing people here, and also in the chat. Yeah, the 1 minute, like you said, you put it really well with the noise. But yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna keep my eye on Meta for that reason, because you're right. Like
you want a name for this bad boy?
Yes.
It's an ascending wedge.
Okay, so the opposite of the descending.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're way past where I was 3 weeks deep. I wish I was where you are knowledge-wise 3 weeks deep. Trust me, Adair, I'd save a lot of money. If I wasn't
Thank you. Well, I think the nice thing too is because I'm getting a lot of advice from everyone too, right? So I think that helps with the knowledge. But I appreciate that. And yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on our friend Meta. I also want to, before I pass it off, I want to take another look at Microsoft as well, because I saw some mentions of Microsoft potentially, leading to the upside here. And we did have the Activision Blizzard news. You were also mentioning, I believe, was it layoffs? I need to find what that exact story was with Microsoft.
Yeah, they laid off about 500 people.
Oh, LinkedIn. Okay. Yeah. 668 roles in engineering. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this player on the VWAP is of interest to me. I want to see what it does another time. But yeah, we had these, I was noticing this morning too when I was at the big desk, these gorgeous green 5-minute candles to the upside. And we honestly, we're still up on the day. We're about $6 up from where we opened. I think Microsoft looks promising for me in terms of these big tech names right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys are absolutely killing it. I'm always willing to talk about this kind of stuff, and I'm not going to disclose it quite yet, but there is a change coming to the midday show that will make you see much more of this right here. I'm not saying what it's going to be, but yeah. There are changes coming. All right, guys. I got out of the futures trade. I'll tell you why. Because I looked to Sean. I said 4,400 is holding. I know I was trading the NQ and 4,400 is the ES. But to me, 44 looks like it's interested in holding at the moment. And if that's the case, then I don't want to be short. And the reason that I'm looking at 4,400 holding, even though it is like doing a bit of a descending wedge here, with 4,400 being the flat bottom and the lower highs definitely coming in. The wicks down below 4,400 are being bought up, and we're already, on an uptrend over 1%. So I didn't want to be caught on the wrong side, so I got out of the remaining couple of contracts on the NQ. Profitable trade, but if this ends up breaking that 15,250, I'll be disappointed. Now, the other trade that I have to take care of at the moment here is this Lulu trade that's coming close to my entry. We're out of the majority of this position as well. We are in about 30% of the position remaining. We have several outs over here. I think the end of this trade will come vis-a-vis a 415 break. So if I'm long 415 and a third, so 415.38 is where I'm long. If this breaks 415 for the remaining amount, I'm going to cut this trade, especially with the resistance that we've had at 417. Even though we've wicked up into 417.47, we've definitely had trouble staying above there. So we're going to cut this if it breaks 415 to the downside, about 32 pennies or so, the whole 25 pennies or so. As I'm talking now, it's retracing further. I'm not seeing that same move down on the futures contract, so this one moving a little bit secular. And my feeling initially was 10.25%. That's plenty for these type of for this type of name. Now it may run more in power hour, but yeah, during the more illiquid time of the day, I'll have my suspicion. Again, I'm not going to really cut this quickly. We're gonna put the stop once I send it back to Adara. But we're gonna have a look here what everybody's saying first in the chat. Tilsterville, you are Adara LePage. You are doing a great job, and every question you answer from Sharif is helping the greater community of new traders. Well done.
Thank
Couldn't
you.
agree more with that.
Tilsterville.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I'd love to say that name.
We appreciate it either way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely appreciate that, because I always know that there are people in the chat that are joining every day. We don't know who they are, and we don't know what their background is, how much they know. So when we're throwing out these, terms and saying flat bottom break and descending wedge, and this could be really, going over some people's heads. So it's always nice to get back to basics, and I'm always happy to do it, Adara.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it too.
I'm gonna have to cut this trade here on Lulu, as we are now knocking on the door of that 415. If we break here on the ask, I'm going to end the trade.
Okay, fabulous. So I am on Tesla. We're basically I'm trying to do another quick in and out kind of scalp type style thing here. I'm trying to get out half the position at that 252.95, which we're kind of dancing around, and then from there I'd like to do a 253.10, 253, kind of depending what we do from here. But yeah, we're dancing around this area. I got in where I did because I was, we've been looking at the book. I think I feel kind of comfortable with the chart, but I'm trying to get more comfortable looking at the book and seeing what kind of levels are dancing around, looking at the movement and helping that decide my trades, right? So, or not decide, but you know what I mean, factor into the decisions I'm making, especially with regards to entry points, because that was something I definitely struggled with, especially when I first started trading, and I'm still new, right? So we're still getting a sense of exactly where a good entry point is. Okay, so we got half our position out here. We're gonna try to get the rest out just above this 253 here. But yeah, so this is kind of, I find this in and out really helpful, because now I'm not just sitting on my thumbs, what's going to happen. Yeah, no, we're planning outs, right? So yes, maybe if it continues to run up, I'm not going to, see that kind of trade happen, right? I'm not going to be taking advantage of that, but I still have profit, whereas before I was having an issue where I wouldn't be really sure where to get out, and then I would end up losing anything that I could have made. So yeah, these profit takers, as everyone kind of says, this has been very helpful to me. So yeah. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to let Tesla do his thing 21 as we run towards. Yeah, I need to stop referencing that song. It's been very bad for my vocabulary. It's my thing 21. But yeah. No, I will continue to make people wish that song hadn't come out. No, I'm joking. But yeah, let's, I want to look at Meta as well. Mr. Meta. Yeah, Meta is quite strong around that 320 area. I kind of wish I had gotten in when we dropped to that 319.5 because that would have been a nice little baby trade here. But yeah, I mean, definitely like we've got a lot going on in this area. I think Meta is continuing to hold down the fort at 320. So I'd like to see kind of what it does beyond that. Like I said, I think an interesting test for me personally will be what it does at high of day. Because we did break high of day like by 1 cent and then we kind of backed off. So we're going to keep an eye on Meta as it edges towards that 320, 30-ish period again. I also want to look at, and this is going to be kind of a strange one perhaps, I want to look at Cart and Klaviyo because both of those names got lots of analyst buzz today. So I'm going to pull up some of those specific, although I guess it didn't really do anything for them. But yeah, I want to see the specific names on the, yeah, so Cart, Citigroup initiated coverage with the 34 price target, JMP with the 33 price target, B of A Securities 30 price target. Yeah, a lot of like this 30, 36 area. We do have a couple outliers. Goldman Sachs and Stifel both initiating with a buy rating and a $48 price target. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what, like I would be interested in what Cart does, except for the fact that the volume is under 1 million. That makes me a little bit nervous. And I think we're seeing slightly lower lows here. I'm not super confident about the movement at this point. I also want to look at KVYO, Klaviyo, because this was another one that was getting some initiations from analysts as well. Okay, this one's actually positive on the day, unlike Mr. Cart, or Maple Bear, I guess technically, but you know, Instacart. Klaviyo, yeah, so we had, these price targets are, yeah, about the same. These, I would say there's less outliers than what we had with like that $48 price target, or a couple of those from Instacart. Yeah, generally we seem to be in that 36 to like $42 range here. A lot of outperform, a lot of buy. Citigroup was neutral. Yeah, it's interesting to see how these ones haven't super been performing, but they're getting a lot of these outperform and buy ratings, right? So that's interesting to me. I'm excited to kind of, as I trade more, get a sense more of how these analysts, what they come from and kind of how they influence the market. For some of these like smaller names. But yeah, I mean, we do have some dip buy opportunities here, but the volume on this is even weaker than Cart. We're under 500,000. Just something I wanted to look at given the news that we had on those.
All right, I am out of Lulu.
Nice.
At the moment, profitable trade, but we are out because it did break 415. It got to that 414.5, and lo and behold, it's now reclaimed 415. So maybe it should have been a bit more patient with that, but it was multiple red candles in a row on the 5-minute chart. So we'll see how that one does. Somebody was asking me about Dollar General. Dollar General is doing well today, up 1.46%. Closed out the day here Friday at 111 and change. Let's have a look, guys, at Dollar General. 111.16 was Friday's close. Today we got about a 115 and 25. I think it's higher. 115 and a third HOD. Multiple endless actions on this bad boy. Some good, some bad. Wells Fargo maintained Dollar General with equal weight and price target of 110. Loop Capital has it covered with a hold and a price target of 120. Let's see who else got in on the Dollar General chat over here. HSBC reduced it from, upgraded it, sorry, from reduced to hold last week. Who else? Citigroup bumping up or cutting their price target to 115 from 146. So it really depends on who you're looking at here. Multiple conflicting analyst assessments of Dollar General. We've seen, you know, these guys are supposed to be doing better right now because it's the time for these guys to shine. The consumer squeeze, the consumer staples are in focus rather than discretionary items. These guys definitely focus more on discretionary, but the other side of that coin is their margins are getting squeezed and they're in a worse position to pass off the difference to the consumer because of the nature of their business. They are a discount retailer where, you know, Target can increase the prices, Walmart can increase, which they typically don't. But this one, their consumer is going to definitely be more acutely aware of any price increases. And on this side of the border, we have something called Dollarama. And I was listening to an interesting news piece that we have here on our version of Bloomberg called BNN Bloomberg, where the CEO of Dollarama came on and he was saying, you know, the consumer's gotten used to seeing things above $2, $3, $4. So they've acclimated their consumer to see that. Before it was just, you know, it was $1, $2, and that was as good as it gets. I'll give you an example. Case in point for me. They're these sunflower seeds that I pick up from Dollarama. Love these. Adara. Prior to the inflation craze that we got into, they were $1 a bag. Okay? Now they're $1.50 a bag. I get that, that's only 50 cents, but that is a 50%
I was going to say, it's about the percentage increase. It's not about the real cost increase.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's nuts.
So that is a marked change. Now, let me tell you, another anecdotal thing is when I would go to pick up these sunflower seeds, I would be lucky to find them. Now you find them plenty because the consumer will have said, well, you know, I'm not taking that price increase. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does. It's gotten a big, nice bounce going back from the 12th. It had a nice day. It gets another nice day today. On the daily, let's see where it is relative to these moving averages. Well, we're below the 50 on the daily and well below the 200. So it has not been a good year for Dollar General, no question about it. Whether it's June earnings or September earnings, they've missed on both. And you can just see that on the huge gap down here. June 1st and then August 31st were all bad days, and we've lost a great majority of the market cap of the company. Holding 100 though, 100 was a nice solid base there, curling back up. Let's see what it does when it gets to the 50, which is about 127 bucks. Dollar General having a day, but not having a year.
Good way of putting it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Snapchat again. This was one that was being talked about this morning because of this crazy almost 12% jump to the upside. I was looking at it around kind of this area when it was hitting the VWAP, and I was like, oh, well, wait, I won't get in yet. Yeah, okay, should have gotten in. It is what it is, though. I usually start trade, like I don't trade for a long time before the midday. Usually it's like I start at 11 and then I usually kind of wrap up like 11:45-ish. So yeah, like just to kind of get ready for the midday and everything. So it's not like a super large window, which is sometimes why if I think something's going to be a more long-term trade, like what we have with Snap here, I will be a skosh more hesitant. But yeah, I want to look at what is happening with Snap news-wise because we couldn't. I guess The Verge had reported the company's internal goals for the year, so maybe that's what that is. It also had reiterated neutral and the maintained a $10 price target from Roth MKM from Friday. Highly doubt that's what it is, but yeah, I mean, like, I like the idea of the movement here. Volume is over 27 mil. Keeping an eye on this one for sure. This was just one that I wanted to touch on because this was a name from the morning that I wanted, you know, still moving like crazy, still something that is worth looking at. I also want to look at some of these hotel names because they actually had a slew of analyst ratings, and a lot of higher price targets. So as strange as that might sound, this is one that I think I want to take a look at. We have Marriott. So this one, a lot of these were actually from Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley maintained overweight, raised the price target to 232. Okay, so actually some nice VWAP play here. Looks like we're stalling out a little bit at VWAP, so I'd like to wait and see. Again, though, the volume were like under 500,000. This is the same as me trying to trade Hyatt last week and then realizing, hey, the volumes on hotels are maybe not a time. But
Definitely true, yeah.
Right? Yeah, because the thing is, like, you can have like catalysts like these ratings, and it's not because some stocks like. An upgrade or a downgrade will make a difference. I mean, clearly, we're still trading higher on the day, right? But we're just not having that volume because it is still not, I guess, a stock that is super, taking a look at. I also want to look at Pfizer because after close, this has been talked about a lot today too, but after close, we did have Pfizer lower its guidance for the year, and it is still trading like 5% higher on the day. Some nice patterns on this. Like I said, this is another one where I'd like to be curious to see what it does in like 10, 15 minutes to kind of see if we're going to be a little bit stagnant at this area or we're going to choose a direction. But yeah, earlier in the day, if you got in on this, like the volume is great. We're at 26 mil-ish. These little higher ones, little baby dip, swoop. Like it's definitely been a consistent pattern. Then we kind of just started to stall out just a little bit past 11. So yeah, going to keep an eye on this name. The movement is of interest to me. And it's interesting how I think there was maybe an analyst, I think there's an analyst upgrade on this, which is probably the reason for the positive movement and not the decrease guidance on the year. Yeah, so Citigroup maintained neutral. Okay, that's not it. Citigroup maintained neutral and lowered the price target. JP Morgan maintained neutral and lowered the price target. Okay, so the upgrade was Jefferies, which upgraded to buy and raised the price target to 39. So it's interesting though, one positive analyst take today out of 4, and it's up 5%. Yeah, it's an interesting game to watch. Going to keep an eye on it, but yeah, like the guidance lowering does not make me feel incredibly confident in this name.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. All right, we're in this MNTS trade now. Let me tell you why. Because this one moved up very big boy, and then equally of a big boy move down. But what I like the move down here for is it held VWAP to the T. So we're right back at that consolidation area, and it also just happens to be VWAP. So I got long 46s. I've got profit takers layered plenty, and I'll show you that in a second here when I get this chart out of the way. Now, where's the out? I am giving this to the break of the $0.25. I'm going to put it a couple of shekels south of the $0.25 to hide it from the algos, but I will not allow this to make a marked lower low. This is going to have to hold the general area and move back up. I will be patient with it though if it doesn't break my level, because it is at VWAP. I can't even get the words out of there. It's like
one of those days. It's a Monday.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's a Monday.
Usually I'm okay Monday, and I didn't even do anything. Didn't drink on the weekend. Didn't do anything. I'm just tired for whatever reason.
That's a lot. That's valid.
I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. But in any event, we're in MNTS, and I'm layering my profit takers here through the different levels, because you know how these bad boys do. They don't hang out in the profit-taking areas for all that long. Small cap gapper du jour, MNTS. We traded this bad boy on Friday. It's been a multi-day runner. But let me tell you about another one right now. TPST. Tell him, Katina, man.
I love that button so much.
Another one.
There he is. He's a very assertive individual.
Oh yeah, no, his book is really entertaining, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
I've never read his book. Is it good?
I will say he did not use a ghostwriter. I can confidently tell you that DJ Khaled wrote that book himself.
So hold on.
I can say that really confidently.
Hold on. And now, is that just an underhanded compliment?
No.
Or what is that, Adara?
Well, I actually respect that he wrote it himself. Do you know what I mean? Because I think a lot of times you can tell if people use ghostwriters. I can tell you confidently DJ Khaled didn't use one. And it wasn't. I think it made it a more entertaining read, to answer your question.
Okay.
I got it as a gift
fair.
because I had like a phase where I was really fascinated by DJ Khaled when I was like 16. So my father got me the book for my birthday, and I enjoyed it. He's giving his keys to success. He's obviously successful. I actually, as much as it sounded underhanded, and I get where that could come from.
I meant backhanded, but you know exactly.
No,
what
I think I know what you mean, but I do legitimately respect the fact that he wrote it himself, and I think it made it more entertaining than it would have been. Because like someone like DJ Khaled, who has so many DJ Khaled-isms, you're not really going to want to read it if someone else writes it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, that's off topic. I apologize.
No,
go back
never.
to.
And the chat loves what you're talking about. So I mean, please feel free to talk about this kind of stuff.
Appreciate
but
it.
yeah, in any event, the TPST guys, wow, this is a gift that just keeps on giving. But right now it's taking. It's taking from anybody who is long north of 650, because it's now broken south of 650. Now, this has been a level. Going back to the morning, yeah, sure, we broke it, but then every time we come into this consolidation range, 650 seems to be like the higher end of the range, right? Until we can break above it. Now, your guess is as good as mine. If you were looking for a 6 to 650 range, you were bamboozled right here, because it huadunked and it got into that 580 area, right? So broke the 575, broke the 590, wherever you had your stops, and then it gets above there, consolidates much in the same way that it was doing before. Then all of a sudden the volume comes in and it flies above 7. We get into that 7 and a third area. And now we're right back down in the higher end of the consolidation range. It's a bit of a bamboozler. You're going to have to be patient with this one and play off key levels. That's what I'd say to you, right? And this one, you can obviously have a larger account and manipulate it. And that's just the way these bad boys go. These small cap gappers, they are more manipulatable. Is that a word, Adara? Manipulatable?
I think it's manipulable.
Manipulatable.
Or like easily manipulated or manipulable.
Right?
I think like either. It's one of those words that there's a lot of offshoot words to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to look. And as I talk, it just shot up 25 pennies. So now it's back into that 6 3/4 area. Strong name, but very volatile. Be careful with this one. TPST, make sure you're getting in at key levels and your stops are sound. So I'm not going to trade this one at the moment because I'm busy losing money on MNTS. No, I'm not losing money. We're break even at the moment. But we're having this dance with 650. This trade for me is valid because it retraced into VWAP and now is holding VWAP. I'm looking for a consolidation area and then a possible bounce. I've layered out my outs. We'll see if we get it. The out here will be the newer low. I'm talking about MNTS. It will be the newer low below 4 1/4. That's where I'm going to cut this bad boy. But I'm hoping for a move back up, possibly to test out 5. And the chat letting us know what they think about manipulatable. Ahmed Sadiq, not good entry on MNTS. I think it's going to test 9 EMA resistance, 5 minutes, then flush again. Thank you for your opinion, Ahmed. I hope you're wrong because then, well, then I'll lose. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Havana Woody, what does ADR sponsored mean? What does ADR sponsored? I don't know what ADR sponsored means, but ADR is American Depository Receipt, and that's a type of stock where it's traded on. It's not an American company. It's traded on an American exchange, but the actual equity lies somewhere else, whether on the Hang Seng or whatever. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Havana, explain to me a little bit. Shout out to Nicole Harris. I haven't seen Nicole a little bit in the chat. Shout out to her. All right, Ahmed, I hope you don't I don't want you to be losing. Thank you, Ahmed. I appreciate it. No, I was just kidding, tongue in cheek, obviously. What else we got over here? All right, guys, let's not get into the politics in the chat. I know everybody has very strong feelings about what's happening at the moment, but we really need to keep it market related, okay? And that's what this channel is about. It is about the stock market. So unless you're talking about DJ Khaled or the stock market, another one. Right? Do I have Botox in my lips? No, I don't. I don't have Botox in my lips. I have these Invisalign things under that are pushing out my lips farther than where they normally come, and they come up pretty far in general. But no. NNDM says Havana Woody, so we'll have a look at that stock. NNDM, let's find out what this rings a bell, I gotta tell you the truth. NNDM, Nano Dimensions, yeah. So is this is an Israeli-based company active in the technology sector. The company operates as a provider of intelligent machines. What's the float? It is 246 million. It's larger. What's the deal with this one? It's down 3.78% on the day. Why am I interested in this? Let me know quickly here. I don't really see anything that's getting me too interested. The volume, the movement, it's very sideways as of late. This is the half-an-hour chart. It's a very sideways stock. Unless it really breaks out, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be interested in this one, but I'll keep it on the side chart. But MNTS is printing over here as we get a VWAP hold for now. So again, I've layered my outs 5 cents apart on MNTS. We've already got 2 outs, looking for that third. It did cross my third out, but the spread was wider than the penny it is right now. Hence, I didn't get filled. It's got to cross more by more than a penny. But so far, so good. Holding. We'll see how this one does Adair at MNTS.
Yeah. Like it is a small cap kind of day, I think, right? Small cap Monday. Mini cap Monday, I don't know. But I'm looking at Rivian right now. Shout out to Thomas Johnson in the chat about will Rivian push a 20 spot. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, honestly, I appreciate you saying that or mentioning this one because I actually am trying to get into a little bit of Rivian here. I like this as kind of a longer term play because we had that U-shaped kind of vibe around VWAP. We had this beautiful 5-minute candle, then a little bit of a swoop up. Baby dip, but we're getting higher lows, sorry. So, I mean, yeah, I think it is of note to me. Again, I don't know how long I'd stay in this because it's kind of my whole thing. I should be staying in things longer, but yeah, as I kind of get more into the shorter term trading, I do have my eye on this one though, for sure. And I think, yeah, our high of day is 1978. So That would be, I think, around like this kind of areas when we broke that. So it'll be interesting to see, are we going to continue this patterns starting around here of these higher highs? Like, are we going to break even higher, right? Because then I think at that point, it'd be interesting to see what it does at 20. We had closing though, we had 1930. I'm going to look at the daily here, because this has been what I've kind of learned for levels. Shout out to Cherie for teaching me that, like looking, if you want to look at levels, look at the daily. Last time we hit, okay, I guess we brushed against 20 here. And this would have been October 11th. So it's been a while. It'd be interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I think we'll see what it could do, honestly, even if it even goes up like a couple cents, at least for my purposes, it could be of note. But yeah, we'll see what Rivian does, because Rivian, I mean, we've seen with Rivian, it can either go up crazy high or down crazy low.
Oh, yeah.
So it's definitely a mover, but I do appreciate you bringing that one out, Thomas. Bringing that one up, definitely of interest to me. And yeah, we'll see if we can make a couple cents off this bad boy. I want to look at Meta as well, because I'm kicking myself, because I was like, maybe I'll get in at Meta. I'll just switch the day on that. We want a minute now. I was like, oh, maybe we'll get in at Meta for like, a quick little baby trade at 319.50, but I wasn't seeing it show as much support as I would have liked, so I waited. Shouldn't have waited. That would have been a really nice mini thing here. Like, I think we're gonna brush against up with highs of day again, because it's slowly breaking that barrier. Because before we had 320.33, then we had 320.34. Now we're at that 320.43. So it's taking its sweet time to push that barrier. I'd like to see what it does beyond this kind of slow breaking of day highs, and if it can kind of push beyond that as we edge closer to high of day again on Meta. But yeah, I think for like a quick little in and out kind of scalp trade, at least for my purposes, Meta would be potentially of use to me if it gets to another level where I see support and I'm kind of a fan of what's happening. Yeah.
Very cool.
Thank you.
The Fuge is an absolute pump city. 15.3 coming in, and as I suspected, 4,400 level held, okay? It looked like it was going to hold. Again, and let me tell you what I'm looking at. I'm not no genius. I'm far from that. But here's what I'm looking at. And this is something that Arun showed me. It's not my own concoction. Every time we come into these levels, let's say 4,400, here's an important level. And this is what I was showing Adara with the equities the other day. You have wicks. Sell to here, bought up immediately. The closing prints, most of them north of 4,400. Every time it wicks, it's met with immediate buying. Look at this candle over here. Look at that. You have a huge move down to 97, and then where does it close? The body closes near the top. Most of these, I would say all of them, have closed above 4,400. 4,400 looks like it's going to hold. This is kind of what I look for when I will look for something to hold. So I'm disappointed that I wasn't in it, but I'm happy that I got out of my NQ trade, because the NQ trade, I know that they are separate, and I know as of late they haven't been moving in tandem, but I don't think it's one of those days where they're diverging that much that I can actually take an NQ short and have the ES hold at 4,400 and go long. It's not one of those days, right? And there you go. We shot up above 15.3. I would have been well out of the money on this one. But let me tell you something that I am in the money on. I'm just disappointed I didn't get in the ES at 4,400. I should have been there. Multiple prints here, 4 outs so far on MNTS as it comes right back down into my entry. That what I'm going to be looking for here is a hold near VWAP. Now, I'm still in the majority of the position, okay? So if this one really goes against me, I'm going to have to cut it. We've got 4 outs, once, twice, 3 times will be thrice, and then the 4th over here with layering my outs about 5 penny increments. However, it just made a lower high, right? If you can say maybe this 540, 550, that was the higher high. Well, then we just kind of crested into a new high there and reject it off, and that's not what I want to see, because then we could set up for a 4 1/4 break, a $4.25 flat bottom break, and we've had a lot of action at 425, so it's absolutely a valid level off which we could flat bottom break. I think it's better shown on the 5-minute chart here real quick. Yeah, so this is the 4 1/4 that I'm looking at over here. But look at all the action we had 4 1/4 earlier. So even though we get a move up, it doesn't take 4 1/4 off as a significant level that we need to concern ourselves with. And this is what I'm talking about, a lower high. You crest up all the way into 475, and then you move right back down. Again, my VWAP is going to be The area where I want it to hold, where I'm cutting the trade, is south of 4.25. But so far profitable on the name, looking for it to hold the VWAP area. But the more important look here right now is the absolute rocket ship with which that we can kind of analogize the futures with there, right above 15.3, and now we're looking at 15.310. We have a 15.325 high of day, still a lower high than the initial crest up there, but definitely a nice little roundy face by roundy face.
I like roundy face.
I don't even know what I'm saying.
I mean, it's a new term.
Right? Happy face that Michael Noss says we should be buying. I'm going to call it the roundy face from now on. That's it. You know, I like these mistakes. We'll just go with that. Yeah, so it's rounding out here, and it looks like we may be looking to reclaim 15.3 in the same way that we held 4,400. What a hold on the ES though. 4,400 hold. Let's go back to MNTS here. This is the one I need to concern myself with. I need to see if we're going to break through VWAP. Not looking good right now. This looks like a topping tail candle on the 5-minute chart. Not the one that topping tail candle is bearish. It's like an inverse hammer candle where the larger part of the candle is the tail, and it closes towards the end of the candle at the bottom, near the bottom tail there. So that's not, again, it's a one candle, so don't make too much of it. But looking for VWAP hold, and then the trade 4.25. We're ending.
Yeah. I was gonna say analogize was the word of the day, but then roundy face happened, so I'm gonna change my mind because I loved that. I legitimately enjoyed that. Because yeah, I always forget this is a button, and then I get so happy when I see it. But yeah, so we are in our friend Rivian. I do not intend to stay in our friend Rivian incredibly long. It's gonna be like a quick pop-in visit, have some tea, say goodbye. Yeah, so I've said I want to take out some at like 1975 areas, kind of where I said it. I realize that's low, but right now we're just literally practicing setting stops, getting in and out. That's kind of the game here with Rivian. And then we'll probably, because I get a little worried as we slowly encroach on that high of day here, that 1978, which is why I kind of would like to get the lion's share of our shares, pun sort of intended, out before we start testing that high of day and then kind of risk not being able to break through that point. So yeah, keeping an eye on RIVN as he slowly climbs. I would like to also look at Meta and Tesla are doing really similar things right now. And I had my eye on both those names. So we're gonna start with Stresla, because I believe I saw some mentions of Tesla in the chat earlier. Okay, yeah, so we had a little bit of that barcode-esque action over here. I was kind of like, when I was looking at the 1 minute, we were seeing kind of a baby dip and then a swoop back up. And I think you see that a little bit more clearly on the 3, so I'm gonna use that right now. So we have these like gorgeous green candles to the upside, red candle down, a little bit more strength here. I like to wait to see Tesla run a little bit more, like get a little bit of its strength up before I kind of decide what the vibe is going to be on that. But yeah, I have my eye on Tesla. Honestly, I might do this as like a medium, like a short long, kind of get in just below that 253 and then get out just above that 253, because that kind of like cycling motion has worked for me with these kind of mega caps. In the meantime, let's see if Meta has broken high of day again, because it just did. I say that, and then on the side chart, it just broke.
I had a feeling. I was trying to tell you.
I should have just gotten it, because it's flying now. I mean, this is like another situation where I might do like an in and out type if I see a level I like. But yeah, I mean, like Meta's flying.
Monster, bro.
Yeah, like because we were talking about this like multiple times last week too. The amount of growth that Meta can have in like a given week is insane.
Are you gonna get those glasses? Those Ray-Bans.
Oh no,
$199.
$199.
Can you believe it? Well, US will probably be like $499 here. I'm kidding.
I would have to think about it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot.
You're not about that life, eh?
No, well the thing is, like the truth is, so I wear contacts. I should probably like update my real glasses before I get Ray-Bans, because those have been broken for a little bit, and that'd be nice. But yeah, I mean, like it's something to look forward to, right? Something to work towards, something to aspire towards. Would you be getting in on the Ray-Bans?
I think I'm gonna get them.
Yeah.
And you people in the chat, don't say bad things about me because they're gonna be like, oh, he's a stalker. You're gonna go. No, I like them because like the added benefits. So for example, you can look at like a piece of food. It can tell you the recipe. It can tell you the caloric content.
I've heard.
Right?
Okay,
I'm all about that.
Like that's cool.
Right? Yeah, I want to be like charged by like AI. Why not? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, short smeller right away, peeping Sharif. I knew that you were gonna say stuff like that. You guys in the chat, I knew that's what you were gonna say.
Peeping Sharif.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I think that's a fantastic price point. If they come in at $250, like how much would you spend on a regular pair of Ray-Bans anyway? Over $200.
I've never bought
general.
a pair of sunglasses.
But
I'm
if
gonna
you
be
had
honest. Yeah,
to.
but they are more.
You know what I
I
mean?
understand that.
Yeah, so you throw in some AI charge with that. I mean, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Again, that's just, me wasting money here. But in any event, all right, well, Ramin's going to get them. So if Ramin gets them, she can get me a pair too. So.
You guys can twin, yeah.
I'm just joking. Shout out to Ramin on the ones and twos, baby. MNTS, we're still about 4 pennies in the money here. It hasn't made a newer low. So that's kind of the saving grace for me here. If we kind of troughed out over here, then another low, and then another low, we're holding for now. I don't want to hold to this kind of higher low pattern. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking for a VWAP hold. That's the move, and then a move back up, possibly to test 5. I want to get the majority out in front of 5, and then, we'll save a piece for the dream, so to speak. But if it breaks that area, I'm gonzino. But I really feel like I should be in the future now, man, because the future is pumping up. Where are we here? We are at 15,320. We are 5 points off the high. It's been a nice move up here on the future with that 15.3 reclaim, and now looks like we're going to break a high of day any minute. It was a quick wick into that 15.325 around 10:30 this morning, which was the top area of the consolidation on, no, that's Lulu, on the future. Here we go. We reclaim the level. This is the 5-minute chart on the MNQ December contract. It's been a good look so far on the NQ, and you're having an equal move there off the ES, 4,400 hold. I looked to Neil when he sat down, 4,400. No, I'm like, Neil, it held 4,400. And he kind of shook his head like, yeah, I kind of had I kind of knew it was going to do that type thing. But, oh, you didn't do that? My bad. Maybe
you're misquoting Neil's facial expression.
Yeah, I know. I'm misreading Neil's face. My bad. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth there, Neil. But, or expressions on your face. Put him on in his cool glasses there. Can we get him? There he is. He's happy this morning because the Bills won. Even though the real question is, what are the Bills doing in prime time? That's the real question. I'm going to get something thrown at me right now, so I have to be careful. There we go. Because you guys are a small market, man. Nobody cares about it.
So much going on.
I'm sure there are. Neil's saying that there are very hardcore Buffalo fans and do not poop on Buffalo. And I'm not. And he said, do you know how nice the people are in that city? Yeah. I mean, anybody who's been to Ralph Wilson Stadium knows that they let you park on their driveways and stuff like that. It's like built right in a community. And the people there, like, especially if the weather is good, they'll have food on they'll have concession stands on their front yards. It's great. I'm just, I gotta bug him. He's a friend of mine. I like bugging him. So, all right. What else are we going to talk about here, Adara? Let's see what we are doing with TPST. We talked a lot about this one, and this one moving right back into the highs. It has a 745 high. Now we're at 715. We retrace into that support area at that 650. Wow, look how nicely we held that 650 area, and then right back up we go into 7, north of 7. But we really need to clear that 750, I would say. That's the area where I'll be looking for it to clear, even though 745 is the high. We kind of have almost like a triple touch in that area. With this crest coming into the 735, This one was 744. This one is about 722 or so. So lower highs throughout, but holding that 650 support. I think we get a 750 break at some point in the day, and this ends up triple digits at least for part of the day. So we'll have to wait and see. MNTS curling back up here off 450. The next profit taker for me is at the $0.75 at 75, which we got to, but we didn't cross. So that's why it didn't fill. 4 out so far in this bad boy, looking for more. Reliable, 125.66 was the low pullback on ENPH. Reliable and I were talking in the chat about Enphase, and I like this stock, but this stock has been absolutely decimated this year. This is one of the ones that Alfred wants to get into. In case you're a new viewer wondering who the hell is this Alfred person, he is a very good friend of mine, and he is a value long-term investor. He tries to mimic the Buffett style, the Munger style, where he's looking for, you know, value plays that are sold off because of some catalyst, and then, you know, that have good cash flow, PE, price to book. He looks at all the fundamental aspects of the stock, and then he works his way in. He's in the railroads right now. He's just taken a big position in several of the Canadian railroad companies, which own plenty of property in the United States. It's not just a Canadian play. They're Canadian companies, but they have lots of American exposure. In any event, I digress. ENPH been absolutely decimated on the year. How much is it down, you ask? But I will answer my own question here. Let me just find out. It's like something like ENPH, Enphase Energy. Guys, it is down on the year 52.25%. This is all the while the NQ and the ES are up double digits. So you can get an idea. Here is where the year began, around right here or so. So it's been a series of lower highs and lower lows all throughout. Looks like we started out the year at around that $260 area, and now we're barely holding on to 110, a couple of touches near that 110 area. In case you're wondering what this company does, they are basically an energy and solar play. You know, they're microprocessors a little bit as well. They also have, you know, you can, it's software based as well. So if you have solar power generated at home, it's like it's an all-in-one kind of thing. Now here's a look on it on the daily chart. Looks like we closed out the Friday session at 123.80-ish. We gapped down in the pre-market this morning into about 121.25, and then the bell rung and we shot up. We shot up all the way to 127.07. We're right back near those levels. We got up to 126.86, but haven't broken through that 127 or reclaimed that high from earlier on the IB high, but it has been a nice move up. And then look where the retracements came into when we did pull down off the highs. They all came into Friday's close, right? You hold that, excellent. So if you were taking a dip initially off Friday's close, you absolutely got printed at 123.80. You're about $3 in the money so far if you're still holding. Enphase, a good mover on the day. Is there a headline for this? Let me look real quick before we send it to Adara. Enphase Energy dips after BMO downgrades to market perform on demand concerns. That was early, that was 8/21. Enphase Energy launches IQ8 microinverters for high-powered solar modules in India. Okay, I don't know what the total addressable market in India is, but they've got a lot of people, so I'm willing to bet it's a lot. Let's see what it is here. No, it's basically the India news. And the BMO capital markets downgrade as well. So a bit of a mixed bag, one good, one bad. In any event, Enphase having itself a decent day today. They're up 2%.
Yeah. One thing that was having itself a decent day until this whole market kind of had a swoop is our friend Microsoft, Mr. Softy, as some people say. So basically this one, in addition to the market going down, Microsoft LinkedIn announced a second wave of layoffs. So we're flying below the VWAP here. And the thing is, this would have been nice kind of around this area. But I mean, now obviously it's not one to look at. I think the 3-minute chart on this is even starker. So I'm going to switch to that because my Lord. Yeah. So the 3-minute, like we had this kind of baby dip here. And then we just had this giant, like we went from what? I think the top of this candle is around 334.40-esque. And now we're dipping below honestly, like we're like $1.50 in the money on or out of the money, sorry, in one 3-minute candle. I mean, it could just be like the whole kind of NQ, all these tech names are having that swoop, but I think Microsoft seems to have been hit particularly hard. Could be because like they're higher on the day than some of these names. Were up still 1.6-ish%, but yeah, like that news, that LinkedIn news is of interest. I want to talk, I've been kind of in and out of 2 trades since we last spoke. So I got out.
To the market.
I don't know. That was what I was just talking about.
Okay, keep going.
So Rivian, happy I got out of Rivian when I did, other than the fact that it took that swoop to the downside. But yeah, so I'm gonna go to 3 minutes so we can see this like a little bit better. Yeah, I had my stop preset. We got in around 1970, I think it was 1971. Had my stop preset at 1975 because I was a little bit scared about what we would do at that high of day 1978. We broke it, we got to 1979, and then we flushed down or we swooped down or whatever you want to say. I got everything out at 1975. We did not lose anything on this trade. Did not get out a moment too soon either because the next candle is that giant flush to the downside. I want to talk about Tesla as well because this was another case of, I would say more so than Rivian, really planning where I wanted to get in and out. I like where I got in. We got in at that 253 even, I believe, or like 250, I think it was 253 even. Yes, it was. And then I wanted to get out some of it at 253.15, and then kind of we were seeing some strength there, got out the rest at 253.20. I am so proud of this trade. We got out about as high as it was going to get in that candle, and then we had this giant swoop to the downside. I'm going to keep an eye on our friends Stressla or Besla or Tesla, what have you, around VWAP. I am interested in this name because it's nice for like the little dip buys, the little dip trades. But yeah, I mean, like we're below 252 now. We're going to have to see, we're struggling to keep 252, but I will keep an eye on Tesla because I have been finding some success with these very carefully planned trades. I also want to look at Meta as well. Oh, yeah, I'm going to zoom out on this. I apologize. So 5 minute on Meta's still up on the day as well, up about 150. Took that giant flush to the downside. Yeah, we're gonna see what this one does, but it's holding on to 319 pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's a print factory over here on MNTS, by the way. Multiple outs. Every 5 cents we had layered out, so we get the nice VWAP hold on MNTS. That was the plan, to get it on VWAP. And so VWAP shows here that it was a skosh lower. On my other chart, sorry to take your word there, Dare, but you know, it's just so good. 436, where'd I end up getting in? So I got 10 cents above the VWAP area, technically on where my entry of 437, so 9 pennies above VWAP. So I was a little late to the party, but yeah, there we go. We get the print through 90. We just got that print at 90. The next one looking for that 95, and then expecting real resistance, at $5 should we be able to make it up there. And the only reason is just because the whole dollar level. And that's just typically what happens with these small cappers, and it may not. Sometimes we blow through whole dollars and like it shows them no respect whatsoever. But in my case, I'm just going to be proactive and anticipate resistance at $5. Yeah, no respect, Katina, man. Like the market is absolutely not respecting anybody right now. Disrespect all around on the ES. On the NQ, it blows through 4,400, makes me look like a dang fool for saying 4,400 held. And it blows through 15,250, makes me look like a fool, like I talked about that level. So the market absolutely in Huadunk mode. People asking what is going on. I don't know, guys. I'm looking for a news catalyst on my blotter.
I've been trying to find too. I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, nothing's showing up on my blotter here. We didn't have any auction that came in at 1 o'clock. All the auctions that we had today for treasuries were at 11:30. I know that we have a couple of Fed speakers, but they're not speaking yet. Harker speaks at 4:30, so we're not there yet. Fed budget balance coming in at 2 o'clock, so make sure to keep your eye on that. But, it could be anything war-related. We just don't know, right? And that's something that we're going to have to be cognizant of going forward for however long this war lasts. If it has anything to do with oil, kind of like what happened when the Ukraine war started. We could have gotten anything at any time, and sometimes the market moved, and we didn't really know why. And so that's kind of the issue with geopolitics, is sometimes it's not market related. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. In any event, MNTS shot up into that $4.90 area exactly. And then we're retracing back down into the 70s here, Dara. So trying to be patient on this one. But the good thing about this, what do you see here?
We're seeing lower lows.
Higher lows.
Oh, that's what
I know what you meant.
I keep saying, like, I keep meaning the right thing, and then completely saying the opposite. But yeah,
the higher lows are in. So nothing that I'm too worried about, especially, you know, if we hold VWAP too, that'll still be okay for me if we hold this area. By the way, VWAP is the dark line.
I was going to say, I could tell it was one of those, but I wasn't fully, so I appreciate you clarifying. Because everyone has a different colored VWAP, right?
Yeah, you've got the teal. Trust the teal, baby. That's the saying around here. Shout out to the mad one who's back there somewhere. Nice. In any event, being patient on MNTS. It looks like it's going to at least hold for now, but there's a lot of bamboozling. So try to get it off key levels and don't punch in at the highs, guys, because it has a way of retracing. But TPST, I don't know. I know sometimes you're interested in these small caps. Sometimes you're in your big cappers. But TPST continuing to run a Dara, almost up 100%.
Yeah, TPST is wild. MNTS, also nice job on MNTS, because that's awesome. Like if you said it's tracing back in the 70s, it looks like, you know, that was a really good point of entry. So congrats. That's fabulous. I am looking at Apple right now because I've heard some whispers of Apple in the chat, I think a while ago, and it's down almost 1% right now. So in terms of the news on Apple, because I know some people were wondering what is happening. Did you short Apple?
The Katina man.
Congrats, that's awesome. Well, that's great. So then, yeah, we're at like almost 177. So that's fabulous then. Yeah, Apple, basically the news with Apple, other than there's going to be a new iPad soon, that's kind of been the report, but the main news.
Is there really?
Yeah,
I know about that.
I read something about that. I know Brendan mentioned it earlier as well. I'm going to grab the info. There's so much Apple news today. Yeah, I heard.
I love when old people take pictures with the iPad. Like.
Oh, and my father used to do that for the longest time. It's adorable. But yeah, so Apple is rumored to launch new iPads this week. That's what it is. So it's going to introduce, reported by Supercharge, it's going to unveil new. They last unveiled new iPad models a year ago. But yeah, so that's supposed to happen. That's what people are saying. But so also. What with our friend Apple, and probably the reason it was to the downside, was that its sales in China for the iPhone 15 were not as strong as its sales for the iPhone 14. So as you can see here, like we've been struggling all day. We had actually a lot of nice 5-minute green candles to the upside right after open, and since then we haven't been able to recover. Also, I forgot I traded this, but I did do this as a little, very quick in and out. Scalp kind of dip buy situation earlier, but just because I was like, I may as well address why this is on my chart. But yes, that's what's happening here. In the meantime, I want to look at Meta and Tesla have been recovering very nicely. Those are my big small cap names of the day. I say that having not traded Meta all day. But yeah, I was like, it was able to honestly recover from that 319 really quickly. We might get in around here if we are seeing some support just below 320, and then see if we can make another higher high here, because we're seeing a lot of strength in Meta today. Tesla, I'm a little less confident in, just because we have less of a clear level like 320 has been with Meta. Tesla, I mean, we're going to wait and see what it does around VWAP. But as you can see, I've been in and out of Tesla literally all day. We've been like driving on the highway, getting out. Let's see if it can hold strong above this 252. Because yeah, 252, 253 has been a nice range for Tesla throughout the day.
Yes, absolutely. And we just got an aggressive bounce back here on the market. If you want to call that aggressive, 15,212. We dipped into, and now we're back 15,265. So a lot of volatility here. Not typically. I don't want to say this is not typical, but you don't really see these. I'm not even sure if what I'm saying is accurate, because we've been getting a lot of volatility lately. But yeah, I don't typically see these 100-point moves just swing like this for no reason, unless we have an auction, we have something. But maybe there's something we don't know about. Say again?
You should say that there.
So who said that? Okay. I see. Okay. So there is some more stuff. We're not, again, we're going to use discretion about what we report, but apparently there is some more stuff, and that makes sense. So build on the point I was saying earlier. When there's geopolitical issues, we're just going to have to deal with that, and that's just the nature of the beast. All right, TPST retraced back right into the 60s, and there we go, shoots right back up into the 80s. TPST, the gift that keeps on giving, but it'll give more if it breaks through that 5. I mean, I don't have any other trades other than, sorry, I said TPST. I meant MNTS.
Yeah, I was gonna
Sorry,
say,
yeah.
I did not know when you would enter Tempest.
No, I didn't enter Tempest, and thankfully I didn't get long Tempest as it's retracing back into the 670s right now. But MNTS still putting in higher lows, no question about that. We'll put that right there. The Katina man wants me to have a look at DWAC, which usually means something whack is going on. Let's have a look at DWAC. What is Trump up to now? Judge imposes some limits on Trump statements. When did that come out? That came out 12/24. This probably isn't. U.S. judge imposes some limits on Trump statements in federal 2020 election.
No. The news is that you don't know if that's true.
Oh, goodness. Okay, the Katina man just told me that, you know, a suspect piece of headline is that Biden is going to open up a Truth Social account. We're not really sure if that's accurate or not.
It's being reported from Fox News.
It's being reported by Fox News, and he's not making it up, he says. So, I mean, look, Fox News, like whatever you think of them, they're not a small agency, so, you know, unless they really had
That's
something
wild.
legitimate to say. Anyway, 1562 is where we closed out on Friday there. We shot up to 1630, and we're right back down into that 1580 area on DWAC. You're not going to catch me trading this, but if it starts moving with any volume, maybe we will. Today, it's only done about 40,000, 50,000 shares, so really nothing too crazy here at the moment. But yeah, DWAC moving. I mean, okay, it's up, it's down 0.26 at as I talk. Is this accurate? I think it might be wrong. DWAC. Let me just tell you real quick here. It's up 1.48%, and it's done almost 200,000 shares of volume. My platform here was lagging. Sorry for the misinformation. So it's up a little bit, and the volume picking up just a smidge. We'll see how this one does. But the trade I'm in, MNTS, putting in higher lows, looking for that $5 break. I'm going to take out the majority at $5 or just a skosh below.
Thank you. Appreciate the shout out.
Yeah. To de-risk there. Let's see what people are saying. ComputerNet is true, reported by Benzinga. Fox, okay. Yeah, well, we're not going to tell you anything like that we're making up in our heads, but we're just not saying that what they're reporting is the real deal. Yeah. Sean says, you guys don't want to know the stories in his head right now. So if we were to report everything being said in the Katina man's head, well, then you may have nightmares at night. Eric Londonblad, might be reverse repo, $1.10 trillion down, 1.1 trillion down 433 billion, the lowest in 2 years. The Treasury cash accumulation continues via RRP bill switch. Okay, thank you for that. Jay Lee says the only news I see is that the Rus started a big offensive in eastern Ukraine, the Russians. Okay, could be that. Not 100% sure, but with respect to actual market news, nothing that I can see, and I'm keeping my eye here on the news blotter to make sure that everything is good to go, and nothing coming in right now there.
Yeah. So I was trying very hard, trying desperately to get this fill on Meta. I could not get filled. The Meta train took off without me. We're staying, we're waiting though. We're waiting patiently. If it does dip kind of back down to that 320 level, because we are seeing so much support at 320, that would be a nice opportunity for me to jump back in, watch the Meta train leave the station. But yeah, I mean, we're going to keep an eye on this because I do like what Meta's doing. I like the consistency of this movement, at least intraday, around 320, and especially because I don't, like I said, I'm not planning on staying in any trades for crazy long. I think this is a fine level for me. You know, get it up, run it up like 30 cents, get out type of situation, as long as I have the trade pre-planned. I want to look as well at Tesla as we continue to dance above that 252 region. Oh, Tesla's below VWAP. We might get it on Tesla. Okay. I like Tesla around 252. I like Tesla around VWAP. If we get to that 252.20, that's where we've kind of set our entrance. Should we get it? But yeah, I mean, I like kind of what's happening around here. It looks like we're not going to get our entrance. We might have to adjust that. But yeah, no, I'm definitely interested in like a medium in Tesla, if you will, like a quick in and out type situation. Same with Meta, just getting what you can get out of the stock and saying sayonara. But yeah, no, I mean, we are seeing a lot of strength at this level too. I also saw some mentions of AMC in the chat, so I'm going to look at that as well, because we know I really thought AMC was going to do the opposite of kind of what it did on Friday. Okay, AMC around VWAP is interesting. So we flew above VWAP here, or not flew, we slowly climbed above VWAP. I love that, that's so cute, thank you. And then like it seems like it really is kind of bouncing off that VWAP. And even earlier, like VWAP is definitely an area of contention intraday for AMC, or not of contention, but it's an area of play, I guess. Also, so we got in on Tesla. It looks like we're never getting in on Meta. That's not happening. But we are in on Tesla, so I should probably go set my stops on that bad boy. But I like where we got in on Tesla, around that 250, 220 area. In the meantime, yeah, here's AMC of interest. Also, we have a super chat. Great DWAC news out, finally coming together. Shout out to Laura Rogers, 199 super chat.
Here it is. Okay, I mean, here's what we're not making up. Biden campaign, so the campaign of Joe Biden, to launch account on Trump's Truth Social reports Fox News being resent out here by our friends at Benzinga. Shout out to them. Here it is. The Biden campaign is launching an account on former President Trump's Truth Social. Fox News Digital has learned. Biden campaign officials told Fox News Digital that they're joining Truth Social for the purpose of meeting voters where they are. Republicans can't even agree on a Speaker of the House, so clearly not every Republican thinks the same. Biden campaign told official Fox News Digital. The Biden campaign's officials say that they are injecting our message into GOP primary coverage and plan to combat mis and disinformation about President Biden that may appear on the social media platform. That's the extent of what I'm going to read from that. But it looks as if, they want to get their messaging out, and they're looking at all avenues. So that's what the Biden administration, or the Biden campaign, I should say, we have to differentiate between the administration and the campaign, is going to do. So we'll have to see, how that works out in real life, and whether it does give that nice bounce to DWAC that some of the equity holders may be looking for here on that name. Ivan Senas, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend, for that. DLTR thoughts, question marks, Dollar Tree. I went on a bit of a rant about Dollar General today, Dara. I don't know if you got to listen to that.
Yeah, with the sunflower seeds, right? I think I was present for how they went up 50%.
They take my money, Dara.
Yeah, but you still need the sunflower seeds.
The Katina man is he's happy for them. The Katina man is just like, look, man, you pay up the nose. Why not? Right? Oh, God, we're going to go do that again. DLTR. Katina man always on my case here, but we love Katina man. And the Neil. Shout out to the Neil over there in his glasses, baby.
You're always shouting out the glasses.
Oh, yeah. We're going to shout out those glasses a lot. I don't know why he doesn't want to wear them on camera. I think he looks great in them. I mean, sure. Chat, should we have a poll here that says Neil with glasses, Neil without glasses? Because I think we'll get Neil with glasses. These are me on here. Oh, baby. Everything is very yellow so far, so quickly. Woo. I like it. I like these ones. Not bad.
They're nice. They're nice.
All right, Dollar Tree, in all seriousness. Nice couple of days. We held that $100 level going back to the beginning of the month, and now we're talking about 110. So much in the same way that Dollar Tree was, Dollar General was moving up. The Dollar Tree is having itself a good day. I don't see a specific headline here for Dollar Tree on its own. It could be, just sympathy move with Dollar General. Dollar Tree up $2.50. I was talking a lot about this one, really catching a good tailwind in the sense that the consumer squeeze, they're going to be looking for more bargain prices, and this is kind of what fits right into that narrative. But, their prices are higher, and there's only so much they can pass on to the consumer, probably less so than Target and Walmart and some others that have more of a diversified customer base, maybe them not so much. That's just me spitballing here. But Dollar Tree having itself a day. What are the technical levels? Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Well, it really hasn't given you too many. I mean, it's just been stair-stepping up every now and again. You'll get like a 15-minute pullback here, and you'll buy the dip on that. But there hasn't been a specific level. Even the 110 level, it got through without really any initial problem. I mean, you had an initial rejection of 110 over here around 11:15, got down to about 109 and change, 109 and a half, and then it printed a new high. So this one's been strong on the day. We'll keep an eye on these ones. I like the dollar stores, especially in a recession. I think that these ones will continue to perform. You know, but it's just how much can they pass on to the consumer? That'll be the question. How much are they able to buy on wholesale, right? We keep an eye about wholesale inventories. We do that a lot. It's part of the numbers that we pass on to you guys in the morning watch list, and this is the reason why. Well, we want to see what wholesale inventory is doing. This is exactly who's going to benefit or not benefit from that number. So I don't have a trade on it on the day. Great, it's up 2.5%, but it's not really giving you any levels off which you can work. I'd say get it on a pullback, if anything. All right, let's go at MNTS here because we almost got printed at that $4.95 area. We're back up into $4.90. It's been a series of higher lows here on MNTS, and we could get like maybe a big boy break through that $5. We did it initially, and then we retraced super quick. So if you're going to get some profit on this one, have some resting orders like I do here because, again, I'm going to keep saying this, but it doesn't hang out in the profit-taking area for all that long. D-Loaf. Remember the Dutch player Edgar Davis? He's got orange glasses like Daniil. The glasses almost look similar, not the two men. There you go. I do remember him, and thank you for that. And Neil, I think, did he have dreadlocks? The player Edgar Davids. Did he have dreads, though? I'm pretty sure he had dreads. If Neil had dreads, I think he would absolutely look like him. Tag me, though, D-Loaf. Did Edgar have... he did, right? I knew it, man. I knew he did. Okay, so you already pulled it up, I'm assuming, on... the Katina man did the Google. He did the Google thing there. Shout out to him. All right. Adara, did you notice we're moving back up again in the market?
Yeah, I mean, I did because I was able to get a couple nice little dip trades here, which I'd like to talk about. I'm practicing on being in multiple trades at once, and I think a big part of that is being able to have my side charts to reference. So we got another in and out on Tesla. I swear my Tesla on the day is so messy looking because we've been so in and out of this name, but you know what? No complaints. So basically, we got in just below VWAP. I really liked where we got in. We got in at... where did I get in? I got in at like 3, no, not 3, that's meta. I got in 252.20, which was an area I liked, or 252.25, sorry. Really liked that level. We were seeing a lot of support at that level. Then I was noticing we were kind of struggling to get in that 252.30, 35 area, so I set half of my shares to leave, to sell half of my shares at 250.240. Then we saw this giant swoop up. I was noticing this. I said 252.65. I like to see where we have a combination of support and where we're also, like, it might be kind of a peak for the name. Because, like I said, I think my bigger issues when I was staying in trades longer is not knowing when it was going to go down and not setting my stops appropriately. So being able to plan ahead of time, this kind of trading strategy, has been really helpful for me. So no complaints here. At the same time I was in this trade, I had kind of preset my stops on Meta and was keeping an eye on my good friend Meta, which has now climbed above 321. You know what, though? I'm not going to complain about getting out of it because we still did well on this name. So we got in at 320.40 because again, we were seeing a bit of support here. Then we had that beautiful swoop up. I set my first stop at 320.65, got it, no problem. Then again at 320.75, again, I was seeing some more support, set the rest of it there. I think having these preset levels has been super helpful for me. This has been a nice trading day for me, and I think, you know, as I kind of get a better sense of what my trading strategy is, I do think it's this kind of in and out, quickly planned style because I'm not someone with a lot of short-term patience, so it's good for that, and it also allows me to pre-plan, which is something I like as well. So I'm happy with both these trades. In the meantime, I saw someone mention a while ago a lucid long.
Up 3.5%.
Yeah, that's why. Let me look at that because someone was mentioning lucid for long. Ooh, okay. Hello. Okay, we're getting some kind of a skosh of stagnance around this area. We're kind of seeing, like, you know, coding up, coding down. Other than that swoop with the rest of the market, we seem to have like this This 532, 534 area seems to be a bit of a sticking point. And high of day is 535. So for me, I would like to see what it does beyond 535 as we're kind of edging to that area before I would get into a long, especially as we're seeing some issues kind of getting beyond this level. Do you know what I mean?
Flat top right
So yeah, right. So it could probably break to it could be like a meta situation where it does break to the upside after testing the highs X number of times. For me personally, I would probably like to wait and see. But the book looks good. Nice movement on the book, 1 cent spread, volume 11.5 mil. So I don't have any issues with Lucid, but yeah, I think for myself personally, my strategy, at least for the day that's been working, is, you know, these mega cap trades, these really quick dip buy scalp situations. So I think I'm going to stick with that.
All right, guys. I think the big kahunas were talking about Snapchat this morning. You know, it's up decidedly today, 11 2/3%. I'm pretty sure that we were questioning what was going on, that there was no headline. Here it is, baby, coming to us vis-a-vis Reuters, which I believe now is the LSEG. LSEG, yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Shares of the photo messaging app owner Snap up 11.6% to 969. Company is expected to have more than 475 million daily active users, DAOs, as they're called in 2024. The Verge reported, citing an internal memo from CEO Evan Spiegel to employees, the user number exceeded Visible Alpha's estimate of 447 million by some almost 30 million there. Snap also expects advertising revenue, now you're talking my language, baby, advertising revenue to grow more than 20% in 2024 as part of its stretch goals, whatever the hell that is. The report said, putting it above Wall Street estimates of 14% growth. Very interesting. Bernstein analyst Mark Shalisky told Reuters that expectations from the stock are incredibly low, but he added, even I had to admit that the stock would likely be materially higher if it hit this goal. Snap shares are up 8% year to date. I remember having a conversation with the Katina man about this. I mean, Snap to me looked like a good takeover target for somebody. Say it again? The Katina man is long Snapchat in the personal or in the personal. He's long Snapchat in the personal. Say it again?
I'll leave it to my kids.
He's going to leave it to his kids. He's going to endow his kids.
To leave to your children.
Yeah,
have to say, right?
It is.
That's
it is.
great.
I gotta agree with that, actually.
I love that.
But yeah, I did look at this as an acquisition target just because of how disproportionately it had, you know, shrunk compared to some of its competitors, whether it was Instagram, obviously owned by Meta, or the like. We'll see what they do. You know, if they shore up their balance sheet, Adara, they could make themselves more attractive.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about this, I think, like a couple weeks ago too, how Snapchat is kind of, I think, less used. Like, I don't use Snapchat anymore. I know you were saying you don't super use Snapchat anymore. But yeah, speaking of advertising related names, I wanted to pull up our friend Instacart, which, as we discussed this a couple times. Instacart is definitely more of an ad company. And yeah, like I was saying, also this name was on my radar because of all those analyst initiations this morning, with a lot of them with like higher price targets, a lot in that 30 range, but then we had some like 48 and a buy. So definitely some wild, in my opinion, price action from analysts here for price targets. But we had that gorgeous like swoop of a VWAP here. Also didn't react super strongly when the rest of the market had that giant wick to the downside. We didn't see much of a reaction here from Instacart. That could be because the volume is a bit lower. We have just over 1 mil in volume, but it's better than what we checked earlier today. It was about 700,000. So we are seeing an increase in trading in this one, I think, later in the day. This was a really nice play around VWAP. I would say if you were to trade this one, I would personally be a little cautious just because we know how I feel about, we've got a 6 cent spread here, not a lot of movement, and volume isn't great. So I myself don't know if I do it, but I love, like, if I ignore the book, which I can't do, but if I ignore the book, I love this chart movement. I love the catalysts of these, you know, these analyst ratings. And I mean, it'd be interesting to see if this name does really pick up traction, because we are seeing that analysts are interested in it. We have these higher price targets. We have, you know, the initiation of a buy for a lot of these names. So I think I'm going to keep an eye on it. In the meantime, Meta looks like it's going to test 321 again. We got just over 321, and then we took, you know, a bit of a hit back down to that 320.65 area. Yeah, I mean, like, we're kind of, oh, it looks like we broke 321 again, and then just got just to below 321.10. and quieted down. This has kind of been a pattern that I've noticed in Meta all day, where we'll kind of hang out around that high for a little bit. We'll be testing the high, and then we'll slowly break over it, back down again, and then kind of continue testing higher. So I do not think Meta has run out of steam just yet. We're almost 2% up on the day, and this name even, like, I know a lot of the market rebounded here, but Meta rebounded and then broke high of day. So I think Meta is absolutely a name to keep an eye on. Do not underestimate this one. We're getting closer to that 320.90 period again. This one looks nicely poised for another swoop above the high of day right now, I think.
All right, guys.
Swoop, there it is.
Seco is absolutely flying. It is now over 100%. You know, we were doing almost nothing all day, and then the volume really started picking up here at 12:45. We got into that $1 area, rejected one, came back down into about low 80s, and then that's really as bad as it could do because it has been up and to the right. SECO, Seco Holdings, because there's a double O there, float on this bad boy, 2.875 million short float. Quickly we'll look. Let's go. Seco 0.25 negligible. So we're going to have to go based on the float, not the short float. Let's look at what this one did on October 11th and 12th. It definitely had very strong outsized days. Prior to that, I had been trading at 30 pennies, give or take a couple of pennies. And then, boom, we got all the way up to 380, Mr. Katina, back on the 11th. And then we couldn't do as well on the 12th. We got up to, you know, almost $3 there, but it's been stair-stepping down. Definitely an interesting area of resistance coming in at that $1.60. For whatever reason, we were doing a bit of a dance over on the 12th with a $1.60 as the low. I wonder if that's more like, you know, yeah, we'll see. But a $1.50, $1.60, you're going to have to give this about 10 pennies with the area. Look at this trough over here and this consolidation bottom over here, all near that $1.50, $1.60 area. We just rejected off it right now, 146 HOD at the moment. But I've got to put that on hold for a second because MNTS just came down aggressively into, you know, a couple of pennies above my entry. We're out a large majority of this position, but now it has broken that upward trend line, pardon me, and channel, with higher highs and higher lows. It rejected that $5 area, coming back into VWAP. In fact, it dipped right at VWAP again, coming into that 440, 441, like 1 penny above VWAP, and then shot right back up. MNTS, been a profitable trade. We're still about 10 pennies in the money on it, but it really rejected that $495 area and now just touched VWAP again. So it breaks that higher low trend, and we're going to have to reset from here. The thing is, the trade is still valid. The trade is still valid because we're above VWAP. It held that critical level off which we got it before, and it hasn't made a newer low in the sense that it hasn't broken that 4.25. So if we troughed out at 4.25 previously, we still really haven't made a major newer low. Obviously, we made a newer low with respect to this uptrend. I get that, but this is the area that I was looking at initially for which to base my out. So keep your eye on MNTS. Now, we could retrace right back up immediately. This is the kind of stock that will do stuff like that. And they're already 20 pennies off the bottom there. It already got bought up. So it's already looking like a possible hammer candle on the 5, at least, if it goes up just a little bit more. So keep your eye on that. Why not reload, Pitchbull? Very good question. Because I'm a bad trader, right? And that's why. This is, if you have conviction in this level, you should be adding at this level. And that's just, you know, my opinion, but I suck, and so I'm not. In any event, keep your eye on that level. MNTS, the I'll give you the exact level that where VWAP is at, 440 exactly. That's where VWAP is. Holds it really well, but doesn't break the VWAP level, nor has it made a newer low through 4.25. So keep your eye on that. Back to Seco here, because we were talking about SECO, multiple day runner, not able to get through that $1.50 kind of bottom end of a consolidation range that we dealt with on the 11th and 12th. I mean, how do you get in this? To me, I don't know how to get in this. I mean, I'd have to wait for $1. $1.05. I take it, my approach here to get in on Seco, and it may be the wrong thing because it's extended, is to get in off a key level on a dip trade and see if it holds. Otherwise, I just don't feel comfortable chasing it near the highs, and by all means, it is near the highs. It's like 10 pennies off the high right now. So Seco, very strong, 106%, and if you chase it, maybe you kill it. But that's not my modus operandi on these small cap gappers.
Yeah, it's interesting how many multi-day runners we've had with these small caps recently too. Seco was a name from, I believe, Thursday or Friday. We had MNTS, I know, has been in play a couple. I mean, don't even get me started on Tempest. Like, that's been nuts. So yeah, it's been really interesting how a lot of these small caps are defying the intraday nature of small cap trading sometimes. In the meantime, I have Tesla up because I saw some mentions of Tesla in the chat. And I mean, look at these 5-minute candles to the upside, like bang, 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 like gorgeous. We're dancing with 253 for a while. We broke above 253. It seems like this is a level it's trying to stay above. Our high of day is about $1 above this at 254.17. So it'll be interesting to see what this name does, especially as we see these wicks to the upside on our 5-minute chart here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, someone tagged me, so I want to bring up AMC at Ryan, shout out. Taylor Swift film opens to 928 million domestic, AMC says. Yeah, I saw IMAX also said it opened really high. Yeah, I don't see, like I was saying earlier, I thought AMC was a nice VWAP move, so I'm happy to see that it continues to kind of be doing that. We're seeing, from here, like a skosh of a higher high, barely, like maybe 2 cents, but of note, I'd like to continue to see what it does at the VWAP. For me, this would be like a dip buy play, or like kind of around the VWAP. That would be the extent to which I would kind of be playing this name today. So I think that's interesting. I also, Meta, some people were mentioning as well, Meta did break 321. So Meta, yeah, like I was saying earlier too, it keeps trying to break the high, it breaks the high, and then it kind of scares off from the high and then tests it again. So I think Meta, yeah, like this one's definitely cycling. We're steadily above that 321 for now at least. HOD right now is 321.27. So let's kind of see what it does there, because yeah, this looks like the wick to the upside when we hit that high. So we are, yeah, I mean, it's definitely lots of strength in Meta. Like I said, we're above 2% in the day. This name does not want to back down.
It's a good look. I really like that Meta trade.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Seco, right back at that $1.50. Some size showing up here on the book at the $1.50 level. I would suggest to you not enough to keep this one from moving up. There has to be an iceberg, and there it goes, $1.50. Just a distant dream. Now it is 154 the high. Zoom out, guys, because this one requires you to zoom out to see the levels. This is the level. These are the levels with which we have to work. That takes us back to the 11th and 12th Adara, but very, very zigzaggy, and it's kind of all over the place. You have monster wicks, and you have levels every which way, $1.50, $1.80, $2, $3. You've got levels everywhere. So it's a very noisy chart. It's one that I personally would find hard to trade. And in fact, I do. Look at that. Rejects off 155, Huadong City into the low 130s. I don't know what to make of this, right? You're gonna have to get in and out super quick with this name. I mean, to me, just looking at how it traded, Adara, on the 11th or 12th,
this is stressful.
I mean, every 50. Look at the range of every 15-minute candle. The majority of them have very wide ranges, right? And why does the range of the candle matter? Well, number one, because it shows you the volatility. Number two, it has to influence your stop. You can't just put your stop willy-nilly. It's going to have to be based on the inherent characteristics of the stock you're trading. And if you're looking at the 1 15-minute candle or 5-minute candle, whatever you're trading off, and each one has a range of 30 to 40 pennies, that has to influence where you put your stop. You can't keep a tight stop on something that's extremely rangy. So this one, to me, very difficult to trade, and I'm probably not going to participate in this one. But what a rocket ship SECO is. It just took out that 150 level there, 154. We'll see how it does the rest of the day. But it is 2 o'clock. And Adara and I are overtime for the moment, but you will be back tomorrow.
I will.
And so will Obi. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Breno's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon here as we get into the final couple of hours of what is turning into pretty impressively strong day here as we head back to the upside in a big way. And it's about the NASDAQ specifically, tech overall leading the way back higher